Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like it's never no Mesa. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Sorry, y'all. I had the loop on. Grand evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Nkrumah, Jessica Lashawn Parris, candidate on the ballot for House District 8. And I'm joined with, right when I said that, the fire alarm goes off.
You see how they do us, man, with this bullshit? I get the same shit. Surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals. Anytime these motherfuckers here do this, man, in two different cities, man, 1,000 miles apart, man, something is up. Now, piss on my head and tell me it's rain.
It's cold.
Shit on me and tell me it's snow.
I just came from outside. It is cold in the mud. It's like 30-something degrees outside. I don't even know if I want to go away. Hey, twin. Appreciate you tapping in.
Oh, yeah, twin, it's bad, man. Oh, it's bad, twin. They fucked us around good tonight.
Yeah, we went
They fucked us around good night. Yeah, thank you, twin. Yeah, thank you, twin. Thank you, twin. You know what I'm saying? Damn right. Yeah, B1 tangible. Oh yeah, twin, but you know, it comes with the territory. We knew the job was dangerous when we took it. You see what I'm saying? And you got these.
They was just here earlier working on the building. So
how convenient. How fucking convenient.
Motherfucker told me, remember how I told you my ceiling, they still ain't fixed my ceiling fully? This motherfucker told me that's not a hazard. I said, well, if another pipe busts, then what? Oh, well, then that's going to be a problem again. But they're not obligated to clear up the whole roof. I said, are you serious? Exactly. The devil is a lie. Exactly, twin. I was like, what? That don't even make no sense.
Okay, now let me ask you this, sir. Okay, so when you miss your rent, okay, you got to move, right? So you giving them your money, right? Now let me tell you something about a legal contract. There's the elements. Now I'm going back many years ago. You got to have proper subject matter, right? 2 or more capable parties. Okay, mutuality of obligation, consideration, and consent. Now, dear sir, I ask you, did you enter into a contract with these 5 elements?
No, but they sure have you sign your name on the dotted line.
Okay, your signature, sir, is what they call consent. You know this.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Well, you got to pay money by a certain day. Like I got to do these individuals where I'm at by tomorrow, right?
Yeah, they came to do an inspection earlier. They got on me about my goddamn cooler, y'all. Talking about the cooler was in the way. I'm like, are you serious? I'm about to take my trash out. So I gotta take my trash out in this raggedy dump. Then somebody left all the trash in the damn stairwell. So if you're trying to evacuate the building, good luck. Out the stairwell, trash, like literally sitting right there. I don't even know if it's cold, y'all. I just came from outside. It is cold. I'm hoping hoping it's
Yeah,
not
well,
on.
it's 56 degrees here. We got overcast. It's 56 degrees here in Sin City.
Shabaka, it's 36 degrees here in a mile high income city.
Well, for you all this time of the year, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. You know?
It hasn't been like that though. It's been like in the 80s, 70s.
Mm-hmm.
But all us natives know once we get close to Halloween, the weather start getting real spooky around here. And it's definitely like that today. We expecting rain and snow tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I had to garden. Twin, you seen my garden. I had to go over there and get the rest of my greens and stuff for the big freeze because we having a big freeze tonight.
No, okay, well, can't you take the greens, man, and wrap them up in plastic and put them in the refrigerator?
Yeah, in the refrigerator and the freezer. I already got some
Okay.
days, but
Okay, because I know damn well you're not gonna put your greens in the bathtub.
Hell to the no. FBA don't do that there. That is not of our culture, of our lineage. We don't do none of that shit there. We was told no. That's where you wash your funky stinking ass. You don't cook no goddamn.
Exactly.
You don't cook nothing. You don't clean nothing except your body in the tub. That's it. Not food, not other shit. You're in clothes. You clean clothes and you clean your body. You don't clean greens in the bathtub.
Okay, so what you clean in the bathtub is drawers and your funky, nasty ass.
That's right.
Yes. Okay. All righty. Okay. Yoda.
Sorry, y'all just the damn fire alarm is going off.
And twin, these motherfuckers is systemically not cutting y'all, brother Chet. Twin, these bastards is systemically sabotaging us from Las Vegas, man, to Denver. Surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
Yep, and then I seen the police earlier. They drove around like they was about to stop me and ask me questions. I'm like, I wish you would, cracker.
Sir, you are what they call, you are under surveillance because you are a public figure, and they looking every way to discredit you. You don't curry tub greens.
That is not
washing greens in the bathtub. I heard, oh Lord.
That's for the sink. Bathtub.
Okay, and then for those of you out there that eat hog guts, okay, one man's meat is another man's poison. I ask, but all due respect, not crumb bumming on nobody's meal because one man's meat is another man's poison. I do not eat hog guts.
Leonard said it's a staple in India around Kwanzaa time. Apparently, it's a staple all year round. They love to put their fingers all up in their food. There's all kinds of videos online, y'all, them preparing food. I would never eat nothing over there. I see why cholera is so rampant out there.
And then also too, brother Che, we got to figure out a way, man, how to get the good doctor on, man, on a flawless presentation. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Because we cannot have no glitches, no fuck ups.
Well, like I said, Shabaka, last time, push come to show, we just have to move it to Zoom or StreamYard.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the good doctor about StreamYard. You know what I'm saying?
I should be hearing the goddamn fire truck any second now because the fucking station is right down the street. They don't really have to come that far to get here. So let me check on this real quick. But the first topic, this is our voter edition. Thank y'all for sticking with us. We're going to be going over ballot-related issues here in the state of Colorado mostly. but nationwide, 'cause, you know, we already expected some shit with this. We're a week away, exactly a week away from the selection, the 2024 selection, and the
Oh yeah,
Democrats what to do because we are not letting up on them tangibles.
exactly.
About
And
them
this is why we get sabotaged. This is why we get marginalized. This is why you violated community standards. And for those of you who are fans of baseball in the World Series, great news, great news, great news. The bums lose. The Yankees won tonight. The bums lose.
Why do you hate them
Right.
so much, Shabaka? Is it the colors? Like, why are you such a hater of blue? Like, what's wrong with blue, Shabaka?
No. It's not the colors, because them bums. Okay, as we all know, Jackie Robinson. Okay, the Brooklyn Dodgers gave Jackie Robinson.
Exactly.
Okay,
To the far
yeah, Yoda. Okay, so the Brooklyn Dodgers. Okay, they gave Jackie Robinson an opportunity. Okay, in 1947.
No,
From what I understand.
They hear. I didn't hear nobody knock on my door, so I wasn't on my side of the building for once. But usually,
Okay.
that shit been happening over here, and as y'all know, I had like my whole apartment flooded a few months back behind that shit. Just one of my neighbors.
Man, you got to get them motherfuckers in the court, man. Fuck that.
Put his sprinkler on fire and flooded the whole guy. His apartment, and the sprinklers on set off the sprinklers in his room, and the whole floor, half the floor flooded.
Yeah, I remember when I came and visited you, man, that you was going through that.
That was him. That was the same day. His name was Stan. He stayed like 2-3 doors from me. He a brother too, but he be off that shit. He be fucking with that shit that we don't fuck with.
Right.
We stick to, if we fuck with anything, it's gonna be crack, weed, alcohol, and cigarettes. We don't really, maybe heroin. We don't venture off into the other drugs though, for the most part.
Yes, sir.
A homeboy, remember my homeboy I ran into, Shabaki?
Yeah.
And I went to high school with this brother, and he was gone. And when I say gone, y'all, he was like mentally gone. Like he barely even recognized who I was, and we were like in the same. We were in the same class. Like, 2 older than me, but he hit something that he shouldn't have hit, and he is completely gone. The dude, the Chris Paul I knew, that man no longer exists.
Wow. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, man. I'm very sorry to hear that. I really am. You know, see, just like they was telling us in the 1960s, man, with that bullshit, the Beatles, Lucy in the sky of diamonds. Well, you had this crazy motherfucker by the name of Dr. Timothy O'Leary.
Don't do drugs.
Yeah.
What they said, and come to find there is the passion of, what is it? The passion of cocaine. With what's his name? Richard Pryor was reading when he called himself cooking it up in his hotel room in the 70s.
Yeah, but keep in mind, such information and comments we're making on said material can be used against you in the court of law. So, need a disclaimer on that. We're just quoting history of a very, very famous, a great talent, great actor, great comedian, and what have you. But he had some issues, and he got caught up. That's what they do to you out there in La La Land.
Oh, now what's going on? This that bullshit. And they right outside. Why is the alarm going off again, y'all? This shit is all fucked up. They at least I can hear it in my room now. I couldn't hear it in my apartment initially. I could hear it in the home, but I couldn't hear it in my apartment. They be picking and choosing. Like I've been saying since day one, they want us to die up in this mud. They just like, we charge Go on the street, so we're just gonna put y'all up in here.
Okay, well, anyway, it's systemically put in the Black community.
Yeah, that's why
Look at a motion picture called The Godfather, man, and it'll tell you just that.
Yes, we got to get to the show because we got people.
Yeah, let's get to the show.
All right, so we got Democrats are panicking in Georgia after low Black voter turnout in early voting. Great news. Great.
Well, tonight in the podcast,
Great news. I didn't think fat meat was greasy. Now they see it's definitely greasy. So they panicking. They don't know what they're gonna do. And Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on it.
Boy, the Democrats are really starting to panic now. They're panicking because in Georgia, they're having low Black voter turnout when it comes to early election. And you'll see here in this particular article that most Black people do a lot of their voting on early voting, and then of course some show up election day. But if they're seeing low voter turnout during early voting, that's spelling a big trouble for Vice President Kamala Harris. So let's go ahead and get into this. You can see Georgians are voting early at record pace, but Democrats have concerns. Say the percentage of voters, Black voters so far, is below a 30% target party leaders and political observers like to see. All right, so they're talking about a state rep, Carl Gillard. He's a Democrat from Savannah, joined an emergency Zoom call. Emergency, y'all. With about 70 other Black Georgia faith leaders Monday night to discuss their concerns about the state's latest early voting figures. All them rallies y'all doing in Georgia, and you mean to tell me y'all in trouble? Y'all concerned? I say most prominent leaders of the state's Black faith community have thrown their support behind Kamala Harris and her White House race against former President Trump. They say the latest early voting data has given them cause for concern about Harris's chances of winning Georgia's 16 crucial electoral college votes in the battleground state that was decided less than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. Now they say the good news, according to Gillard and other leaders, is the other Georgia legislative Black caucus that more than 3 million people have already cast their vote as of 11:20 a.m. Tuesday. So that means more than 42% of the estimated 7.2 million active voters on the state's registration rolls have already cast their ballots at record-setting pace, according to the Office of Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. They say the higher turnout rates usually benefit Democrats in competitive races. Of course, they're talking about more of that, but this is the issue. They say among the voters are more than 782,000 Black Georgians whose turnout rate has dropped more than 29% on the record-setting first day of early voting. They say when many Black seniors travel to the polls with canes, walkers, and wheelchairs, boosting the state's overall voting turnout rate to about 25% since then. They say that's bad news for Harris and down ballot Democrats, according to Gillard and other prominent GLBC members who spoke with Capital B Atlanta on Monday. They said North Carolina to the other southern region battleground state have also seen low Black voter turnout during its early voting process. So some people choosing the couch. If let me tell y'all something. If Black folks choose the couch, if Black folks, of course, vote for Trump, Jill Stein, Cornel West, whoever they voting for, right? That means that they're not supporting Kamala. This is not good for her. So they say Black folks who overwhelmingly support Democrats in most elections comprise about 31% of Georgia's overall population. Elected leaders and political observers say Democrats looking for a guaranteed win in state office races. They say in Georgia, they say usually need to hit a 30% Black turnout rate. They say in Black turnout during early voting is usually higher than it is on election day. They said 25% is low, according to a James Beverly. They said we need around 31%. They said Gillard said he began seeing the Democrat Party warning signs last week in Savannah. They said where nearly 52% of residents were Black in 2022, according to census data. They said the chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, who serves as pastor of the Family Life Center in nearby Garden City, estimates only about 35% of early voters in Chatham County were Black as of 2 days ago. Boy, they not turning out, ladies and gentlemen. They said a little 50% were white. That's concerning because they said we're in a city that's predominantly African American. And see, on Sunday at Savannah Civic Center, a major early voting polling location, Gillard said he saw about 800 people show up to vote. You see, I thought that was down a lot because this is Sunday and this is a major place. He said we should have probably had about 2,000. Of course, early voting, it ends at the close of business Friday. It said Gillard and Beverly said it's clear to them that more Republicans have answered Trump's call for his supporters to participate in early voting. They say the latest early voting totals are pretty outstanding, but it seems Republicans are taking advantage of early voting more than before. Now, as we continue to kind of look at this, we're not going through we went through most of it. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the thing. Oh, here's the thing. Vice President Kamala Harris, it's not looking good for you at all. It's not looking good. Now you see why these strategists are saying, man, we thinking she may lose. Now do y'all see why people think that she may lose now? Because I'm seeing more black people vote for Trump. Cornel West, I've seen people vote for him.
Yes,
Jill Stein, and the couch. That is the candidates that's against Harris. Couch, Trump, Stein, Cornel West, some states, Robert Kennedy. Okay.
Yeah, because he's still valid in several states.
All the fanfare of the Democrats, all the celebrities.
Even though he dropped out the race, RFK is still on the ballot in several states. And the Democrats allowed that to happen, by the way, because they was not trying to see Dr. West or Dr. Jill Stein on the ballot in any of these states.
Well, because they probably are speaking against what is the popular version of what is true. Just like what the fuck they did to us tonight.
Yeah.
They don't dig us.
Beyonce. I mean, you brought the whole, you brought everything you could bring out, right? You brought out Obama. You brought out Michelle. You brought out everybody you could. And people still not showing up. You did a whole concert in Atlanta with Megan Thee Stallion. And people still not showing up. She did tonight.
Shit, that's why.
Her closing argument and all of that. And nobody not worried about her. Because you heard one speech from her, you didn't hear them all. What is she going to say that's so significant in that speech that you're going to say, oh, okay, man, yeah. She repeating the same thing.
Right.
I don't know what kind of speechwriter she has, but she needs to get rid of them. Because at that stage, she should have had at least about 3 or 4 speechwriters. I don't know, but then she said everywhere she goes, she's talking the same speech, and she's not saying nothing new. She's vague on everything. How she don't stand on business on the things she should stand on business on, except abortion. But she's in trouble, and this is not a good look for her. Well, when people not showing up to early voting, especially when they say that in Georgia, more black people show up to early voting than they do on election day. Yeah. She may lose the state of Georgia, and she can't afford to lose the state of Georgia. That's no. She can't afford that.
Yep, it has come to collect.
But let's see what happens as we continue to go along, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens. But yes, Vice President Harris is in trouble. She's in trouble. Democrats are panicking, and they're worried about down ballot races too. They're panicking all across the board.
Yep,
and will this be a referendum on the Democrat Party? Will it be that? We'll see. We'll keep.
And if they lose the House and the Senate, it's a wrap for the Democrats. They lose the presidential, the House, and the Senate, it's a wrap for them. So great news. Great news. I'm glad our people are waking up. I'm glad our people are tuning into the new black media and realizing, what is the point of voting for these 2 major political parties and the presidential, and neither one of us going to do us no good. They're not going to do nothing tangible for us. So why waste your time? So, yeah, panic is afoot in Georgia. That's one of the swing states or battleground states that Sleepy Butch and Joe Biden took in 2020, so they definitely can't afford to lose Georgia. They lose Georgia and the rest of the South, It's a wrap. And if they lose those Rust Belt, Great Lakes states, them swing states, it's a wrap for the Democrats. And they could possibly lose my state, Colorado. They're not talking about that. And then
and they goddamn sure gonna lose California.
Oh my God, they lose California. It's a wrap, Shabaki. If they're able to turn California red, it's a wrap. The last time California went red was under fucking Reagan, right? In the 80s.
Yeah, because he was the fucking governor.
Yeah, he sure was. That's senile bastard there.
Yeah, and fuck him.
Yep, man, he rests in piss and shit.
All that and then some.
Okay, Shabaka, so what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Democrats panicking in Georgia after low black voter turnout and early voting?
Okay, it's because what has happened is it just smacked him in the face. Okay, is that black voters are not going to sit up here and vote for a so-called black candidate simply because they're black. So it sounds like to me is that our people have learned from what happened with those Sambo.
Yep. That's why we're delineating. That's called the delineation movement, Shabaki.
Mm-hmm.
We are delineating from those in the diaspora that have already delineated from us. They don't want to have association with us, but they want to put in position.
But guess what?
To be spokespeople for us.
Okay, but keep in mind, you got Death Valley out there where they're going to round our asses up and put us in like the dump, as in human shit. He's talking about how he loves the Nazis, right?
Yeah.
What did the Nazis do with the Jewish people? They round them up and put them in concentration camps. And Death Valley is so big, you could put every black motherfucker in the United States out there by, say, next summer, turn off the water. Everybody out there in that environment, say on a summer solstice, would be dead within 3 days or less.
Shabaka, they got weather manipulation now. They could make it rain if they wanted to in the middle of the damn. So I don't really put
well, it was cloudy out here in the desert. Right now, it's a high of 56 degrees. But as we all know, Brother Che, the desert goes from one extreme to another. And in a couple of weeks, I want to see if the fucking heat works in this damn place where I'm at.
Okay, Shabaka, well, I'm going to move on to the next topic. And that is voter boxes on fire.
Okay, we don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn.
Burn, voter ballot box, burn.
I'm not surprised at this shit, people, because motherfuckers are sitting out here, get it on, and believing it that it is snow, okay, and the smell of shit that they got stuck up their nostrils, they thinking it's the Rose Garden.
I know, it's a sad state of affairs, Shabaka, but we already knew there was...
Sir, it's worse than sad, Brother Che. It is pathetic, okay?
Yeah.
Because you know, and I know, like Twin know, motherfuckers is out here wondering how they getting a fuck pay. They're tired of getting their heads bumped. They're tired of getting pissed on saying it's rain. The jig is up. Everybody's tired of bullshit. That's the problem. And I do want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
I forgot about this one. Let me play this one real quick, y'all. It's definitely set the mood for this. Because I got to find a video for the voter box getting put on fire. But giving our vote to the highest...
Come on, man. We know who's behind that shit, man. Come on.
Giving our vote to the highest bidder. Oh, here it is. I found it. I was looking for this clip to play for y'all. I found it.
Yeah, facts. Karma has come
Please
to
make sure you hit the
collect.
like button because that's the most important thing you can do on the channel. But it does that help to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends
You
and
got
inform
to
them
pay
on
us,
this
Cat.
information.
I'm sorry,
And yes,
brother.
that
You
does
got to
give
pay
me a
us.
slight boost in the
Shit.
algorithm as well. And with the intro,
I told you he shows love, so we show love back. He don't got to do nothing but say Blacc, and he provides some good information. That's why I deal with him.
Yeah, and he's out of Chi-Town, very educated brother. You know what I'm saying? I say, but next time we talk offline. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, brother Parris, with the presentation.
Let's get into today's news. And today we are headed to Vancouver, Washington. We are headed to Vancouver, Washington, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
And all I have to say is here we go. Here we go with the foolishness. And yes, this is significant. Hundreds of ballots possibly burned after Vancouver ballot box arson. FBI investigates. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let me play the quick video clip of the firefighters attempting to put this fire out and pulling the ballots out of the ballot box. All of them up in flames. Up in flames. Here we go with the foolishness. Just nothing but ashes. Nothing but ashes. As you can see, it's official ballot drop box. Nothing but ashes. All those hundreds of ballots up in flames. They're trying to salvage whatever they can right there. You can see they're picking those up, I guess, that weren't burnt up, throwing them inside the bag. Hopefully they can still count those. We'll see how that works out. But once again, you know, let the foolishness begin. Let the foolishness begin. 10 to 15 more illegal immigrants coming across the border here.
So basically, don't drop them off at them drop boxes. You don't have to go straight in person or vote in person. And certain states like my state, you can vote all the way up to the day of the election, up to the time of the poll closing at 7 p.m. But other states, you got to have that stuff in beforehand. So just make sure y'all check with y'all states. If y'all want to participate in this bullshit, you don't have to participate. You can continue to sit on the couch, especially with the presidential. If y'all want to participate, just make sure y'all come prepared for this madness that these mothers going to do.
And then if I might add to there, Brother Che, also be prepared for Kamala to announce that the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, who will be reading the votes of the Electoral College and who will be declaring the winner of the 2024 presidential scam election.
Yes, scam election selection.
And I'm deeply apologizing to myself of the 40 years that I participated in that bullshit in my youth.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing the same for the 18 years I've been doing this shit.
So wait a minute, 40 years, Brother Che, plus 18, that's a total of 58 years collectively.
Yep. So
58 goddamn years of collective experience, and you motherfuckers out there want to shadow band us. You want to hate on us. Now you see, motherfuckers. Now see that dude just told me something like that, brother Che. Yeah. So when you sons of bitches scanned us, okay, you knew that we were voters. You knew that we had knowledge of it. You see what I'm saying? So this is why that you are coming up with your bullshit. Oh, the community standard. You know, the line broke. We're having technical difficulties. How goddamn convenient. How goddamn
yeah.
convenient.
At least Shabaka said the civil rights workers died for nothing.
Yes, they did. When you see this shit of this bullshit that we've seen in our collective experience for the last 53 goddamn years, that's exactly what they did. Who knows? Maybe.
They kept
Hold it, sir. Maybe that's why they're having the hurricanes down there in the south. You know what I'm saying? That their spirits is coming back. Okay, you crooked ass bastards. Check this out. Why don't we just drown the goddamn South? How about that? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they did that with the Great Dismal Swamp. They couldn't mess with the Great Dismal Swamp, Shabaka. You know where that's at?
Down in Louisiana, Florida.
No, Virginia, Shabaka, Virginia, on the border of Virginia and North Carolina.
Is that right? Okay. Well, I've never traveled. Hey, Mac 285. Okay, yeah, I've never traveled in that part of the U.S., so I don't know. Yes,
I was a baby, so I remember it. But I've been to Virginia Beach, Norfolk, that whole Chesapeake area. Yeah, I did have family that was on the Chesapeake too, but I never met those people. But I was told they were.
But they still your family, though. But they still your family.
All right, we got Lady Che in the building.
All right. Okay. See, but this is the part.
I only came on. I read the shit you wrote in the little detailed portion. Can you get off the message to the back side of what the fuck you talking about? In your description?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I only got on because of the description part of the video. That's it. That's all. The last piece of the description of this particular video.
Yeah, this is the voter edition, Lady Che.
Yeah, I know that.
So I'm gonna finish.
I don't want to. I'm not joining you. I'm not joining you. We can't do no voter. A voter edition would consist of us talking about the shit that happens in Colorado. Simply like we always do.
That's only a. No, that's on the itinerary.
I read it. Yes, I know. I read the itinerary of the show. I'm talking about the last sentence of the itinerary. Can you message me somewhere about that? I got off.
We're going for the ballot initiatives for Colorado. That's what that's about.
The last.
We're basically going to go over the ballot.
The last piece.
Yeah. No, the ballot we have currently right now. That's what we're going to go over.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the description of this video. At the end of this video, and our investigations as such and such a blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's. I thought I was being clever by putting it like that, but we're basically checking out the ballot for Denver and Colorado.
Don't do that shit. That shit looks scary as hell.
It looks scary.
Yeah,
literally we're investigating.
Look at it from a stranger's perspective of
the pros and the cons of it. Amendment, blah, 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 blah. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, what does the frontline campaign think? This is basically our voter edition guide. The frontline campaign voter edition guide.
No, this okay. All right, cool. Nope. No. That's all I
Here
call
we
for.
come. Here we come.
Okay, so we were going over this Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington. These ballot boxes being set on fire. So that's what TD's going over right now. When you
That's
join
the
us,
land of
ladies,
radicals right there.
yeah.
Yeah, I just got up for a quick bit.
Come.
And
Another $1 billion in the hole spending.
Huh?
I just got up for a quick second. That's all. I just want to see because that the way the sentence read was not funny but more serious, and I like that. I was kind of curious. Try to get your attention offline, but obviously that was impossible. That's all I got on here for.
Okay.
On illegal immigrants in Chicago and places like New York as well. Here we go. Let's get it going. Let's jump into this article right here for a little bit more details.
Hold on, we got a question. What we got? Quick question from Mac 285. Did you see the story about the white guy who shot his black neighbor in Minneapolis and hasn't been arrested? Yes. I've seen a little bit on that.
Yes, and
okay, ladies.
Jesse, I thought we discussed it. It's gonna go on the RBA. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna go back to it. I'm gonna get off the stick because I'm not mature enough right now. I gotta get off the stick. Oh, I also gotta tell you that don't forget to be awake and available at 8 a.m. The chair for your house. So you do your little mission.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget. That's really what I do. Whatever.
And it's supposed to rain and snow tomorrow. Okay. Lost Lady Shay. Okay, thanks for the update, Lady Shay. I'm gonna go back to the video.
I'll leave the link to this article in the description box below as well, so you can read it for yourself. Hundreds of ballot boxes possibly burned. Hundreds of ballots, I should say, possibly burned after Vancouver ballot box arson. FBI investigates. So the article reads, Vancouver, Washington. A Vancouver ballot box was burned in an arson Monday morning, authorities report, with hundreds of ballots possibly damaged in the fire. KATU was on the scene at Fisher's Landing Transit Center in Vancouver shortly after 4 a.m., where heavy smoke was seen coming from inside a drop-off ballot box. Our photographer, Evan Bell, captured gray smoke steadily billowing out of the park and ride ballot box at Fisher's Landing Transit Center near Southeast 162nd Avenue. Multiple police units were in the area, and the ballot box was cordoned off by police tape as it continued to smoke. Around 6 a.m., KATU captured footage of first responders releasing a pile of actively burning ballots onto the ground, which continued to smolder and smoke heavily after the flames were put out. Now, why is this significant? This isn't just any old place where this occurred to. This city, Vancouver in Washington, is in a county called Clark County, Washington. Now, let's get a little bit more information on Clark County, Washington. Clark County is a swing county in U.S. presidential elections that recently voted slightly more Republican than the state and nation as a whole. Clark County usually votes for the winning presidential candidate. It voted for Ronald Reagan twice and Bill Clinton twice. The last three presidential elections where Clark County did not vote for the national winner were 1968, when it voted for Humphrey over Nixon, and 1988, when it voted for Dukakis over Bush.
Wow, Mac 285 said he's seen 4 stories so far on lost ballots already.
It's getting crazy. But keep in mind, Black family, like I said all along, we knew this shit was going to happen because it's bullshit.
Yeah, so, Shabaka, do you know about this county? He's basically saying they have determined the presidential elections for like the past 40, 50 years.
Okay. I've been through Vancouver, Washington. It is directly north on Interstate 5 from Portland, Oregon. When you cross the Columbia River on Interstate 5, from Portland, Oregon, going northbound, you're going into the state of Washington. And Vancouver, Washington is right there. It's right by where Mount St. Helens is. Because I've been through there. Somebody pointed out Mount St. Helens to me. And that's why Oregon got hit so much with the ash from Mount St. Helens. And it literally blew the whole top of the fucking mountain off. And it's flat. And keep in mind is that Mount Shasta, Mount Rainier, Mount St. Helens, Mount Adams, okay,
Mount
they
Hood.
sit there, Mount Hood, okay, that's in Oregon. All those sit in what they would call the ring of fire of the Pacific Rim that encircles the whole Pacific Ocean. And in this rim of fire is where you got some of the places that have some of the world's most worst earthquakes, from California to Alaska to Japan.
Yeah, and they're volcanoes.
China.
They're not mountains.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
Volcanoes.
Yes, they
active
are dormant volcanoes. Mount Rainier, Mount Hood, Mount Adams, Mount Shasta. These are dormant volcanoes. And in Spanaway, Washington, which is right by Mount Rainier, they tell people who go over there and live in that area, if that damn mountain decides to erupt, you done. We writing you off. We ain't even gonna come up there to rescue your ass.
Yep, you've been warned.
Yeah.
All right, so this county, Clark County, has voted slightly more Republican than any other state or any other county in the state or any other state in the nation.
Yes.
So this is election interference, and they also don't want the dump to win in states like Oregon, Washington, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. But once
as
again,
well as
people,
in 2016,
in the West,
when the county
it all boils down to California.
Well, California is not rocking with Kamala Harris about this. So
okay,
California,
I understand that, Brother Che. But the key is about California. It carries the most electoral votes.
Yeah, 55.
No, it's more than 55, brother. Hold on, let me see here, Brother Che. Okay, number of...
It's 55.
Okay. Okay.
Plus 50.
Of
2020.
Number of selectoral votes.
Selectoral.
Okay. California, which is his own fucking planet and universe all in one. Okay, we Google it. United States electoral votes by state: Alabama 9, Alaska 3, Arizona 11. Now they want you to go to goddamn some damn Wikipedia bullshit. Okay, wait a minute. Okay,
video on the screen.
Okay, you got the video on the screen?
No, we got Wikipedia on the screen about this Clark County.
Okay, yeah. Okay, as I pull this up here, sir, please continue.
All right.
Narrowly, I repeat, as well as in 2016, when the county narrowly voted for Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton over Republican nominee and winner of the election, Donald Trump. Now, why is that significant, right? That is also extremely significant. Obviously, all of this is. But when you take into account Hillary Clinton and how unpopular she was, you can see here that she narrowly just beat Donald Trump in 2016 while being very unpopular. Kamala Harris is in that same boat. Kamala Harris is more unpopular than Hillary Clinton was if we're going by the polling, right? She's way more unpopular than Hillary Clinton was. So if Hillary Clinton was barely able to squeak by and squeeze by Donald Trump in 2016, if we're basing everything off the current polling as it currently stands, where nationally Kamala Harris only holds a 1-point advantage over Trump, and that's even if that still holds true. I think a lot of other news outlets now are even reporting that Trump is up by about two points now on national polling, if not tied. So I don't even think she has a 1-point lead anymore for the most part. I don't even think Kamala Harris has a 1-point lead anymore. But even if she did, right? If we take into account the fact, as we always state on here, the fact that Donald Trump always outperforms the polls, it pretty much states that for the most part, Trump should win rather easily for the most part. We don't want to count our eggs before they hatch, but seemingly he should win rather easily if things play out historically as they typically do with Trump, significantly out voting the polls. So then it would also make sense as to why, once again, you bring it back to this county where Hillary Clinton barely won as an extremely unpopular candidate, when you have Kamala Harris, who's way more unpopular, 10 times more unpopular. If you're going to do something nefarious in a swing state or in a swing county, a place like Clark County would be the place to do it. They would be the place to do it. I mean, it makes sense. It's wrong. It's horrible. Shouldn't have happened, and it shouldn't be happening. But it makes sense that if folks are going to play games, I guess one of the counties where you would start would be here. And that really does it. There's not much more to say, but let the foolishness begin. Let the 2024 election foolishness begin. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way.
Are you sure it's 54, Shabaka? I could have sworn
Hell yeah, I'm serious.
As of 2020. Either way, that's the most in the nation.
Yeah, that's why everybody is scrambling for California. Now, the Democrats only got a stronghold in Los Angeles County, Alameda County, San Francisco County. The rest of that fucking state generally goes Republican.
That's just like Colorado. The Democrats is only in Denver, Aurora, Boulder, which are different counties, and Pueblo, Colorado Springs. Outside of that, the state is red. So like Pueblo County, El Paso County, Boulder County, Denver County, Arapahoe County, Adams County, those counties usually go blue. But outside of that, like Weld County, Larimer County, any other counties outside of that, they're red. They go red. So this is definitely not a blue state. It's a purple state, and it's been blue leaning since 2004. Prior to that, it was all red for the most part outside of Denver. Like Denver has been Democrat since like the 70s.
Okay. Okay.
But the state of Colorado itself has been red. It's a Klan state. It's literally Ku Klux Klan country.
Right. I've been through it. Yep. I've been through it from the north, through the east, through the west, through the south.
And we were red line here as well. And yeah, it was not good for us out here. The only reason why black people even got here was supporters and waiters, and that was on their way to California.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah, because when the people was traveling east to west during the gold rush to California, they would stop in Denver, Colorado, and generally would ride the winter out before they would
Yeah.
have to cross the Rockies.
Yep.
And
That was
then
before
once they
the.
crossed the Rockies, then they would have to go up there, and the majority of them was in San Francisco at that time. Then they would have to go up there, cross Nevada. Then they had to cross the Sierra Nevadas
Yep.
through the infamous Donner Pass.
Yep. Correct. So the next clip is from Professor Black Truth. I just had to do it. He said, giving our vote to the highest bidder and the importance of that. So the black vote is for sale to the highest bidder. So if you want the black vote, you're going to have to do something tangible. There is no negotiating. There is no compromise. Unless y'all just want to keep losing these election cycles, Democrats. Y'all gonna have to come correct, or y'all just gonna lose the next 3 election cycles.
Well, sir, okay, sir. This is the more reason, as I have stated, of why we got to build up our own damn economical power basis for the black community.
Well, that's what Dr. Claude Anderson's been saying. He described it as a
He's been
5-star.
saying that there for years.
At the very bottom.
Okay.
Economics. So you use that money to buy or rent a politician.
Yeah.
And then you use that money from that to buy the courts and the police, the kangaroo courts. You use that money to buy the media.
And then, Brother Che, you are excluded from my next comment. Repeat, you are excluded from my next comment. Okay?
Right.
These goddamn politicians, man, ain't nothing but whores. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Kamala's in the right business.
Yep.
See?
She slept her way to the top.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. And all these fucking politicians. And I had a politician come up to me one time, man, and saying, hey, how you doing? And I said, look, man, please tell me, sir, and I don't mean no disrespect to you, why in the fuck should I stand here, man, for the next 10 seconds, man, and listen to your bullshit? And if you can convince me in 10 seconds of why I should listen to this shit, man, I'll stand here and listen to you all goddamn night long. Brother Che, after 5 seconds of him talking, I walked away.
I believe it, Shabaka. I mean, you can't please everybody. And I've been out on my little travels talking to the people. I mean, like I said, the Democrats got a stronghold here. So these Negroes with this cognitive dissonance, they gonna vote blue no matter who.
And then
you're right. Collateral damage. Those are collateral damage.
Yes,
sir. For casualties of war. They refuse to get off the Democratic plantation. So, maybe they have to learn. They have to bang their head into concrete. You would think after 60 years of doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, or people would get the memo. But not a lot of them, but it's a generational thing, definitely. The older folks, that's like your generation and older, Shabaka, they are set on the blue party, the Labor Party, all of that. That's not the current Democratic Party. This is a completely different Democratic Party than that party that they were used to voting for. But
yeah.
The conditioning and the programming is so strong on their brain, and the cognitive dissonance is so real that they refuse to, see other points of view. So I just chucked it up. But I already know I got the support of the people. Like the people that actually seen me out in the community doing work all these years.
Right.
They already know who the hell I am. I don't even have to introduce myself to them because they already know who I am. They already know the work I put in. And when I showed up at council yesterday, everybody was so shocked. It was crazy. And they had like 6 security guards, sheriffs waiting just on me alone. Because they already know when I come up in there, I shut that whole shit down. So They know.
Okay, so which means is, young man, you know, you're being keyed.
Mm-hmm.
Being keyed. You know, so I'm just putting it out there, brother Shay. You need to get your security detail.
Well, I'm putting this out here. Y'all need to protect me at all costs, because if something happened to me, I did not commit suicide.
Right.
I did not off myself.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the real ones know. Those that know, they know. And in these locales, I'm definitely known. So I should win this. I don't want to say by a landslide, but I should definitely win this race, because nobody knows my competition outside of the Boule.
Right.
They really don't.
That's why what's his name keys in on you. You see, and when I left my calling card at his front door, he went to Africa.
Yeah, he went to Senegal. He had damn pictures up the last time I was up in there, Shabaka, and he's still playing dumb. Talking about, I didn't know that you had got Dr. Cornel West on the ballot. I didn't know that your party had nominated him for president. And I'm like looking at this Negro like, nigga, I told you back in April on your weekly ass show, or off camera, I told you, we got him on the ballot, we got myself on the ballot, and we got several other people running under the Unity Party. I said, this is the year of the independent parties. This mug looked like a damn deer in headlights, like how Roly-Poly Martin was looking when Jamal Green rolled up on him. Like that. Or like Kamala Harris was looking when they said, God is good, and she just looked stupid instead of saying all the time.
Yeah, Mac 285 says he agrees. Yeah, Mac 285. Now, if I may interject then to get back on point, but that there was a smooth 10 million that old Beyonce Knowles did, showing up, speaking less than 5 motherfucking minutes.
Family and fellow
and got $10 million.
Yeah.
Boy, talk about the gift of gab.
Talk about it. That's how desperate the Democrats are. They got to roll out all the black celebrities. They rolling out the FBA ones now, and now they trying to placate to us. It's not gonna work. That broad is not black.
And you can see that they ain't fucking with diasporic Africans either.
Well, she supports immigration, Shabaka. She don't, but yeah, she's not champion for African immigrants to come over here or other diasporic immigrants to come over here. She champions
the
for
diasporic Africans who've already been here that built this goddamn country.
Well, that's us. That's the foundation of Black Americans. We're a whole different lineage, a whole nother ethnic group, Shabaka. But she's champion for her people, the East Indians, and they ain't even rocking with her. We played the video yesterday. Each woman that was like, I know she's stupid. Oh, I don't rock with her. She's stupid. No, come on.
No, but I like the video you had of the Chinese lady up there who said she's stupid.
Yeah.
That shit was funny in the motherfucker. Shit. Yeah, Deoda. Yeah, Mac 285. Mac 285, I'm just telling it like it is what I lived through, homie. You know what I'm saying? Well, of course, Jesse has your vote. If I was in Colorado, I'd vote for Jesse Parris, and he would be the only one on the ballot that I would vote for. Now, if he was out here in this motherfucker on Nevada, he would be the only one that I'd vote for.
So Shabaka's in a state that doesn't allow write-in candidates at all.
Exactly.
And, did they have a ballot initiative to allow write-in ballots on write-in candidates on the ballot in the state? Ain't that some shit, y'all?
Yeah, exactly. But you see, you got to understand about the history of Nevada, okay? It's all desert, right? In 1934, the state of Nevada said, we're allowing gambling in this motherfucker. We will give you this goddamn land out here. All you got to do is develop it. And this is where your first casinos came from, you know, and the rest is history. You know?
and those casinos were started with mob money.
What?
Italian, Cosa Nostra mob money. That's what
Well,
started them.
everybody's here, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's seen Goodfellas. You know, everybody's seen Casino. You know what I mean?
Yep. So think of them as political gangsters. That's what these politicians are.
But I tell you one damn thing, though. The goddamn price of gas out in this state is affordable. Wish the fuck I would go to California, man, and buy a tank of gas. $7 goddamn dollars a gallon.
Oh, hell no.
And you got 2 oil refineries in the goddamn state of California, out there in San Pedro and up there in Richmond, California. But they got the highest price of fucking gas. And they're the point of entry for the gas. Between here and Texas.
Okay. Oh, no. Oh, damn. Okay. Okay, Lady Che. I got the memo. All right. So, this next clip I'm going to play is from Professor Black Truth. And he's talking about giving our vote to the highest bidder, like we've been talking about for 5 years now.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. For the last 70 years or so, Eastern Asian countries like Japan and China have frequently talked about their so-called 100 or 200-year plans in some cases. Now, what does that mean? Well, it doesn't mean what you might think. The literal definition is that someone over there cooked up some plot decades ago, and they estimate that it would take 3 generations or 2 centuries to complete. Now, unless you're a fortune teller, you can't make a prediction like that. And in practical terms, when you look at what happened with Japan and China immediately following the Second World War, you see that they both made dramatic progress very quickly. And that when you look at these countries today, whatever long-term goals they may claim to have, it's certainly not going to take them 50 or 200 years to complete it. So obviously it doesn't mean literal 200 years to do one particular thing. So what do they mean when they talk about a proverbial 100 or 200 year long plan? Simply put, it means that they have determined a particular course of action and that they are committed to it for the long term. That's it. That's what that means. It's not about a given set of actions to be completed within a particular time frame. Circumstances change, and so whatever grandiose plans you've set up today, they will inevitably have to change along with it. What they're talking about is commitment to the plan, not the specifics of the plan itself. There's precedent for this within the Black American community. Dr. John Henrik Clarke explained that this is how enormous changes in a society can take place. One generation begins a task that another generation will have to finish. Intergenerational commitment to a particular goal, that's the highest form of group discipline. One generation conceives of and initiates an idea, and they then have to educate their children about why it's important that they follow through and complete this task. As Black Americans, we have to understand that what we're attempting to reestablish is long-term thinking. For at least 3 generations now, we have been aggressively conditioned by the dominant society to look for instant gratification. And if we don't get something in 1.2 seconds flat, then we're only too eager to abandon whatever it is that we were attempting to do and go and look for something else that's easier. This makes us prey for agents, bootlicks, and sellouts who are always the first ones to tell us to quit doing something important. We have to get back to those core principles, that if there's something we're trying to do, especially something big, not only is it important that we commit to it, but we also have to talk to the children and make sure they understand this is the reason why we're attempting to do this, and this is also the reason why it is important that they finish it. But big changes don't come overnight. Take a look at what's going on in California for a case study. California has long been ground zero for the national efforts to attack the mere existence of Black Americans. And when I say Black Americans, yes, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, the only people who have been fighting white supremacy, the longest, most virtuous, and highest sustained effort to challenge and defeat the greatest evil in the history of the world. Everyone else has only been occasional part-time commentators at best and collaborators at worst. We got to be honest with ourselves about that. Because what happens is we set up these intergenerational projects of failure instead of ones that are geared toward empowerment. And that's how you wind up running in circles for generation after generation. What we see going on is a hyper-aggressive effort to attack and destroy the challenge that we've brought against the enemy. And it's your so-called Democrats who are leading the charge on this, proving that both the Democrats and Republicans are on the exact same page when it comes to attacking us. Black Americans are and have always been the largest number of hate crimes victims in America. Nobody else even comes close. And yet all it took was a few complaints from some Asian businesses in 2020 about how they felt like they weren't getting enough foot traffic to their stores. And the Biden administration was tripping over its shoelaces to write a law for them. Remember, the hashtag Stop Asian Hate didn't start in reaction to any acts of violence during COVID. Its origins took place in response to people saying they didn't want to eat at Asian restaurants. But at the time, we had massive hysteria about coast-to-coast anti-Asian hate crimes. When you look at the FBI's own stats, you see that Black people are the largest victims of hate crimes numerically and percentage-wise. Again, the numbers aren't even close. In 2020, you had global protests against the police murdering Black citizens, and yet nobody dared to introduce any anti-Black hate crime law. So even global protests were not enough to get the government to do that. But
hold on, this stresses why we need an anti-Black hate crime bill passed into law. We are still the number one victims of hate crimes in this country.
Sir. Yes, sir. And this is why, you know, when old boy may rest in peace, John Lewis.
To hell with him, rest in piss. Rest in piss and shit to him.
Yeah, they got smashed upside the dome, knocked the fuck out, talking about good trouble.
And then I heard a young man at one of
good trouble. Brother Jay. Okay, folks, we're having some technical difficulties right here out of our Denver office. Okay, is that you see the chart up here, total number of race, ethnic, ancestry, single bias. Okay, you back, brother?
Yeah, did you lose me?
Oh, you had went out for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, they definitely fucking with the stream then. What I was at that Carl Black Roundtable event.
Okay.
That me and Lady Che had attended like a week or two ago, Shabaka, that we had live stream, and I was telling you all about.
Right.
At one of those days, one of the youth was speaking, and the youth was like, this dude was a straight up tether too. He was from Nigeria.
Okay.
And he was, if he was a billionaire, he would hire politicians, put them in place so they could pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act.
John Lewis, good trouble, knocked the fuck out at the Edmund Peters Bridge. Motherfucker knocked the fuck out on his back, toes pointing north, talking about good trouble.
Yeah, that one.
Ooh, well, no disrespect to the man's memory. You know, he was out there, and keep in mind, people, I was a child during the civil rights era. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But however, we definitely got to give respect to our man, the one and only Mr. Robert Williams, that came up with the Deacons of Defense.
Yep. Shout out to the Deacons of Defense.
Which was a precursor to the Black Panther Party for self-defense.
Yep. And you have the NOI at the same time, Nation of Islam, through the Islam. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, we were pretty militant back then. We need to go back to that. We did not do it at all, and this was a voter edition. Okay, so let me finish this clip of Professor Black Truth. I just want to highlight that because they went out their way for these damn Asians, and as you can see from this chart, they are actually the least victimized in these hate crimes. They get an anti-Asian hate crime bill, even though it doesn't say that on the surface. when you read the details, Black family, which we have and we showcase for you, you'll see that it's specifically for them. And we still don't have no protections in this country. So lock and load, keep the
And
power.
you ain't gonna get none. You got too many goddamn Yasa bosses.
Yep.
You bow. Hey, let's escape. Let's run away. Man, you must be crazy. What's better than what we got here?
Yeah. Yep, them Uncle Remus type Negroes. Oh, they was Uncle Remus got a damn
plenty and nothing's plenty for me.
Them crackers made a statue for Uncle Remus, y'all.
I'm done. I'm gone.
But a mere hashtag on the internet was sufficient to get an Asian hate crime law passed. And you'll notice they didn't take a study. Nobody was sitting there saying, we'll send this thing back to Congress, send it back to committee. We can't sign it. Oh, is it a bad precedent? You didn't have the white right talking any gibberish about this is discriminatory. They were all for it. And these days, you got U.S. Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, a woman named Deborah Lipstadt. She's who the Biden administration set up in response to claims kids are questioning the war in Gaza. A special envoy to combat anti-Semitism? And when you look at how the so-called black politicians attack the reparations activists in California, you see that this is what the black legislative caucuses are doing, running interference for the enemy. So they pass laws to protect Asians, and they set up an in-house representative who is a career aggressive advocate for Israel as their special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Look at the wording, to combat anti-Semitism. They don't refer to her as some diversity czar or to organize day trips to Auschwitz for neo-Nazis. They set her up with the job of combating anti-Semitism, to fight it. Gee, how very different they react when anyone other than us are making demands. And this is the reason why our behavior when it comes to elections simply must undergo a revolution, a radical change. We've had the game backwards for the longest time. What's supposed to happen is you are supposed to decide what policy it is that you want first. And then you go looking for someone from among your ranks who you're going to put on the ballot to be your representative, your champion. And then you do everything you can to get that person put into office, where at that point they are going to be fighting to advocate for the passing of your policies. See, we've had it backwards. We vote first from a slate of canned candidates handed to us by both of the corrupt parties. And then what happens is we get out there and vote for them like crazy and then pray that maybe they're going to institute a policy that would benefit us. That's completely backwards. If somebody does want black people support, we're supposed to establish a ballot auction. They're supposed to be coming to us hat in hand, and that hand better not be empty. They're going to be showing up with tangibles for us, things necessary to buy our vote. That's how it works. Elections are about who gets what. And for too dang long, they've been coming to us and telling us we get nothing except for the warm glow of seeing some bootlick or seeing some white leftist who's going to be in office. Now, when it comes to an auction, you don't let the would-be buyers set the price. You set the price. And of course, since these people have been used to getting our vote and our voices for free, expect them to raise hell about it like Obama's been doing, and don't expect it to be one and done. They're going to test us because we've shown them for too doggone long we don't really have that much persistence. But that's been changing. They're going to test it to see if it's real this time. Is this actually a substantive change? Now, when that doesn't work, when waiting us out doesn't work, and they're forced to at least hear what our requirements are, then they're going to say, man, your price is pretty expensive. Now, when it comes to the price is what it is. You don't argue about it. You dang sure don't discount it. You don't sit there and say, let's bargain. Ain't no bargain. If your vote is worth what it is, then you stand on it. And that's the reason why message discipline has been so crucial to black empowerment. See, when it comes to the issue of reparations, for the longest time, we let the white media dictate to us what we thought about it. No matter what the white media may have been claiming for the last 4 or so generations, black Americans overwhelmingly have been in favor of cash reparations. They understand the political and economic necessity for it. The only problem is you had a lot of black folks who were equivocal about it because they didn't actually believe that the dominant society could be made to do it. They lacked confidence in their ability to force the system and the racists who run it to do things that the system wasn't designed to do. And the white media capitalized on that. They understand that if you didn't have black people saying, yes, we're definitely in favor of cash reparations, then the white media would take any sort of answer other than yes and say, well, clearly this is a no. When the reality is, it was just people who were saying, we're all in favor of it. We just don't know if politically we can get these racists to actually pass it because we're not actually in charge of the government. We don't have the majority we just legislated. When we look at California, even if you got a majority of black folks who are in there, that does you no good if these black folks were sent to you and planted by the enemy. So we're going to have to get bold when it comes to making sure that our vote has to have a price tag attached to it.
Right.
And that price tag doesn't get discounted. It doesn't go on sale. The price is high because our support is valuable. In fact, it's the most valuable of any voting bloc.
That's right.
All these other groups, they've already made up their minds who they're going to be with, and they are not solid voters for either party, truth be told. They're political mercenaries, and I don't blame them for that. But as a black vote is concerned, we're supposed to be throwing our weight around. We are the swing vote.
That's right.
It's way past time we started acting like it, and our vote is extremely valuable, the most valuable votes that they are. It's time we started acting like that. And when somebody tries to give you the old, well, that's not feasible. It's too dangerous for you to be playing games. Everybody's been playing games with our prosperity and with our lives for 500 years. So that being the case, what they don't like is we're actually changing the rules of the game. And that's what we're supposed to do. You got this rigged game set up from day one to make sure that we always lose. Well, in that case, then we're going to start changing those rules to make sure that we win at least some of the freaking time. And when people, especially you got these bootlicking cowardly Negroes amongst us who start sniveling, going, hello, we going to be doing this. This is the new normal.
Right.
That's what you tell them. This is the new normal.
That's right.
We're not sitting here trying to figure out if we can get some sort of change in the next 5 minutes. First of all, that's not realistic. Second of all, if a huge change can be made in only a few minutes, then that also means it can be undone in a few minutes. You want something that's going to stand the test of time, you're going to have to actually put your shoulder to the wheel, and you're going to have to put in some work. And it's not going to be for a few minutes or a lazy afternoon.
That's right.
This is going to be the reestablishment of a new, or rather old, attitude that black people had abandoned a long time ago. But we'll pick it back up again, and the reason why is it's worth it. I've long told you that when it comes to our ballot, that ballot is supposed to basically be a brothel. Anybody can get access to it. It's your wallet that you're supposed to be treating like a condom. We've had the game back. We treat our wallets like a whorehouse. Anybody can get in there. Doesn't matter how nasty and filthy and contrary to our efforts they are. And when it comes to our ballot, we treat that like a convent. We got the game backwards. Anybody can get it, but they can't get it for free.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to get across to you. And this is a long-term change that we're putting in place here. This is a change that should have been put in place a long time ago and also taught to the children. This is not about political loyalty. The very nature of politics requires that you be flexible because the landscape is always changing. So to achieve your goals, you're going to have to change along with it. Depending on the circumstances, you'll find yourself in a situation where today's friend turns out to be tomorrow's foe, or perhaps vice versa. We've had this happen before. Black people originally started off as the party of Lincoln. It's been a very long time since black people have found the Republican Party to be acceptable at all to vote for. And now the Democrats have basically shown their true colors. We've seen it for a long time. We've had our prophets like Malcolm warning us, but a lot of black folks just didn't want to believe because there were too many bootlicks who Negroes have been conditioned to listen to. But the brainwashing is wearing off largely because the boomers are dying out. But don't kid yourself. The game that we're attempting to win is not one that's won by loyalty. Loyalty has nothing to do with it. What matters is whether or not you're getting yours. And if you're not, then you got to make sure that that changes. And if you got to step on some toes, so be it. That's part of how you show people to take you seriously. When it comes to having a ballot auction, you're not trying to make it where the price is acceptable to the seller. You're trying to make it where you extract as much from them as possible. That's business. And it's way past time we stop being bashful about that. Let them go ahead and gnash their teeth. Let them go ahead and grind their teeth. Let them go ahead and huff and puff. Let them see what it's like to be us for a while. But as we've seen elsewhere, when we put our foot down, that makes it where people actually understand they got to take us seriously. And that's when things start to change. The point of a ballot auction is no different than the point of any other auction. It's not about making sure that the buyer is happy. It's about making sure that the seller gets paid. So understand that. This is going to be our political posture for the next 200 years, our 200-year plan. We could care less about being popular with anyone.
That's right.
The 200-year plan for us is to remain powerful.
That's right.
Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Wally Belial, Samora Morris, Antithesis, Stephen Lyles, and Kareem Lawless. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. What's your thoughts on what the good professor just laid out for us, giving our vote to the highest bidder, Shabaki?
Okay, here's what we do, people. All right, go vote for the dump and be sure to wipe your ass with the ballot and turn it into the poll worker. Thanks. Okay.
You can do the same with Kamala too.
Sir, you will get no argument with me.
They both
because only a fucking idiot
no good cop
will sit here and argue with undisputed truth. It's all what? No, Brother Che, you faded out.
Detrimental.
Well, sir, had I would have been thinking, right?
I said it's all detrimental to us.
Yeah. I mean, okay. When you go to vote on Tuesday, people, take your sample ballot. Tell that motherfucker who's running that crooked ass kangaroo ballot box, I have to go to the bathroom and shit. Wipe your ass with the sample ballot and put it in a ballot box. Now, if these motherfuckers is going up here blowing up ballot boxes and all this old type of shit, then, hey, man, that's insanity. And that was send a clear and provocative message that this election stinks, like the last election stunk. The election before that stunk, and the election before that stunk. And really, in 2008, at that place where the buckets play, okay, change that
the Nuggets, goddammit. Ain't nobody
can believe in.
Shooting buckets. But
change that we can believe in. Now, I'm going to tell you something.
Hope
now, hold on a second. Now quote no Sambo. Okay, hold on, Brother Parris. You're going to love this. You're going to love this. Okay. When Obama said change that we could believe in, I'm going to tell you what Obama did with us. He took our collective ballots. He wiped his ass with it, shoved ketchup up there, talking about he's having a menstrual cycle. I hate to put it like that, man.
Always got to go there. You just always got to go there. Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. See, the old ass motherfucker, did you hear the Raiders might hire Deion Sanders? I know I'm off top. Oh, that'd be great news. Great news. Great news. Great motherfucking news.
They won't be able to afford him.
Sir. This is Las Vegas, okay? Everybody's here. Okay, Frankie Cabonas, Jimmy 2 times. The city's built on money, sirs. Oh, they got money. Oh, yeah.
And we got prime time at least another year. They signed him to like a 4-year contract or something. He's going to be with Colorado for another couple of years.
Sir, okay. All they got to do is just buy out the contract.
Yeah, and they don't have enough money.
What did sir, everybody saw the guy.
They don't get enough revenue because y'all don't sell out box seats.
Sir. This is Las Vegas. Everybody's here. Okay.
That doesn't mean that it's to that establishment, that franchise that you love so much, or did love so much.
Sir, the only way that the Raiders can regain my support is to get Deion Sanders as the head coach and bring along his whole staff. The offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, the general manager. Wait a minute, I don't think they have a general manager in college.
How many scrubs work anyway? I know it's a couple billion. How much is your team worth?
Sir, look. Okay. They got a certain reputation to live up to. Okay. Raiders is pirates. Sir, Raiders is pirates.
Don't. Sir, don't do what the Kamala Harris supporters do, Shabaka. Don't do what the president does. Answer the question.
What's that?
How much is your establishment worth? The establishment is worth how many billions or millions?
Sir.
The ones that rhymes with Gator and Gator, that team.
Sir. This is Las Vegas, man. It's built on money. Oh, yeah. Now, Mac 285, you're on to something right there. Brady could make it happen. See, I forgot about that part. Deion actually disagrees with his son playing.
Great news, because he said he want to play for the Broncos, Shabaka. He said he's not playing for no goddamn Gators. He said he want to play.
Man, put the ponies in a barn, man. Put the ponies in the barn. You know, put the ponies in the barn with them GMO oats. You know what I'm saying?
It's giving us horsepower to run a few scrubs.
No, but that's called doping, sir.
We gotta.
That's called. Sir, that's called doping. That's called doping.
No, it's not doping. It's all natural. Ain't no doping. It's called actual hard work and dedication. Ain't no doping.
Oh yeah, like you're right. You're right, Mac 285. It must be the money. Yo.
Yeah. So, like I said, it must be the money. And the traders ain't got enough money to afford Deion.
Sir. This is Las Vegas. You got the good fellas here. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You got the good fellas here. Everybody's here. You see what I'm saying?
Everybody's here, including Bronco fans. And we're going to turn the whole stadium orange again, like we did last time.
Not in Las Vegas, y'all ain't.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Las Vegas. Traders. Well, Mac 285. Mac 285 says, let's get back to the topics. Okay, Mac 285. Yeah, he's got a point. Okay, so like I was saying, what the good professor was saying is this. Okay, take your ballot, people, on election day. If you're going to vote for the dump, wipe your ass with it, okay, and pull it in the ballot box. That is an official state-sealed document that must be honored, and that will send a clear message that this election stinks. And that will be undisputed truth because you're blowing up ballot boxes. You got a bunch of ballots right here with shit on them, just like that bullshit you had in 2000 down here in the great state of Florida, where Jeb Bush was the governor, his brother's running for the president, and the damn punch hole things didn't go out properly. See, and then keep in mind, as that Kamala has got to read the winner of the Electoral College of who wins the scam election, at 2024. All these motherfuckers is in cahoots. Blind man can see it.
Yep. Yep, Stevie Wonder can see it, but he still voted for Kamala, or said he was going to vote for.
You know, and no disrespecting Mr. Stephen Morris, commonly referred to Stevie Wonder. He ain't saw nothing.
All right, so here in the state of Colorado, we've had some voter shenanigans already. As you already know, my Facebook pages have been temporarily shut down. I have been ordered to submit a video selfie. I attempted to do it yesterday. It didn't work. So until further notice, my Facebook is completely deactivated. So the only way you can reach me now is by phone or by Twitter, x.com. Social media.
Yeah, because I did try to send you some inbox, and all it says couldn't read. Okay, so now I see why he did it the other way of getting the stream that yard link out.
Yeah, so
okay.
County, there's already been cases of voter fraud. Earlier today or yesterday, the system here in Colorado got hacked. So it's been some interesting things happening also in the state of Colorado in regards to voting. So this is clear voter interference that I'm going through right now. But it's going to be lovely when I win, because it's going to prove and show that the big money lost and the people actually won.
Has announced a statewide investigation is now underway after alleged voter fraud was discovered during the signature verification process in Mesa County.
Denver 7's Christian Lopez joins us live from the state capitol tonight with this evolving investigation less than 2 weeks away from Election Day. Christian?
Yeah, good evening. 12 voters in Mesa County have been impacted by this fraud. Secretary of State Jenna Griswold says, unfortunately, 3 of these ballots were counted and says this cannot be reversed. But those voters will be allowed to vote again. Griswold said at least a dozen ballots were filled out, signed, and returned to a postal box, not a ballot drop box. The Secretary of State says the fraud was discovered during the signature verification process. 2 voters were contacted by the clerk's office because their signatures didn't match. Those 2 alerted the clerk's office that they actually had not received their ballots yet. Another person contacted the clerk's office when they got a notification from Ballot Tracks, but they also had not yet gotten their ballot in the mail. Those alerts prompted this major investigation. The Mesa County Clerk's Office is now going through every envelope that has been processed to double check everything.
It's unfortunate 3 ballots got through, but overall, this situation was addressed very quickly by the Mesa County Clerk. There is a criminal investigation going on right now. And I do have faith that the district attorney in Mesa County, who has proven himself to be a very trustworthy partner in actual election integrity, will do a good job. So I think Coloradans can rest assured that this problem was caught very quickly and it was addressed. Any voter that is concerned should go to govotecolorado.gov. You can sign up for Ballot Tracks right there and get a notification as to where your ballot is in the process. Has it been voted?
And we don't know how many possible suspects could be involved in this. The Secretary of State also could not say who the fraudulent votes were cast for, but we do know that those 12 voters will be getting new ballots. Live from the state capitol this evening, I'm Christian Lopez, Denver 7.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Christian.
No, this shit is very believable. Unbelievable, my ass. Crooked ass shit, man.
The presidential.
This is sickening. Yeah, man, 285, it is sickening. All this hoopla when you vote, when your vote doesn't even matter. You're right, Yoda. I got news for you.
Presidential level. Now, at the state and local level, but at the federal, at the presidential level, no, it doesn't matter. The electoral vote is what matters.
Okay, because all these politicians out here, except for Jesse Parris, are nothing more than political prostitutes.
Oh, that's what you call them, the P-dubs? Yeah, they are sick.
Mm-hmm. Creed Yoda, yeah. You know, only man that I see who has any type of integrity, okay, running for office is Jesse Parris in Colorado.
That's right, Shabbat. Thank you.
See, and like I said, on election day, people, when you cast your ballot, be sure to say, I got to go to the bathroom, wipe your ass with the ballot, okay, and put it in a ballot box. That was saying a clear message that this whole presidential election stinks.
Yeah, it's not going to count unless you get it where the bubble is. You got to put it where the bubble is. Where you got a bubble in the circle.
He did. Man 285 said, I'm going to be lying in bed like Gumby on election day.
Yep.
Sir, I ain't mad at you in the least.
Well, we were planning on having an election party and a live stream of the results. So stay tuned for that. We might do a marathon, like, oh, this is what's happening on election day. So I'm going to have to go around picking up ballots, too, making sure they get submitted before 7 o'clock.
Well, be careful doing that shit, man, you know, because they booby trap shit.
Oh, yeah, well, they got the whole block blocked off. We're in front of a polling place, which is the rec center, Hiawatha Davis, Shabaka. They have 35th all blocked off from Hudson on down to Quebec.
Okay.
So the only way you can access it is on Holly, south of 33rd.
Okay. That's near the city park, right?
No, that's in Park Hill on the other side of the city.
Okay. Yeah, which is due east of the city park. Okay, gotcha. Okay. And then, what it is here, okay, what we got here, Yoda says the government gonna clone Shabaka from the shit on his ballot.
That's funny.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, people, is that all those who died, ladies and gentlemen, in the civil rights movement for the right to vote, just like what you had, you know, during the cowboy days, doing Reconstruction. Well, a lot of our people who were brutally murdered and what have you, trying to take part in a political system that does not believe in us. Look at the Freedmen's Bank. Motherfuckers hijacked the money, started the Federal Reserve, and gonna say it was black people's fault that happened.
Oh shit! So we had a password breach today or yesterday in the state of Colorado. Secretary of State Jennifer Griswold on voting system password breach.
Told you AI ain't shit. See,
Prop 131 makes your vote matter in every election. It creates an open primary where you choose the best candidate.
Fall in the parks around the Denver metro area. There was some blue skies, but the changing leaves and the relatively gentle breeze at the visit to Sloan's Lake this morning certainly changed through the day.
So y'all got autumn there.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. 9 News at 5. I'm Tom Green.
And I'm Kim Christensen. People walking their dogs or walking to work this morning probably thought, oh, my hands are a little chilly. Maybe I need a sweater. Up in the mountains, they've already seen the snow. Loveland got hammered about
Lord have mercy.
They are hoping for that.
Oh, you all
that's
can
enough to
have
get them
that
over the hump.
shit.
Well, they're keeping up the first time this season.
Let's learn more. Weather Impact Team meteorologist Kathy Sabin tracking the forecast tonight. Tell us how it's looking.
Good afternoon, Kim and Tom. Finally, some beneficial moisture on the way to the state and a big drop in temperature. Windy and cooler today. We were in the low 80s yesterday. We topped out in the low 60s today. And look at the temperature spread. We're 54 in Denver. It's 81 in Lamar.
That's when it's aired. It's 38 degrees right now outside my window.
Damn, so y'all got snow drifts now if it's starting to snow.
Yeah, it's snowing in the mountains. It's not snowing here yet. It's supposed to start snowing, raining, and snowing tomorrow.
Okay. All right, is the snow in the mountains?
And 36 in Laramie. That's called forecasting fun. It's fun to try to predict.
It's snowing in the mountains right now.
What the temperatures are going to do when the wind and the storm all kind of come together over Colorado. But when the storm moves out, Denver goes under a freeze warning tomorrow night for lows in the lower 20s. Today, those winds have been very gusty to the west and south of us. So red flag warning criteria continuing this evening for gusts to 50 miles per hour and low relative humidity. That's the system rolling into northern Colorado as we see scattered light snow showers through Vail, Grand Junction, Denison, and Telluride. More moisture coming. Winter weather and travel advisories extended out for up to a foot of snow above 9,000 feet. This storm will impact you in Denver and along the Front Range with cold air coming in tonight. Hopefully some scattered rain showers that may mix with snow on Wednesday morning when you're headed to work and school. And then, of course, that hard freeze tomorrow night. The big story will be the heavy mountain snow. We're calling for a weather impact.
Hard freeze. That's why we had to tear down the gardens. Shabaka. The gardens are done.
Damn.
The growing season is over.
Okay, well, was you able to harvest some food out of there?
Hell yeah, I got hella greens. I got bags and bags of damn greens, bags of tomatoes, bags of squash. Yeah, I was able to get a good harvest.
Okay, all right, and I know you ain't putting them in the bathtub to wash your greens.
Hell no. That earlier, hell to the no.
Damn.
We don't do that there.
Well, I hope
Pack day tomorrow. The timing and
it froze up in that barn.
You better hope y'all get out the basement and y'all get a first round draft pick because y'all are looking done. And we gotta play
y'all already see they getting ready to fire the whole coaching staff. Shit. They need to do that tomorrow.
Yeah, Colorado make get you set. Yeah, we got a motto out here. You don't like the weather? Just wait 15 minutes. It'll change.
Yeah, I've witnessed it. Yes, sir, twin. I have witnessed it. Yeah, Mac 285. I had witnessed it. Yes, sir. And what you got to do, man, you got to and load up on that damn lime juice, man. Load up on that citrus acid. Don't let the motherfuckers come to you with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's FDA style. We don't do that there.
Yeah.
All right.
You know.
I was not trying to do the weather, y'all, but that just came with this clip. So I'm gonna finish the clip and then I'm gonna get to the part about the voter passwords being compromised.
the impact of the moisture and the temperature trend, that's just ahead.
The Highland Lakes fire burning near the Divide in Teller County is now 15% contained. It's burned about 166 acres. One home has been destroyed. The Teller County Sheriff's Office says that fire was human caused. They're looking into criminal charges.
You ever been to Teller County, Shabaka?
I think I have.
Just outside of Colorado Springs?
I think I have. because I had to drive through Colorado Springs twice to get there and twice to get there and to get back last March.
Yeah, but it's not in El Paso County. It's the county over to the west of El Paso. It's like in a town called Divide, which is like on the Continental Divide, out that way.
No, sir. It's because when I started from westbound, I took the 25 to the 40.
Yeah.
And then they got snowed in up there at Flagstaff.
Yeah, I-25 doesn't run through Teller County. It runs through El Paso County.
Okay. And I do know when I hooked the right, following the sunset and had across New Mexico, I locked the cruise and then started climbing up there to Flag once I got in the Zona. And I had across all of Zona. And I got out there so fucking tired, man, up there at Flag, right?
Yeah.
And man, I got me some coffee. I said to the homie, we got to get the fuck up off this mountain, man. So I got off the fucking mountain. Yeah, I got off the fucking mountain. Yes, I did. Okay. And then had to go through that twisty, windy shit.
Yeah.
Going up there to the Colorado River, and then slept. And then got back at sunrise and went straight to fucking bed and slept at least 14 hours.
Yep, I remember Shabaka. But how I remember this county in particular, I was in Uber for 5 years, y'all. I used to drive big trucks too. We got Mac 285 and 20 in here. Y'all are truck drivers. I used to drive trucks too, but in state. I did a little bit of interstate, but mainly in-state moves. And,
so you was what they would call a line driver.
Yeah, I was a line driver for like 3-4 moving companies. Anyway, I ended up in this town called Florescent. I had a move in this town called Florescent, and Florescent is in Teller County, where they're talking about where this fire is located. And that was one of the craziest moves ever. It was a move from Evergreen to Florescent, which was like up and downhill the whole drive. That winding, turning that Shabaka was just describing, all of that, but at night. And luckily it was like in the spring, summertime, because if it was in the winter, that would have been horrific. I would have been flying up and down the hills and shit in those big ass trucks. Yeah, I used to drive like 16, 15-footer trucks.
Mm-hmm. So you was driving bobtails.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Yeah.
They haven't announced any arrests.
We have breaking news at 5 o'clock where passwords to Colorado's voting systems were inadvertently posted to the Secretary of State's website.
Yeah,
now, the passwords known as BIOS passwords were included on a spreadsheet on a hidden tab. Well, the news first came in an email from the Colorado Republican Party's vice chair. Users only had to select the unhide setting to find them. Those passwords are used to change computer settings. The Secretary of State's office says those passwords are one of 2 needed and that they can only be used with physical access to the voting system. Matt Crane with the Colorado Clerks Association told us that it is concerning that the passwords were available online, even if they were hidden. Well, coming up at 6 on Next with Kyle Clark, we're going to be speaking with the Secretary of State about how this could ever happen and what they're doing to prevent similar errors from happening in the future.
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up. She says what she gonna do to prevent this from happening. So they got a posted spreadsheet of all the voter system passwords. So that means every voter in the state of Colorado shit is compromised now.
Damn.
If you could imagine your ideal way of working,
motherfuckers
what would
better
it look
bum
like?
rush to bank
Monday.com
accounts.
can make it your reality.
Secretary of State Jenna Griswold, thank you for your time today. So your office is acknowledging that you inadvertently leaked voting system passwords by putting them on your website. Colorado Republican Party says that this was more than 600 BIOS passwords for voting systems in all but one Colorado county. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate.
How many passwords and for which counties?
So a spreadsheet located on the department website improperly had a hidden tab with partial passwords. So I think that is really important. This is not the full password to access voting equipment. At this point, we had started an investigation and actually have people in the field that have been working on this issue.
When you say partial passwords, do you mean that it had one of the two passwords required to get into the system, or it did not even have one full password?
It had one of two, and not for all voting components, for some voting components in the state.
How many counties?
At this point, Kyle, we have staff in the field looking at the situation, but we will disclose after they're out of the field. To be very clear, we do not see this as a full security threat to the state. This is not a security threat. There are two passwords to get into any voting component along with physical access. We have layers of security, and out of just an abundance of caution, have staff in the field changing passwords, looking at access logs, and looking at the entire situation and continuing our investigation.
Is it accurate that the passwords were removed from the public portion of your website last Thursday?
Yes.
How long were they up?
They were up for several months without it being realized. As soon as my office, civil servants, became aware that they were up, we started to take action. The first step, of course, was removing those passwords. I want to be clear, not all of those passwords were active current passwords. We then started working with CISA, which is the federal agency in charge of critical infrastructure, including election infrastructure, and began our investigation.
Is it accurate that you did not notify the county clerks of this breach and they found out when the Colorado Republican Party announced it today?
What is accurate is that we had began an investigation and we're working with the appropriate federal partners.
Had you announced it to the county clerks?
No, we had not. We were doing an investigation and in the field actually today before it was announced by the Republican Party.
You held a press conference last Thursday to discuss an unrelated voter fraud scheme in Mesa County. Were you aware at that time that your office had leaked the passwords?
Well, to be very clear, when you say passwords, there are two sets of passwords held by two separate parties in different locations to access voting equipment. So we do not think that this poses an immediate security threat to Colorado's elections. And at the time of the press conference, we were not aware.
So
I was not aware.
Understood. You do frequent media interviews warning of the insider threats to elections. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security defines an insider threat as somebody who uses authorized access wittingly or unwittingly to do harm. Did the actions of your office pose an insider threat to elections?
No.
And why do you say that?
For several reasons. First off, I do want to underline, given the atmosphere around this election, that this does not pose an immediate security threat to Colorado's elections. Colorado's elections have multiple layers of security. For example, there are two unique passwords held by two different parties in two different locations to access any of the voting equipment. On top of that, you need physical access. So those two sets of passwords need to be used in person. Under Colorado.
Yeah, she do look like that dude that played Dr. Giggles. This is
got the best security going on. Now hold on, people. Got the best security going on, but yet though you motherfuckers got compromised. You raggedy ass heifer, you might as well go into selling goddamn used cars. Better yet, go sell some fried ice cream and boiled ice cubes. You'll do good at it. Lady, you talking out of both.
Out of law, there's a series of new.
Yep, this is Jeff's homegirl, though. This is one of Jeff's friends.
Shit going in shit going out.
Yeah, so she's the Secretary of State of the state of Colorado, y'all. Then
you need to recall that motherfucker tomorrow. Chief Elections Officer. Need to recall that motherfucker tomorrow.
They've been trying to get rid of her since 2000, since 2020.
Well, it seems like to me that Ohio and Biden needs to be sending some damn FBI over there to go arrest her ass.
They can, and the county clerks as well, such as our county.
Hook them and book them. Hook them and book them. But that's too much like right. Once again, they're going to talk out the crack of their ass, both sides out the crack of their ass, shit that they don't believe in themselves. And we supposed to be up there, be some brain dead motherfucker. Yeah, you ain't lying to you. Pissing on your head and telling you it's rain. Shitting on you, telling you it's snow.
Yeah, so let's hear what else she got to say about this. Because she's talking about what she's going to doing to make sure this never happens again.
Mm-hmm.
And improve laws actually about how we store voting equipment. It has to be in secure rooms. There's a secure ID badge that creates an access log anytime someone goes into those rooms. There's 24/7 video camera recording all election equipment. There's restricted access to ballot areas, strict chain of custody laws. And on top of that, of course, we have paper ballots and risk limiting audits. But we have layers of security to ensure that our elections continue to be some of the best in the nation. And a lot of those security measures that I just mentioned are new and improved since 2021.
In 2021, when Mesa County's voting system passwords leaked, your office said, quote, the public disclosure of the BIOS passwords for one or more components of Mesa County's voting system alone constitutes a serious breach of voting system security protocols. By that standard, did your office commit a serious breach of voting system security protocols?
No. There's several things. First off, the situation in Mesa County is very distinct to the situation that we are facing today. Because of that, Tina Peters was just convicted of 9 years of incarceration. We were actively investigating the password disclosure as part of a bigger security breach in Mesa County.
Pardon me. What your office said was that the public disclosure of the BIOS passwords alone constituted a serious breach of voting system security. So now that your office has leaked passwords, does that also constitute a serious breach of voting system security protocols?
Well, to push back on you, Kyle, that sentence is in the press release, but there is a much bigger press release. And part of that investigation in Mesa County was 2 sets of passwords, unauthorized access, stolen passwords, and it was in a different time. Since 2021 and what happened in Mesa County, our security has improved, including the 24/7 hour cameras, including the badge and access. The law has been significantly strengthened since then. We have multiple layers in place to ensure situations like Mesa County don't occur, and that is not what is occurring here.
Everyone who hates ads will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. It's a Chrome extension called Pi that lets you edit Blacc ads.
Man. That's that bullshit.
Again, the word choice that it was the passwords alone that constituted the serious breach was, again, the words used by your office. What have you done to determine whether those passwords have been used by an unauthorized person in the months that your office had them online?
Well, we started an investigation immediately after discovering that some of the passwords were online. Again, we have no reason to believe that there are any security breaches or compromises in the state of Colorado. We've been working with federal partners. We have people in the field right now going and changing passwords, looking at access logs, looking at chain of custody books. By the way, they were already looking at chain of custody for weeks. We do take this seriously, but the action is out of an abundance of caution. We have a great deal of confidence in our elections, and out of an abundance of caution, continue our investigation and are working in the field today, but before this even broke.
So after the Mesa County passwords leaked in 2021, you said that your team couldn't confirm that the BIOS passwords hadn't been used at some point to alter the setting of the machines. That's why, among other reasons, you ordered that the county stop using them. Why no similar order here prior to your investigation of whether these machines were illegally entered?
So what is your question? I'm sorry,
The
Kyle.
question is, in 2021, you ordered Mesa County to stop using the machines for which passwords were leaked because you said your team could not confirm whether the machines had been illegally accessed. Given that your team has not yet completed the assessment of whether any machines in Colorado have been illegally accessed, why are they still being used?
So there's two different situations. In Mesa County, we knew that both passwords to access the voting equipment were used. We knew that someone did get on to the voting equipment. And again, our security posture is much different than it was in 2021 when all of this was occurring. We have no reason to believe that a Mesa County situation is happening. We don't have that. We have no evidence for that. If we do find evidence at any point that a situation like Mesa County is happening or happened, we'll take quick action. But that's just not where we're at.
In 2021, you directed the Colorado Department of State to investigate the password leak in Mesa County. Who will investigate the password leak from your office?
Well, we're disclosing what happened. And again, Kyle, this is not the same situation as Mesa County. Mesa County was part of a larger investigation where we had good knowledge to know that 2 passwords were released, that there was unauthorized access, and that there was a larger conspiracy. We had reason to know that. That is not this situation. And I think it's really important to, be clear with what we're doing, but at the same time, not compare apples to oranges. Again, if we are in a situation where we have good information to know that there is a security threat, we will notify and I will take action, but that's just not where we're at.
So just want to make sure I've got a clear answer to that question. It sounds like what you're saying is the only people investigating the actions of your office are your office, unless I'm mistaken. Is there an outside agency that's investigating what happened in your office?
Well, what happened in my office is very straightforward. We unfortunately had a civil servant upload a spreadsheet with some passwords to voting equipment. That is not the passwords needed to access the voting equipment. You need 2 sets of passwords. That is the full extent of it. We disclosed that immediately to federal agency CISA that has oversight of the nation's elections, and we've been working with them.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
So you want to be a pilot?
Man, fuck you in a commercial, man. Go pilot your ass off a fucking cliff, Trick.
A final question. This is not the first time that your office has made mistakes that have damaged voters' confidence in our elections. In 2022, your office sent out mailers to 30,000 non-citizens inviting them to register to vote. They, of course, are not eligible to register to vote. That same year, your office used Colorado's ballot tracking system to send messages to specific Coloradans encouraging them to vote when, in fact, they had already voted, causing confusion that had to be cleaned up by the county clerks. And now this leak of the voting system passwords. Given your office's repeated errors that have damaged confidence in our elections, which you say is paramount, will you resign?
Absolutely not, Kyle. And I just want to, you're unfairly characterizing and leaving out some crucial information. We came out immediately and said a postcard had been sent out to people who are ineligible. The postcard clearly stated that someone had to be a U.S. citizen. No one tried to register from that group of people. We were actively tracking it. And it became a situation where no one registered. And to push back even further, Kyle, Colorado is tied for #1 in confidence in the country in our elections. We have stood up to situations time and time again to protect the right of Coloradans, going over and beyond what anybody would ask of civil servants in this office. I have the utmost respect and pride of the people who work in this office. They do a great job day in and day out. It's unfortunate that the current situation happened. We are taking it very seriously, investigating, going into the field to make sure in an abundance of caution that everything is okay. But I think it's really important not to conflate scenarios bigger than what they are.
Well, we'll just clarify this then. Given the number of fundamental errors that your office has made that have undermined voter confidence in elections, why do you think they keep happening?
Why do errors happen? Kyle, there are unfortunately situations that arise every election that we are fixing as quickly as possible in the counties and once in a while from my office too. The civil servants in my office have largely been here through various administrations since Scott Gessler, Wayne Williams. They're trusted civil servants. They do an excellent job. The job and demand of running elections is ever evolving. It's getting harder and harder and harder in the threat environment and in the focus on our elections to deliver. With that, I think my office overall does a fantastic job. I have a lot of pride in the civil servants. When there is a mistake, people take it very seriously. They feel bad, but the focus is fixing the solution, which has been happening. So I do not think that characterization is fair. And I think if you ask most Coloradans on the street, they'll be the first to tell you we have great elections that we take pride in. And we are constantly disclosing anything major that is going wrong and trying to fix anything major on a very consistent basis. And with that, we always ask the legislature for more resources. We have done that repeatedly over the last years, and we will be back asking them for more resources because running elections is very complex, especially in this type of environment.
You've chosen not to tell the county clerks about this password leak. Were you going to tell the public about it if the Colorado Republican Party didn't go public with it today?
So again, I am going to push back on your gotcha premise. We did not decide not to disclose something to county clerks. We were actively investigating along with federal partners. We want to try to take as measured of approaches to situations as possible and gather good information. So along those lines, we are still in an active investigation. Our course remains as it was. It's to gather information, go into the counties, fix any issue that needs to be fixed out of an abundance of caution.
Did you intend to tell the public if it wasn't revealed?
We were still in investigation working with federal partners and had not made that decision. Again, this is not a serious threat to our elections. There is no security breach. There is no evidence of any type of equipment being compromised. We are trying to take a measured approach with everything that is happening both in the state of Colorado and across the country.
Secretary Griswold, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're just trying to save face. I don't believe a word that come out of her mouth.
I don't blame you. Okay, it's because all that there, what I saw, I feel sorry for Coloradans having to listen to this crazy lady. I agree, yo. I agree, because all what this broad is saying is nothing more than scripted, prepackaged bullshit. That's it.
And this is what the Democrats represent. Exactly that. She's a Democrat. The Blue Mafia, they love her. Jeff Farr's crew, they love her. So yeah, this is definitely a gangster operation that the Democrats are running out here in Colorado, and she's doing her best to save face.
Absolutely, I agree, Yoda. Absolutely. So quite naturally, of course, if this is happening in Colorado, you damn sure got to believe that this type of shit is happening in other key states. See, in other words, like the X-Man said, you got the highest amount of crime in the Black community, which has the highest amount of police, but yet though you got the highest amount of crime, so surely the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
No, exactly.
Same shit here with this lying motherfucker just said right here.
Yep, Glenna Griswold. And she's no better than our clerk and reporter, Paul Lopez. They both be talking out both sides of their neck. These the same ones that go out here to try to defend the voter system out here. And mind you, Dominion is headquartered right here.
Yeah, that's right. You are in the state capital of the great state of Colorado, the centennial state, you know. And then, yeah, twin, I mean, man, see, when you listen to this pre-packed bullshit, okay, and every day it seems like no matter what fucking state you're in with this bullshit, okay, they pulling their Johnsons out, pissing on your head, telling you it is rain, shitting on you, telling you it is snow. So why can't the American people exercise their constitutional right to vote of how they honestly feel? Take your ballot, go to the bathroom, shit on it, and place it in the damn ballot box. And that will send a clear message that this whole fucking election stinks.
Yep, agreed. So, Shabaka, before you go, I would like to get to the ballot initiatives that are on the ballot right now in Colorado. And
all right.
Here is Lady Che. All right, Lady Che, we have gotten to the portion of the show that you were so eager for.
Yeah, finally. I was just watching this shit over there. I'm so fucking mad. I gotta calm down. I'm fucking mad. Did you already play this clip?
Yes.
All day? Why am I here? That's all I wanted to talk about. Really, that's all I wanted to talk about. I know what you talked about. I just I just did it. So, like, you know, I'm just gonna go out. Like, I can't control myself with this fucking bad. I would like see.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't even want to hear about it. I don't even want to hear anything else. Yeah, motherfuckers, like, see? That's all I gotta say. See? And then fucking, like, you know, God forbid you say anything about it.
Right.
I can't do it. I'm texting you back. Don't say anything else. Just I messaged you back. That's all. I got that smart code. That question. Okay. I like this shit is bullshit right here. The thing about it is like, look, I said a hot right before I logged on. I almost said this is gonna be the last motherfucking election I ever voted because that shit is fucked up. Like they're the last motherfuckers to talk about you know, impropriety and we should be trusting our Colorado Dominion systems and whatnot, such and whatever else, right? And it, you know, because we said so, it's all to the good. Just trust the little white lies, our lies, and everything that. I was supposed to look Twitter thing. I was like, man, I don't want your shit. Because I was like, they're supposed to trust because you say so, right? But when we say, hey, look, some improprieties going on. Oh no, it's just too radical motherfuckers making that shit up. Oh, three, including one who filed lawsuits. 3 radical motherfuckers just making it all up, right? And you know, don't talk to them. They're major motherfucking what do you call it? Misinformationists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Man, fuck them, man. They like this shit is whack. Like not only that, but this is like okay. So I'm so thankful that this is happening right now. Like because not just it only validates what we've been saying. Like, hey man, the numbers don't make sense. Well, everybody can go ahead and shame motherfuckers for no goddamn reason. You know what I mean? For almost a whole year, this is happening, and you know it looks like this. These numbers don't match up. None of this shit matches up for the amount of man. Let them tell it, right? And then the thing is like we're in a democratic shill fucking fucking power vortex over here, where you must say whatever the fuck they want you to say. Like, who won the election? Man, you hear me? Can't even don't even look away. Don't have an opinion. Don't let your thoughts cross your eyes. You hear me? Like, fuck. Or just like now when he asked, I don't know if that was the whole interview, he asked that broad, he's like, will you step down? She's like, no. Blatantly. Look, cause like normally they could punk a motherfucker out they spot. Like, oh yeah, you fucked up big time. All over the spot. You've been fucking up. Like for like I almost wish you could rewind the track. We watch it together because I was watching it, waiting for you to message me back. I was watching it, I was like, this motherfucking shit right here. Man, cause she's like 2020. Okay, or 20 something even before that. She been fucking up all over the board. Not just that, the election division period, which is all of them that we don't fucking like because they're always lying on us and shit. But then she want to hold out or not. She don't want to tell nobody. I didn't tell anyone. Yeah, bitch. You know why you didn't tell nobody? You know why you didn't do it? Because you knew you couldn't fucking cover it up yet. You was just building some time to cover up your motherfucking crimes. That's what happens when you murk somebody. You need a little bit of time to fucking think about how you will clean this shit up.
Right.
Anytime you commit a crime, right? You gotta take some time to think about it. Like, oh man, I done fucked up now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do a little breather. I didn't think about this for a minute. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna fix it. And they didn't want to tell the voters because after that 6-page motherfucking Denver ballot, the fucking novel that went with it, the bullshit, fucking proposition, and all the other shit, that shitty ass motherfucking budget, the fucking mayor has, all of this shit, and you still want to raise sales tax or whatever fucking lies and fucking mischief you want to do. Fuck you, and fuck no. Fuck
yeah,
no.
Lady Che is talking.
And then on top of that, right?
On
top of all that, right? Then we got this motherfucking race, right? That you're in. It's fucking beyond stupid right at this point.
Yeah.
But like to tell you how more stupid it is, right? So basically, in my opinion, this is me in my opinion, make a hot boy statement right now. Liz, in my mind, Lindsay Gilchrist is like what Leslie Harris would be like if she was born white with privilege. They just basically gave the white version of Leslie Harris the welcome in. You know what I mean? Let's hold hands. Let's kumbaya, right? And they want to be like, that's too much. Is it too much for a motherfucker to think that? Nah, I don't really think it's too much. In fact, I don't think it's enough. Like this is beyond ridiculous. I felt like this is gonna be the last election, but then I thought about my own ambitious goals, and I was like, man, how do you trust? They're like, she's been trying to sell Colorado as like one of the most trusted voting systems, blah blah blah. I was like, cuz you said this shit was straight white lies.
She was doing her best to save face. Like Leonard said, he feels sorry for us. We have to listen to this crazy lady.
Like, she barely talked, but man, what she do? She went backing down. And I'm like, Kyle, what the fuck's wrong with you? Press this bitch like you press everybody else. Press this bitch like you press everybody else. Like you asked the old boy, and so it's just that simple, right? That all these white people can go ahead and kind of gently press each other and not force the demand for resign, right? She like, will you resign? No. Kyle, no. No, Kyle, I won't. Cuz, all right.
So that's like Shabaka was saying earlier.
Right. If it's like that, then why can't we do it too?
Yeah.
This project, that's motherfucking the beyond privilege. That's beyond I'm white and I say so. That's directly some broad just telling Kyle Clark of the news, no, I ain't gonna resign. That's like, man.
That's because she's part of the Blue Mafia, cuz like she's really,
they're all Democrats, cuz he's a Democrat too.
I know.
You know, that didn't even make sense right there. He's a Democrat too. He could have got a little pushback. That's Kyle Clark. She's just a Secretary of State. To mind you, got a little frumpier over the years. Because she just got it's ridiculous. This is gonna have me calling this fucking Caucasian. I don't know. Oh my God.
Like I said, that's Jeff's homegirl, y'all.
Who?
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter who she is.
Yeah.
Out of control.
Yeah, I mean, man, I thought California was bad, man, but this shit is just downright ludicrous.
Would it be wrong if nobody decided to vote any different? Because how can you feel safe? Like, just, from the white perspective, let's look at it from white people's perspective. Do you really feel comfortable putting your shit in there? Knowing that they let the cheat codes out. They leaked the cheat codes. It's like leaving a sex tape. It's like leading the codes for you to want to play the new level, new video game, and you want to get to the next level, and the cheat codes are out there. You just got in there, and bam, you done leveled up now. Now you're you know what I mean? Come on now. There's not even a fucking relevant excuse. Matter of fact, get in that audit. They need audits. Man, how much money goes back to them?
It's all Democrats, though. You're going to have the Democrats audit themselves.
Oh, my God.
The treasurer's a Democrat.
Well, that's like saying that the police investigated themselves and they found nothing wrong.
Yeah. No in-house investigation. No in-house, no mayoral fucking administration. Fucking state fucking investigation. I want a motherfucker that's like low motherfucking that you gotta go look for him in the phone book type of auditor, and he work in a fucking shed, with his name like that. He even got a little private eye thing and a notary shit. I want that type of auditor. This is gonna go over there and be like, "Man, don't mind me. I'm just gonna drink this stale ass coffee and boop, hard drive, boop, hard drive off the printer, boop, off the printer." Back to shit. Oh no, don't worry about this. I got like 6 of my boys over here. Take all these Xerox boxes to my bag right there. I'll bring it back in about an hour. You hear me? Don't you worry about it. We know you were shredding bundles of paper in 2002. Got you on camera. Don't even worry. On camera. You hear me? Don't even worry about it, pumpkin. Got that ass. I want one of those, but I swear, it's almost like I want to go on my own little deep dive right there. Just go find the most. It gotta be a motherfucker out there like me that's just good with numbers. It's good, like like me, the Brandy Energy auditor, just good, bad, good with numbers, and don't give no fucks. It's like, no, shh, pumpkin, doing my job. Boop. Boop. Don't look at me like that. Turn around and look the other way. Boop. Like you do everything else. Boop. You hear me?
Yeah.
Real shit. Fuck.
We're going to get to this ballot.
That goddamn book, Jesse. You took it.
All right. I'm going to call it a night, y'all.
It's 6 pages, y'all. 6 pages. All right, Shabaka, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And remember, on election day, for you good folks out there, if you really want to get your message across, okay, when you go get your ballot at the poll place, be sure to go to the bathroom, wipe your ass with it, and make it clearly obvious that this is your vote, that the dump, as in human shit. Not only does the motherfucker belong in jail, the son of a bitch belongs in a goddamn insane asylum. And with that crazy, asinine, wacky shit that he's talking, wouldn't that prove that motherfucker's mentally unstable for the job, you would think? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what
and
if we
get with us.
Would that work too? Are you getting in trouble for putting a big, sticky, dookie on it and replace with actual fecal matter.
No, Lady J, I'm saying is when the people this election, ma'am, okay.
Just make sure you put it in this vicinity.
What is that?
What you do with your sample ballot, what you do with the actual ballot, okay, you can go vote. Okay, I got my ballot. I gotta go to the bathroom to shit. JD Vance. Okay, is that you wipe your ass with it, then you go cast it in the ballot box. Okay. And I think that was sent a very, very clear message that this scam election ain't shit.
Look. You need to tell me that all this hot boy stuff. Yeah, okay, Shabaka. It's okay. Thank you. We will probably. I'm gonna go get some hot dookie stickers or some big dick little stickers and stick them while they're like, this is all shit.
Better yet, here's what you do. Do they let you bring your little dogs into the polling place?
I'm pretty sure this is illegal, Shabaka. That's what I say.
Okay, now, but have the dog shit on the damn ballot and just say the dog shit it on the ballot. No. It's an honest mistake. You see what I'm saying? No. Just like hold it, just like they did down there in the great state of Florida. You know what I'm saying? Okay, where they got up there and said, in one of these goddamn states where they said, we announced that Al
my head and hit the dookie turn, but I had to put it in the box. That I am totally crazy. Dealt with that.
Okay, just like what them motherfuckers said in 2000. Well, you know, we made a mistake. We said that Al Gore won the 2000 election, but we made a mistake. It's really W. Bush. Now, ask yourself this question, people.
We waited like 2 months.
Down there in the great state of Florida, okay, we had a problem with the ballots, okay, so we're going to check the ballots. Okay, and the governor of Florida at that time was old Jeb Bush, who is the brother of W, okay? Is that what I'm saying? And won the election.
Yes,
I never forget the night of that bullshit in 2000. I couldn't fucking believe it. We said that Al Gore won, but we made a mistake. And it was George Bush, and then Al Gore sat up there like a fucking puppet and read that bullshit in the Electoral College and pronounced George W. Bush as whatever number president that he was. It is my sister. Yes.
The 43rd.
Yes, sir. And then I'm of the opinion that you will have a repeat of said bullshit when Kamala sits up there and reads the winner of the electoral votes.
At this point, I don't even give a fuck. It's all dirty. It's all wrong.
Lady J. This whole fucking scam election stinks. Just like that commercial dude got for the poop spray. You seen a poop spray, and what does old boy say? And I liked his honesty. Anything else, it stinks. I bet that motherfucker there is enjoying sales off the goddamn hook, man. You know, stating the real. So this is what I'm saying. As for your lousy motherfuckers over there at Blog Talk Radio, okay, we're having technical difficulties right now. And we're supposed to sit there and pay our money. Yeah. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. You buy a boss. Bull shit.
Yeah, they want us to have that agreement sent on. To hell with Uncle.
Oh yeah. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. Bullshit. I'm out, and I'll speak to you good folks tomorrow. Because it's getting cold as motherfucker out here in Las Vegas. Shit, I'm sitting up here with my damn coat on inside this cracker box ass place where I'm at. 2 weeks ago, it was hot in the motherfucker. All right. I'm out. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta get Lady Chase some heat. All right. So we got Colorado, like you've been waiting on, Lady Chase. So our sister Sabby Sabs, she actually went over the whole ballot. So I'm gonna play her clip of her going over the whole ballot for the state of Colorado. So it says citizens of Colorado may initiate legislation as either a state statute or a constitutional amendment through the process of direct initiative. Many successful petitions bypass the Colorado legislature and go directly to the ballot for voters to vote on, to pass as law or ratify as an amendment. In Colorado, citizens have the power to repeal legislation via veto referendum.
Is a direct initiative ballot state. Now, what does that mean? That means that they can collect the signatures through the petition process, and those measures go directly on the ballot. Tougher in a state like mine in Massachusetts, where you have to collect the signatures, have the, through the petition drive, and it has to be approved by the legislature, and then the legislator decides what goes on the ballot. So a state like Colorado, this is why they have 14 questions. They have 14 measures, right, that are going to be on the ballot. My state only has 5. So if you live in California, this is your way to get some things passed. In Colorado, each proposed measure must address only one subject. Unlike other states, Colorado's single subject rule is closely tied to a measure's ballot title. So that's important as well, guys. You can't have 2 subjects, and it has to be tied to the title.
Hello? Why are we not doing our shit? Why is somebody else from another state doing our shit?
Well, I would give the people context of what we were talking about.
Why aren't we doing our own work? Though, is what I'm asking. This lady don't even live here.
Because obviously we didn't coordinate correctly, Lady Che.
No, we didn't. You said your communication skills are wrong, man. And not only that, but I that's enough. You don't worry. Don't worry. I shouldn't have to call you. You don't. As I explained it yesterday. What's really going on. Like, you know where I'm at, right?
Yes.
Either way, this is supposed to be on my side. But why are we not doing our own work?
Because, ladies, you were supposed to do it.
Really an excuse. It's not even an excuse.
So I decided to take initiative and get to it.
What? You were supposed to be doing from like, oh my God, this is, oh my God, like, you didn't end your own show this. So this would have been a whole separate situation because I still didn't get to do the unhoused neighbor shit. So you're on that side. You dig? So this is like all different. You changed it. I know exactly where I was going to go with it when I was going to do it. However, I got other work to do in case you forgot, and I'm having a hard time doing it over here. So I'm busy. Like, but even so, regardless, why is somebody else doing our work though?
I just explained why. I don't want to keep repeating myself.
Yeah, but that's somebody that's somebody don't live here though, brother.
It don't matter. She's
yes,
doing
it does matter. We live here.
She's literally doing this for every single state. She just so happened to do Colorado yesterday. That's why I wanted to play it.
Carry on.
And we'll get into that, and you'll see what we're talking about here. So let's go ahead and go forward here. We can always come back to that part at the end, but I want to get to the ballot measures. Okay. Colorado Amendment 79, Right to Abortion and Health Insurance Coverage Initiative. This is a big one. A yes vote supports creating a right to abortion in the state constitution and allowing the use of public funds for abortion. The initiative would repeal Section 50 of Article 5 of the Colorado Constitution, adopted in 1984, which prohibited the use of public funds for abortion. So listen to this, guys. Supermajority requirement. A 55% supermajority vote is required for the approval of this initiative. So that is important. That's a big one, folks, for Colorado. Right to Abortion and Health Insurance Coverage Initiative. Let's go on to see who supports this. All right. As we can see, Democrat politicians support it, such as Michael Bennett. Michael Bennett always reminds me of Mr. Mackey on South Park. Okay. John Hickenlooper, to name a few. You guys are familiar with those two, I think, out of all of them. But primarily the Democratic Party. The ACLU of Colorado supports this. Catholics for Choice, to name a few. And here's one of the arguments. People enrolled in state health insurance plans, teachers, firefighters, and other state employees should have access to abortion coverage. Coloradans should have the freedom to decide for themselves whether to have an abortion without interference by politicians. So this is a big one in Colorado. And one of the organizations that is opposing this is March for Life and Priest for Life. One of the arguments is the only provision keeping Colorado from being the #1 destination for unrestricted abortion in the U.S. is the 1984 Colorado constitutional prohibition against the use of public funding for abortion. This is what the 2024 number 89 Right to Abortion Initiative is about, codifying a right to abortion in the Constitution and removing the prohibition against taxpayer dollars subsidizing abortion. Coloradans must say no to abortion on April 12th and at the ballot and spread the truth about life. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to pass in Colorado. I mean, we've seen this happen in red states since Roe has been overturned. We've seen it pass in red states. And Colorado is like a light blue. So I predict this will probably pass. There has been over $1 million, excuse me. Where are we at over here? Total? Over $7.9 million spent to support this measure and over $140,000 spent to oppose it. So it's probably going to pass. I could see the majority probably supporting that. But that's a big one. Here's a note here from Roger. He said, something doesn't seem right about it. All these organizations are on board to have public funds finance health insurance to pay for abortions, yet they're not on board for just replacing health insurance with single payer health care. That's true. And that's another one where I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, that's a good point there from Roger. Colorado Amendment 80, Constitutional Right to School Choice Initiative. This is interesting. A yes vote supports providing in the state constitution that each K-12 child has the right to school choice, providing that all children have the right to equal opportunity to access a quality education, and that parents have the right to direct the education of their children, and defining school choice to include neighborhood schools, charter schools, private schools, home schools, open enrollment schools, and future innovations in education. This one is going to be an interesting one to see how this goes in Colorado, the school choice. And it goes on to say who supports this. House Minority Leader Rose Pugliese, who's Republican, organizations Advance Colorado Institute, and also Michael Fields, who's also Republican president of Advance Colorado and sponsor of the initiative. Here's one of the arguments. The initiative will provide essential protection against ongoing attacks on this fundamental principle and is a vital step in securing the ability of parents to make the best educational decision for their children, regardless of a future political pressures. Who opposes this is the Colorado Education Association, of course. They're using the innocuous word of choice as a vehicle for what opens the door clearly for a voucher scheme. And this is exactly what I was going to bring up. This is why you got to be careful about this. There's no other reason to include private schools in the initiative unless that is their ultimate intent. And I want to add something to that. Yeah, the school vouchers have turned out to be a disaster. What has happened is that those students who get those vouchers and choose to use it at a private school oftentimes do not do better at those schools and don't last at those schools. They're more likely to be there for a short-term period of time and then to return back. So the school vouchers have shown, the data shows on that is not working out. So you always got to be careful how they kind of snuck that in there with the private schools. So yeah.
That's why you got to pay attention to the fine print. As Lady Che is always saying, of how these bills are written out.
There is no money spent to support this measure and $175,000 spent to oppose it. So we'll have to wait and see if that passes. I just hope people read the fine line. Again, a note there from Roger, who helps me with the ballot measures, where he's saying that the opposition says this will make room for the voucher system, but at the same time, it would also allow you to put your child in a school district where you don't pay property taxes in. Yeah, but the school voucher, the studies show that the school vouchers with those kids taking it and using it at a private school, the studies show that it actually does not advance their academic success. And oftentimes those kids get to those schools and they do not perform well. So that's what the data shows us.
Go back a little bit.
Colorado Amendment.
Go back a little bit, like not even like less than 10 seconds back. And then pause it. Or where the red part is, where she was reading Doughboy's commentary. Right there. Yeah. So the opposition says this will make room for voucher system, but at the same time, first of all, I've been Denver my whole life, like especially public schools. Who gets what voucher system is they talking about? Like what is that? I mean, for like K through 12, and who gets those? Because there's motherfucker. There's public school. You went to public school. I went to public school for a little moment. And then we got charter schools came later. It's like I don't know no private school. Now then you got this little steps. Well, alternative school, we had an alternative school, and we had charters and steps, right? Whatever. What?
The school on the east side. The school on the east side, right on York and 23rd. That's a private school. There's some private schools in Denver, but we can't afford to go there, so a lot of us don't end up going there. But what she's saying is the data is those that get the vouchers and they end up going to those schools.
Whoa. You don't get to read what I'm about to read, guys. You scroll right past it. You missed it. But what it says is, at the same time, this could be empowering to the American freedmen community, Black people. Since when? Nothing they do. If you've been paying attention to the schooling, they've been shutting down schools versus doing anything. Before we had that influx, there's a couple of times where we had big waves of influx of new, whatever they want to call them, right? Mm-hmm. They were shutting down fucking schools left and right. They didn't even have no AC. There were you know what I mean? Like you got all kinds of other shit. Not to mention the racism, the motherfucking the shit that's going on. Never anything to empower to the American freedmen community. When is they giving anything school wise that empowers the Black community or little Black kids? You got little Black kids that aren't even in school right now. Can't even go to school. Let alone they keep charging for free lunch and free breakfast, which is supposed to be free. It's free. You know what I mean? It's been supposed to be free for a long time. You realize you're still paying them for it, right? You still approving these taxes every motherfucking time the ballot comes. Like, this is ridiculous. It's stupid. Like, they hit the little caveat, like, so you know that Black people could possibly be empowered to have this. First of all, they don't get any You know any black parents with children K through 12? I do. I ain't never heard of them getting no voucher to go to public school.
I have.
Where? Just come on now. Be special. When? Who?
I know a few. But
Who?
like I just said,
Who?
they don't benefit from it.
Who you know got a voucher to go to here in the city?
Who in the city?
Black. K through 12. K through 12.
That's what I'm talking about. Miss Barbara's son. He got one.
For what?
What do you mean what? I just told you what.
Yeah,
He got
for what?
one to go to one of these schools.
Why?
Because they figured he was gifted and talented and he could go to one of these schools.
It possibly be some redlining ulterior motive.
There's always that, Lady Tay, but you're saying it doesn't exist, but it does. And since they got these schools, since they went to these school choices, what the sister is saying on the screen is it has not turned out well for our children.
Yeah, that's what she said, because it doesn't exist. I'm telling you, I got a lot of friends that got kids right now that go to school.
We know data on it if it didn't exist.
They ain't never had, because I like this one other person, man, calm down. I'm just saying, nothing they do, nothing this right here is like, oh my God. The only reason I stopped it right there is because they want to act like it's where black people don't gotta pay property taxes and it's gonna be empowering, okay, to black people. Where do you know that exists at?
In areas surrounding our communities, in the affluent, lily white areas of town. That's where that happens. They have all these alternative schools. Like there's what we would have considered alternative schools, but they're private schools, and you got big money to go to them.
Those alternative schools are available when you couldn't go to regular school because you couldn't make it there.
Yeah, but
you fucked up. You got expelled. You got punished 3 times. You got a baby coming. You know those you fight too much in school. You need some 12 children or less type of situation.
Yeah, so they're getting vouchers to go to private schools now. So what the data is showing, that's not working for them.
All right.
The school voucher, the study showed that the school vouchers with those kids taking it and using it at a private school, the studies show that it actually does not advance their academic success. And oftentimes those kids get to those schools and they do not perform well. So that's what the data shows us. Colorado Amendment G, property tax exemption for veterans with individual unemployment.
Everybody's chat.
Unemployability amendment. A yes vote would have supported expanding the property tax exemption for veterans with a disability to include.
This is how we roll.
Yeah. Right. So Amendment G, I don't even think I voted on that yet. Let me see.
Constitutional amendment of it means ballot.
Yeah. I want to say yes on this.
Include veterans with individual unemployability status as determined by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. So currently veterans in Colorado who are rated as 100% permanently disabled, they qualify for that property tax exemption. 50% of the first 200,000 of the property's actual value from the property taxes. So it looks like they're trying to add veterans that are unemployed to be able to have this opportunity as well. So let's see who supports this. Democrats Rhonda Fields and Robert Marshall And there's no opposition to this. And I'll say this, you know, I don't think, you guys know how I feel about property taxes. I just don't think this is something that people should have to pay. And that's how I feel about that. I don't think you should have to pay property tax, especially after you've already paid off your house. It's like when you pay off your car,
I said no.
like you still have to pay for the excise taxes. I never understood that. I'm like, but the car has paid off. What do I still have to pay taxes on it for? So this would be cool with me. I don't think it should just be veterans, but I just don't think people should have to pay property taxes, particularly after they've already paid off their house. No money spent to support or oppose it. And Roger agrees this vote is a layup for yes. Colorado Amendment H, Independent Judicial Discipline Adjudicative Board Amendment. Let's get into this. A yes vote supports creating an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board, and creates rules for the judicial discipline process. The board would be consisted of 4 district judges, 4 attorneys, and 4 citizens, which would conduct disciplinary hearings and hear appeals relating to disciplinary actions from the Commission on Judicial Discipline. Under the amendment, judicial discipline cases would become public once formal proceedings begin, rather than confidential until the process is complete. So again, guys, they are trying to make it so that veterans in Colorado would not have to, be exempt from property tax, not just those that have disability, but also those that have unemployability status as well. So that could be really huge for Colorado. Who supports that is Democrats Rhonda Fields and Robert Marshall. There's no money spent to support or oppose it. The next one is Colorado Amendment H, Independent Judicial Discipline Adjudicative Board Amendment, where a yes vote supports creating an independent judicial discipline adjudicative board and create rules for the judicial discipline process. The board would consist of 4 district judges, 4 attorneys, and 4 citizens, which would conduct related to disciplinary action from the Commission on Judicial Discipline. Under amendment, judicial discipline cases would become public once formal proceedings begin, rather than confidential until the process is complete. So this is interesting. One thing I want to hear is that the tribunal of 7 randomly selected Court of Appeals and district judges would be required to review the panel's decision if
carry on.
The complaint is against a Colorado Supreme Court justice. A Colorado Supreme Court justice, a justice staff member, or a justice family member is the complainant or witness in a proceeding, or more than 2 justices have rescued themselves from the proceeding. Who supports this? It's actually kind of bipartisan. You have Bob Gardner, Julia Gonzalez, Mike Lynch, Mike Wiseman, so Republicans and Democrats. Here's one of the arguments. There will be earlier disclosure that a discipline case exists. We will still preserve the confidentiality of complaints, witnesses, and judges in the judicial discipline cases as we protect the confidentiality of anyone in our court system. However, we will give the public better access to data about our judicial discipline system. So let's see about the money. There's no money spent to support or oppose. Here's a note here from Roger Meadows. Nobody saw opposition to this, really, for the simple fact that you got judges on this panel judging and seeing to the disciplinary action of other judges. On top of that, why are the citizens who are selected to be on here not me to outnumber everybody else? There's no way I would vote for this. Replace the judges with people from trusted good governance organizations and have it where the citizens outnumber the attorneys and whoever else is on board. That's an interesting one. This one's interesting. Colorado Amendment remove right to bail in first-degree murder cases. Whoa. A yes vote supports removing the right to bail in cases of first-degree murder. The amendment would make first-degree murder an unbailable offense when the proof is evident or the presumption is great. Well. Who supports this? Also bipartisan, Democrats and Republican representatives. Here's one of the arguments. This is a fix that the Colorado Supreme Court has asked us to do to be able to make sure that we have a balanced approach for those who have access to bail.
There go your word.
So I think cash bail system just needs to go. Cash bail system is part of the reason why there are some people who may not necessarily be guilty, but they are still in jail because they don't have the money to pay the bail to get out. Right? And when people talk about prisons being overcrowded, part of that has to do with cash bail. Who is opposed to this? Javier Mabry, who is a Democrat. One of his arguments, I felt that it could impact the principle of innocence until proven guilty. If a judge makes a determination that someone is likely guilty before the trial, I worry about the signal that could send to the jury, the prosecution, and the defense. Yeah, that's interesting too. There's no money spent to support or oppose this measure. Quick note here.
We the judge and jury.
Yes, this is a tricky one because it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, so you don't want to violate the accused rights, but at the same time, there's a duty the government must uphold to the public when it comes to safety. However, like I've always said, enforce the Sixth Amendment so that we can get these people into trial. Matter of fact, I would say prioritize murder cases when it comes to a speedy trial. Yeah, that's a big one, and I think that's a no-brainer. Like, right? We need to have speedy trials in this country. That would help a lot with this. Same-sex marriage. This is interesting. Colorado Amendment.
Okay, so it's a yes on Amendment I. Or is it a no? I was confused on that one. I was going to say yes, but then when she brought up Javier Mayberry, he's a part of the
what was I again?
tenant rights organization.
I don't got the thing you're looking at, so I'm just watching it. I don't have the same thing you're looking at, so I don't know if I got the same. You don't have your ballot? Obviously, I got the ballot. I did a shoulder shrug and like basketball outside across the room, like I get ballot.
These are the state ballot measures, so they'll show.
I don't know what I don't remember because they're all kind of stupid right now. Like, I think the scroll at up again. Was I the thing with the judge or what?
It's the one with the no. H was the one with the judge. I is the one concerning the right to cash bail for cases of murder in the first degree.
I think everybody should have a cash, but at least have the option. I mean, I think everybody should have the option to at least have a cash bond. Why? Because at least as a matter of fact, I didn't even throw in a caveat like let a motherfucker throw 10% down if they got it on them. You know, you'd like to get out because if you gotta wait for somebody to come post that shit, like really, this only affects motherfuckers who went to jail. Because you go in, you sit there, but you're getting booked. You already start making your phone calls. You ain't necessarily guaranteed to reach anybody in that first little round while you waiting to get booked in. And depending on where you're at, it could take up to, and not limited, to 3 motherfucking days, like they do in certain counties, right here. So you can be calling bonds, man. You can try to call your house, your family, whatever. So if you like, for example, I got arrested a couple times with my envelope, and my envelope say rent on it, and it got like 8 paragraphs in it, right? You can let a motherfucker make it, and just throw like 10% down, or throw a little cash that way so you can get out. Because I personally think everybody should have the right to cash bond. You should never be denied your surety. It's like whatever. You should be able to get PR and like. I mean, there's got to be a cap, obviously, a limit, to how many or when you can successfully use your personal reconnaissance bond. You know what I mean? But
50 million.
Yeah,
They said no to 50 million.
What 50 million?
For Diddy. Diddy try to get out. They said 50 million.
Maybe they should have let him do it. They should have let him do it. I mean, he gave him like he like that's what I mean personally. Motherfucker just don't want no problems. He kind of want to answer your questions. Be like, yeah, I'll take that ankle monitor to my mama's house. Sure.
But yes, they gave
I'll let you piece my jet. Sure.
Tied up. They put his ass on house arrest.
Yeah, I mean, but what's wrong with him being on house arrest? They know where he's at. These motherfuckers are monitoring your shit from the sky. They walk through your house in infrared, and they know your heat fucking active, moving up and down your stairs, goosing on the walls. They know where he at. He could have been compliant. They could have complied with it because that's a lot. He came with a package. They didn't even have to use their own brain, but they didn't want to.
They said he was a flight risk because he had the private jet.
Anybody could be a flight risk because anybody can turn into a fugitive of justice. Anybody, no matter how much motherfucking money you got, you could have no money and still be a flight risk. So you know what I mean? So I think personal opinion, I personally think everybody should be allowed to make it if they got the money on them. Because many times motherfuckers have got locked up with loot on them, and we know that as they're checking their shit in the property, they're like, hey, there's like $1.5 racks in here. Don't let it come up missing in the back. Because it'll be hell to pay, as they're taking off the jewelry and everything. And then once they get bonded out, they immediately flip out because somebody in the back has pocketed their shit. And they just can't hop over and beat that ass. You know what I mean? So this happens all the time. I think they should be allowed to make it though. I think they should have a cash bond. Cash bond should be like, it should be allowed. Should have a cash bond. They shouldn't be trying to stop that. That's a narrative too. I don't think everybody should get a bond. If you think like for example, a motherfucker just read this shit multiple times. Yeah, he obviously dangerous. He probably should stay in a little bit. Sit down and push up sit-ups and dips. You hear me? Sit down for a minute. You ain't got right yet. There's certain cases, but not everybody's the same. You just think about it. You get locked up with no cash bond, you can't, or no, not even option. You can't get a hold of nobody, and the bonds people don't answer the phones. Phone just ringing off the hook. You call every motherfucking number in that book, and nobody will answer, and they don't return phone calls. So you fuck. And if that other on the other end too, who covers that bond, who signs for that bond, is not available, you're fucked. You might as well just sit it down, like ride that tour out. You know what I mean?
I think I've had that happen in 3 counties in Colorado. Yeah, El Paso, Arapahoe, and Denver.
Yeah, I take my chances in court and plead my case during that first hearing. But why should get violent? Please, I got a job. I'm going to start work on Monday. I got housing, whatever, but and this poor, the motherfucker has been in the system too. But my dad's gonna sign for me. Oh yeah, I'll be in court. I'll totally do the probation. Fuck no, that's another setup. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. These ones, the way they're written, it's obviously some other shit. I don't know why they just can't leave it alone. It's like the third time they changed the bond shit. Or they want to change the bond stuff. On reform. What do they call it? What do they call it? Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word right now.
Yeah, I think this is Elizabeth Epps.
Yeah.
I think she's behind this one.
That's supposed to be a selling point running for office.
Yeah, they just oust her from office too.
Which again, if they could they could push her out, no, she should have stood her ground or whatever. Fuck. I don't even know. You said ousted. It sounded like she didn't give much pushback though.
She didn't make the primary. Remember, they did the primary.
Well, that's crazy. That's crazy because she recognized.
Her and that Timothy Hernandez, they both got ousted out.
Oh, that's good. I think it's because they provide a nice little low level of pushback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is stupid because think about it like this, Belly. All these passionate little moments you're seeing. If somebody asked me, what would I want my House representative to look like? In Brandy's opinion, I want to know a motherfucker got that fight. He ain't gonna let no motherfucker walk all over town, sit it back down and try again. And, I want somebody to say no. So I think you got me mistaken with somebody else. Read it again and go ahead and sign off on that. I'm gonna go sit at my desk and eat lunch though while you do that. How about that? Somebody go offer some pushback because I think that in those contexts, like oh boy, Leslie Harris, Jennifer Bacon, Epps, they kind of getting like walked on like a little bit. I mean, for real, like walked on, and it's another reason why I think you should sit in that seat because it's not gonna be if old girl thinks it's gonna be easy. She's not gonna get it. It's not gonna be easy. They'll just go badass bit to that. Like them motherfuckers in there they go hard on little stupid ass House meetings. They're bored as fuck. They've been making some serious arguments. Or I can think that like there's not really anybody loud in there. If you ever watched the meetings at the State House, it's not rare than giving us business like not even an argument. You know what I mean? An argument that's even a little louder, like, oh my God. Oh, maybe I should rethink this. Maybe I should look into some more research. I just don't like this motherfucker. I gotta say no. You're like, not like that. This motherfucker just, I think they're reading Facebook and doing other shit. They really did. Can't wait to
Yeah, haven't attended those meetings for like those sessions rather for like a decade now. Yeah,
I did the summer YouTube session here. That's the only way I could figure out what the fuck this was about. And I had no idea until the third time. I was like, what? This boring. Yeah, this is boring. Like, give me that. Like, then I be talking to motherfuckers. They be like, I'm working on.
all right, lady, I gotta continue this. Like,
go ahead, man. Go ahead. Shit, go ahead.
So the next one is
Constitutional same-sex marriage. I don't know. I'm putting A on everything. Look it. I don't remember what it was.
Remove constitutional same-sex marriage ban amendment. A yes vote supports removing the provision of the state constitution that says only a union of one man and one woman shall be valid or recognized as a marriage in this state. I'm actually surprised that's still there for Colorado, just because Colorado has kind of been like the test ground for some of these new ideas and ballot measures, such as like legalizing marijuana. So I'm actually surprised that was still there. Interesting. Who supports this? Freedom to Marry Colorado is leading this campaign. Supporters, Democratic Party state representatives, also Working Families Party of Colorado, Colorado Education Association, and some of the organizations like
that Transformer Brittany supports it, of course. We got a whole transgender as a
ACLU of Colorado.
That's a representative out here.
No matter. Somebody got to lead the way, I guess, for the agenda. So that's another pushback.
This is
This is going to be round 2 white version of the agenda. You know what I mean? Everybody's pushing that agenda hard. And
Oh yeah, remember?
white Karen version
And then
of the
Alex Valdez is behind it too. Alex Valdez, remember he called himself trying to run for mayor, and then he mysteriously dropped out. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, he's behind this. Working Family Party is behind it. The Colorado CEA is behind it. The ACLU is behind it. American Friends League is behind it. Colorado Cobalt
This is
Advocates.
everybody's just open-minded to you know.
Planned Parenthood.
Move along, man. Like you can't do nothing about that. Like people are gonna find.
So Working Families Party of Colorado, Colorado Education Association, and some of the organizations like ACLU of Colorado. Here's one of the arguments. As representatives of the people of Colorado, it is our shared responsibility to uphold the principles of equality and justice for all citizens, regardless of political affiliations. While we are protected today, our state constitution still reflects outdated language and values. You'll see this too sometimes, guys. There are some states that still have like these blue laws as well on the books. And who opposes Republican Scott Bottoms? His argument is the Democrats want to remove the idea of marriage being between a man and a woman. You have an opportunity to vote against this initiative in November. I took some time to explain how God sees marriage and the fact that we have to stand before God for our decisions. Right. But this is what kills me. There's separation of church and state. So why are you bringing God into this?
Because you can't, because that'd be a lie, and that'd be played both sides of the fence, and they're gonna do whatever they want to do. So no. It's like it is true though. It is true though. What he said. It's true what he said.
It's true what he said. Separation of church and state, and they have all these political functions.
Well, if that was the case, then the black church should definitely bind them motherfucking Jesus.
They have all these political functions. They have all these forums, these debates, in goddamn churches.
No, it's just us. We have those things going on, and then where we're not even welcome in our shit. So, like, you know, they're not calling us to participate. They calling the white lady though, and take that pat on the back and accolades with that shit. So no, if anything, the motherfucking black church should separate themselves from these motherfucking shilling topics. They ain't wrong though. I mean, how do you think families are meant to breed? Like, if we want to go with what they think, man and woman are supposed to unite and procreate. So, you know, there's not like I had a whole debate somewhere yesterday. It was like, you'll get a procreation with two of the same. And yeah, you can adopt as many motherfucking shitlets as you want to, but it's not going to replace the natural order of reproduction. And you can go ahead and, you could go ahead and accept that artificial or that shit that's bank. Yeah,
that's
sure.
what it is. That's what it is.
Exactly, King. Exactly. Actually, yep, exactly.
Yeah, niggas enjoy those.
Right.
I agree.
I just think that like we should just, they can't even, it's stupid. It's dumb. It's dumb. Like, no, go ahead and let them have this shit, because at this point, they've made it totally very clear. They will push any agenda that is odd, except
the black agenda.
Unacceptable. Oh yeah, no, that gets put to the bottom or not existing, and they'll even show you the data for it to show you that they've been clearly disrespected. The data will show that they have clearly been fucking off black people, and it'll be right there in your face. And you're like, but you don't think there's a problem? No, they see it. They don't give a fuck. That's why they put it right in your face. What you gonna do about it?
I don't know. It just, somebody tell me. There is over $64,000 spent to support this, zero spent to oppose it. So it's probably going to pass.
I voted no.
Colorado Amendment K initiative and referendum filing and judicial retention filing deadlines amendment.
Might as
A
well.
yes vote
My
supports
thoughts is
changing the
go
signature
ahead.
deadline
Just pick
for
some
initiative and referendum
person
signature
you feel like
gathering.
represents
Therefore,
your illusion.
election period by 1 week, as well as moving the deadline for justices and judges to file declarations of intent to run for another term by 1 week, in order to allow 1 extra week for the Secretary of State to certify ballot order and content an election official's deadline to transmit ballots.
That would be a rip if you
Who
honored
supports
that.
this is bipartisan, Democrats and Republican representatives and state senators.
Honor that.
There is no money spent to support or oppose this. Here's a note here from Roger. Although I understand why the Secretary of State is pushing for this because they need more time to do proper signature verification. However, Colorado only allows 6 months to gather signatures for initiatives and 3 months for veto referendums.
Yeah, you only get 6 months. Remember when we did the Right to Survive? We only got
I'm talking about like when you run for office though. That like a little time window.
When you run for office, you got maybe 2 months.
Maybe, yeah. That's what they're talking about up there. Up there, just like 10% back. 10 cents back. And
At the local level. At the local level, you got like maybe 2 months, but at the state, that's really 6 months.
Yeah.
Arizona, which is the same size as Colorado, allows for 18 months to get the signatures. So it's already too short. You give them a yard and they will take a mile. You give them a week, giving voters less time to gather signatures. That week can turn into 4 weeks, can turn into 2 months. So no, this initiative gets an absolute 100% no from me. Yeah, I would vote no on this one, guys.
No, okay.
You got to be careful with these.
I would vote, yeah, because, well, first of all,
this is another one of those questions where I feel like a lot of people just may not be aware. Colorado Proposition 127 prohibit hunting of mountain lions.
Here in the Denver thing, there's a loophole just like there is in the motherfucking Aurora thing, just for that particular thing that they're talking about right there. It buys you 1 more week in case you need it for particulars, especially in my case in Aurora. Now, in my case, it's right there, broad daylight. They could read it. They didn't want to honor it, right? Because they got some other racial shit, right? And this is before anybody else turns in their signatures.
Yeah, but you got to get to the
highway. This thing there's a loophole. There's like a caveat or, something you got to read. You got to do your reading, but it's already in there. It's already a loophole. It's just whether or not they want to honor it if somebody brings it up. You see what I'm saying? That's how come I know that, like, when you ran for office, like, oh man, they tripping this. And you're like, no. And I'm like, yeah, it's already in there. But a lot of this shit is already in there. They just like, it's kind of like, let it slide through, like backdoor, the backdoor entry, the backdoor slide in. This is different. This is different. This is them dotting their I's across the T's. Does it? Yeah. Right. And having you look at it at the same time. Yep. Yep.
It was anything. Yep.
Yep. And they'll pacify it by any means necessary. Yep.
All right. So moving along, we got this Proposition 127. Lady chasing the commercials of them killing the mountain lions and the bobcats.
Either way you answer this, they still gonna get away with it. They still gonna be doing it. So either way you answer this.
Lion, bobcat, and lynx initiative. I didn't know people were out there hunting damn bobcats.
Goddamn right they are, man.
I didn't know this was a thing. A yes vote supports defining and prohibiting trophy hunting as intentionally killing, wounding, pursuing, or entrapping a mountain lion, a bobcat, or a lynx, or discharging or releasing any deadly weapon at a mountain lion, bobcat, or lynx. Under the initiative, mountain lions would no longer be considered big game. This would have the effect of making the mountain lion livestock incidents ineligible for big game damage claims made by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
No.
Oh,
That's a no.
definitely a no.
That's a no. On the top, that's a no. Them motherfucking cats are huge, okay? That is a big game. First of all, it's not a game. That is a big feline. Not
Yeah.
game. Game is like elk.
Yeah.
Moose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's game. Wild boar, game. Motherfucking pheasant, game. You know what I mean? Duck, game. These are something else. Those are like mountain lions are considered like bears in the bear category. They're not game. That's not game. That's a separate thing. They're making it like so that livestock incidents ineligible. So if a motherfucker come in your yard, eat your chicken, you know what I mean?
You better not shoot it.
Yeah, you better not shoot it. And so they take them off the roster. Then no, keep them on the roster. Keep them on the roster.
But
You're in their shit, like
parody. So they didn't kill them because they were in danger. They killed them just because they could kill them.
they killed them because they could kill them. And then you got the white people like, he was looking at my baby after he ate my cat. But bitch, you're on their land. This is their shit. This is their shit. Bear want to walk up in your crib, that's his shit. You just have to park your shit on his shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, he went in there, took reparations and liberties out your refrigerator, and closed the door behind him. You know what I mean? Don't get scared. Just participate. A cat get in a motherfucking climb through a weak ass fence, eat your motherfucking chickens and your goat, drag it out, and then you go, touch my pearls, my baby. And your baby should have been outside any motherfucker way. Keep eyes like, but a cat 90% of that. You think these animals are like just go randomly and snatch babies? Oh, there's plenty of other shit to fuck with. It's more entertaining than a motherfucking baby. If I was a cat, real shit. I'm gonna look at your dog. I'm gonna look at some things are a little challenge. They're wild felines, big felines. It's like little cat. Like a domestic cat is a little aversion. They need challenge, it's stimulation. A baby, like that chick cry too much, though. Or so they can chase. Like go.
So they are vicious. They're not cool. They will tear you up. So.
No, you're right. And the way that commercial was harsh, dude. They had that motherfucker on stepping stool, like little stepping pads on the wall. He was taxidermied on the wall, like he was just creeping down the wall. Yeah, that's some white man's trophy. You know what I mean? He obviously fucked that motherfucker and then took him home and stuffed him. You see motherfuckers live bear hanging in their big ass motherfucking foyer, whatever they fucking call that shit. You know what I mean? Big old bear. You know you fucked that bear, fucker. That motherfucker didn't die of natural causes. Come on now.
Yeah, they keep all that. They keep them as trophy pieces. Especially these crackers out here in Colorado. They have all kinds of.
Their license only covers so much, and none of it covered bear, bobcat, minks.
Remember they had that the initiative for the wolves.
About the wolves, yeah. After they let him out, they got him back, and then they let him back out, and the motherfucking wolves just doing what wolves do, and ate some livestock or whatever. I mean, livestock's outside. It's a wolf.
Right.
He ain't got no concern about your motherfucking feelings. Don't care about your fragility.
Right.
He's a wolf. And that's a livestock. Wolf, livestock, fuck your feelings. I'm hungry. Bitch, deal with it. You hear me? I'm a wolf.
Right.
They're like, oh my God, kill him. Just so you could buck up, now that we got him back in the wild. We're about to be instinctive.
Yep.
And it Breenan doing the most.
All right, let's see what else you got to say.
Life. Okay, I mean, I didn't even know people were doing this. Like, I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm in Massachusetts. I didn't know people were out there hunting mountain lions, but you know, I try to avoid any mountain lion, but I guess to each his own. Cats Aren't Trophies is leading this campaign.
Right.
And some of the organizations that support it are Animal Help Now, Animal Wellness Action, Attorneys for Animals, to name a few. I'm not going to read all of those. And one of the arguments is the value of having 3 species of wildcats in Colorado should not solely be measured in the dollars that they bring as fur for trappers, or a hide, or a mount for a trophy hunter. Yeah. Placed in Colorado as an apex predator, bringing vast benefits to Colorado's deer and elk herds. Yeah, again, like I said, I didn't know people were doing that. I would vote yes for this. Like, I would vote for this. Like, stop hunting those damn mountain lions. Save yourselves as well. Who's against this? Senator Perry Will, Republican. Organizations, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, of course, Colorado Bow Hunters Association. There's a whole list of them here. One of the arguments, the future of Colorado's wildlife management is at a crossroads. The underpinnings of science-based wildlife management administered by wildlife professionals may be on the ballot this November, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Yeah, how about stop killing the animals? Like, I don't.
How about just not put your house on their property?
Stop. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. Stop. There's over $1.6 million spent to support this measure, and over $660,000 spent to oppose it.
Jesus.
Interesting, folks.
They didn't raise that much money to vote.
Roger said he would vote yes for that. Maybe I said it the wrong way. But I would protect those mountain lions. Check this one out. Colorado Proposition 128, Parole Eligibility Initiative. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
A yes vote supports requiring offenders convicted of certain violent crimes, such as second-degree murder, first-degree assault, first-degree kidnapping, first or second-degree sexual assault, first-degree arson, first-degree burglary, and aggravated robbery to serve at least 85% of their sentence before parole eligibility, and offenders with 2 prior violent crime convictions to serve their full sentence before beginning parole. This initiative would go into effect January 1st of 2025. So this is interesting because basically what it sounds like what they're trying to do, it says that under this initiative for those crimes that I just mentioned, it's saying that you have to serve 85% of your sentence before being eligible for parole, and earned time for good behavior could not be used to reduce the sentence. So what it sounds like is that they're trying to keep people in jail longer before they are eligible for parole. This could be their attempt to try to curb crime. I don't know, but that's what it sounds like. They're trying to keep prisoners in there longer.
Right.
Let's go on here. Who supports this? Advanced Colorado Institute and Republican Michael Fields. And one of the arguments is, I think people are really shocked and appalled when they understand that because of earned time, good time, the parole board, these violent criminals are getting out at less than half of their sentence. There's many stories about people getting out early, reoffending the victims out there.
That's a lie. That's
I think it's definitely worth that money to keep violent criminals in jail longer than they're getting out right now at an average of 46% of their sentence. So again, I think
That's a lie.
the solution is flawed, because what this tells you is that the problem is the criminal justice system itself. There is no real prison reform, because if people are getting out of prison and they're still becoming, repeat offenders, that means that no rehabilitation is taking place at the prison. So instead of saying, let's keep these people in there longer, what they should be advocating for is real rehabilitation in the prison system in the United States. And other countries have this. There are other countries like Norway that have actual rehabilitation programs in the prison system. So I feel like this is just put a Band-Aid. They're putting a Band-Aid on the wound, and they're not really trying to heal the wound.
What is already a given.
Opposition, the ACLU of Colorado, and they say here, one of these is, we have seen through American history that increase in penalties on crime does not deter crime. The ballot measure just eliminates a tool that DOC has to help individuals get back on their feet and get back to their families. Yeah, this is a really important one. And also, the longer that you are in prison, the harder it is going to be for you to get a job when you are released from prison. This is just a reality. There is zero money that is spent to support it, and there's over $52,000 spent to oppose it.
All those things that them good.
Now it was time for the bets.
We leave it up to
Colorado Proposition 120.
The only part that makes me want to vote yes on this is the sexual assault. That shit is seriously letting these damn homos out early. But you're letting homos out early though.
You shouldn't let them know. That's cap. That's cap. Like I said, when you go to prison, you're getting locked up. Everybody, if you look at that, it's estimated sentence date or your estimated parole date. Estimated sentence before it is actually set in stone, right?
Yeah.
Time is already a given. That's an automatic. That's like a given. That's like a given. That's an automatic thing, right? So go to jail. Everybody, it's automatic. It's a nothing burger. So you're not letting them out. They're lying and saying you're letting them out early, but they're not getting out early. They're getting out because they were approved parole on their estimated parole date. So there's a problem within the parole court.
Yeah,
not this.
The parole board. There's a whole problem with the whole.
There's a problem. There's an internal problem because if they're letting out people that violate things like that, violators like that, they're at their parole date. And so it starts at the judicial issue, right? That's the judicial thing, like what they were talking about earlier. Why they should be fucking there should be some major citizen oversight, right? Some whole change of shit right there. Because it starts with the judge. The judge gives them a sentence date or a time of whatever. They go back in, they go get their shit. All of this internal, the motherfucker going through it. You don't know what's going on the outside of the internal data entry. He just got to be there.
The judges give them the date based off the Colorado revised statutes.
It's all internal, like I said. So all this shit is internal shit, like judge, parole, They're not really gaining anything out of it. But the time dude gets to the motherfucking parole, which the judge gave him that, their time of sentencing, then the parole approves it, that's where you have your issue. And that's early is that the motherfucker had that good wordplay and got himself out on that parole. You see what I'm saying? He had that good gift of wordplay and he screwed his way out. That's a parole thing. That's them people's thing. They're looking at it all different. You think, oh, this before just got out early, they didn't let him out early. No, they let him out early. It's all intentional. It is intentional. You are seeing the intent behind it, but this measure right here is like a cap. It's like it's a lie. Like it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
It's just want them to keep you in there longer for certain crimes.
Yeah, because they're getting money out of you.
It's a whole long list of crimes. But
yeah, this the assault.
With sexual assault.
Yeah, the sexual assault, that shouldn't even be on it, but they don't have no caveats. So if they approve it, then you're getting the approval of all of that. Not like, with the exception of such and such and such. And they're making those crimes seem minor or minimal. Like if you go up and you read it, the way the way they're wording it, they're like they're nothing crimes. They're like, let's show the shrug. These are like less than, not that important. You fucking kidding me? Like 4 of those, well, at least 6 of those are important.
Right.
They're classified differently, and they're wording it like in a pacifying way, like they're kind of like that. Are you serious? Assault, kidnapping, motherfucking assault,
burglary, murder, second degree murder,
multiple offenses. Like, what are you talking about? These are like again. This all goes in the internal infrastructure of what's going on, which is keeping us in there longer, or us at risk, or us not being able to function afterwards either.
Yeah, but they're saying if you're a violent offender, that they're gonna keep you in there longer. That's basically what they're saying. And if you're convicted of any of these crimes previously, they definitely gonna keep you in there longer, and they're gonna make you do 85%.
That's not what it says. That's not what it's saying. It says that you're not gonna. Yeah, okay.
No,
yeah, it's once you serve the time, basically. But by that time that you're getting your parole date, you're already at that 75%. By the time you get your parole date, you're already halfway there if you're sentence.
Depending on what you're charged with, yes.
No, period. That's just it. Period. There's no exception. Period. You're already almost there. So if they say no, you only got to ride out the next 6 years. You know what I mean? And then you'll come up again. And if they say no again, then you ride out another 6 years. See what I'm saying? There's no if, it is. You know what I mean?
Again, it depends on the crimes. Like, there's different crimes.
Doesn't depend on the crime. They're making it sound like it depends on the crime. This is another bird. All right, go ahead. I would say no. If I had to make a choice, I would say okay. I would not approve this shit. It takes away it makes it seem like the way it's written is that good time doesn't exist anymore. That's not the case. There's people in there that actually probably did some shit or didn't do some shit and have been doing good in there, so they should be able to get out. With good times are given. So if you take away the given incentive or the given, then what the fuck? You know what I mean? You might as well take away everything at that point, because that's how it's working. They want to strip the Constitution here, take away this there, and ultimately it's not benefiting Black people or anybody really in there, Black men, Black women. See what I'm saying? Some motherfuckers just might be on some real change shit.
Again, ladies, hey, you're leaving out the fact that this is for repeat offenders, violent offenders. These are not for non-violent offenders. It's for violent offenders that have been charged at least twice with the same crime.
I said no. Yeah, I said no. It doesn't matter how they worded it or how many times you did it. The fact is, they're taking away a lot right there. And say at least 70% is not good enough. Yeah. It depends. I guess I wouldn't weigh it against every inmate. You know, this will go to every inmate. This wouldn't go to certain ones.
Yeah, it goes to the violent repeat offenders. That's the ones that this is geared toward. This isn't a general population issue. This is for a specific population, the violent offenders that have been charged multiple times with the same violent crimes. They want them to do 85% of their time, opposed to the rest of the population that does 50 to 75% of their time.
My argument is, I feel like my argument is they're already doing that. They're already doing it. They have to do it that much time in order to get their fucking parole. Or that's just a given. That's like an automatic thing. I guess I can't explain it any different because I'm looking at it from the inside out versus the outside in. You see what I'm saying? That's why it may not make sense to the regular person, because you're not looking at it from the inside out. I'm looking at it from the inside out. Been to jail, like, I don't know how many motherfuckers times. So I'm looking at it from the inside out.
Of any of these crimes. And
I know, I understand habitual criminal shit. I get it. I can dig it. I get it. I get it. I get it. That's what I'm saying. But I think that if you go with the narrative and they're saying they're not doing 75%, that they can believe what they say. But you only get a parole date with that portion of time being completed. And all they do is say yay or nay. You read?
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. From inside looking out, outside looking in, it would look like no, they didn't do all their time, and angry motherfucker would be like, let them sit in there and rot. See what I'm saying?
That's what they do for us.
That's how they write it. That's how they're writing. Like, see what I'm saying? If you read it from their perspective, it kind of sound angry and menacing. Just read it again, and it's put on your white, like the little way white people write shit when they're angry and they want to keep motherfuckers in there for shit. Yeah, we'll go ahead. And he just did so. Let's add another. He's a multiple offender. And and it's written like it's angry. But 10% of their time is not good enough. That sounds kind of angry to me.
They get out too soon. How dare they? I just thought it was funny how they threw sexual assault in here. The rest of
that shouldn't be on the list. Kidnapping, any of that shit, anything like that. I think that's it. You can't even create like I can create reasonable doubt around a lot of shit. That I can't do that because that's clearly violations. Really, that shouldn't be on the list. Like this list is like this. You see, it's an angry motherfucker to pick these things.
They put arson on the list.
Oh yeah, serial arsonist. You shouldn't be allowed to get out.
First degree assault, second degree murder, aggravated robbery.
Well, you have to keep in mind, family, they change the rules with everything, every fucking chance they get. So it depends. Like, a simple assault could be like, we was fighting on the sidewalk, and I kicked your motherfucking ass, and I dragged you down the alley, and I kicked you into the dumpster, and I looked at you and said, "Fuck you, kick rocks on your left." Right? That's a simple assault, right? But they'll make it sound like it's much more worse. Like, I got real egregious with you over there. I'm like bashing you in and curve checked you and with my boot. I make it seem like it's a lot. Like the way they make certain crimes look, they could have possibly been like just simple. It was just a simple misunderstanding. They made it look like you went complete fucking, fucking crazy. Like the way they make these certain things fit their narrative. Like that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of motherfuckers aren't necessarily. They should be given a chance if they're doing the good shit, right? Let a motherfucker make it. Some motherfuckers in there doing their shit. Other motherfuckers are just not. And
saying that this shit is not working.
And if you're a habitual offender, because you might want to look at that person and see why, especially if they repeat on assaults. Who's fucking with them that they gotta keep assaulting that motherfucker? Motherfuckers just don't intentionally go fight with them.
It's not factored into the guidelines, though. That's not part of the sentencing guidelines. That has nothing to do with that.
No, but that's our job, though. To get another case in point. That's what we're supposed to be doing on best we can shit, right? So 2 years of that motherfucking work, and this bitch said, motherfucking snowflake gets the friendship fucking endorsement, and we can kick rocks on the testimonial because even though we're doing the work like two good little slaves, we don't get no motherfucking letter of whatever the fuck, because it's a democratic system. So, whip cracking ass Karen can go ahead and keep the work for free. You dig? And co-sign the fucking other the colonizer shit for nothing. You see, you dig? That's how that worked. That's how that went down. That's how that is. That's how they get away with shit. That's just like that.
That's
Just
how
like
the
that.
press get down.
You saw if you didn't see it that day, and that shit was all very clear to me.
That was Democratic shit.
That's right shit, cuz.
That's how the Democrats get down, though.
Oh my god.
That's
lack of moral. I guess if you want to go ahead and say that, I'm just gonna sum it up and say that's like shit. And lack of moral compass. Clear.
Yep.
And then you just go ahead and add that other caveat.
Same as the feds. Yeah, 85% of the time.
See? See?
The laws are tough enough.
Yep.
They'll stretch.
That's it. That's it. Yep. Complete trash. As I say, you like this is one of the things you can't really vote either way you vote.
Yeah. Well, that's why I worked on legislation, King Ladarius, to get the ban in the box off, so you don't have to check that criminal history box anymore on job and housing applications.
But if you don't fill it out, that's another thing. Like, then you gotta fill it out. One way or the other, they're gonna want you to fill it out somehow. It's complete.
It's just the Democrats trying to get tougher on crime than the Republicans.
No, this is nothing first. This is just empty, plated fucking repeat bills. It's nothing. They've done this already 100 times. I'm telling you, there's a lot of shit they just bring it up just for sake of paper filling. Yeah, like this is nothing. Trust me, everybody who's been in jail has seen this come around, heard about it, knows about it. That's why we talk about the good time, what it means and how what it is. You know, because we know, like we just know, this is like nothing. This is like iceberg lettuce on a salad. It's meant to be nutritious.
Well, nothing you eat in there is nutritious and for human consumption. But moving along, we got Colorado Proposition 129, Veterinary Professional Associate Initiative.
29, Veterinarian Professional Associate Initiative. A yes vote supports creating a new profession, the Veterinary Professional Associate, the VPA, requiring a master's degree and registration with the State Board of Veterinary Medicine to practice under supervision of a licensed veterinarian.
What the fuck have they been doing?
Let's go. I mean, I have no objection to that, you know?
No, fuck all that. What have they been doing this whole time?
A new profession. I'm surprised this needs to be, well, I guess because you have to have the license. But this is on the ballot, so this is interesting.
This is stupid. This is stupid.
So it says here that currently in Colorado, veterinarians must earn a doctor or a veterinary medicine degree, a DVM, which is typically a 4-year degree program after earning a 4-year bachelor's degree. Yeah. Okay.
You have to get that in addition to 4 years of a bachelor's degree in order to be a veterinarian.
They got them easy that through in 9 months. They got them easy motherfucking school programs. They walk all that shit through in 9 months. Like, a motherfucker be a veteran in 9 months or less. Real shit. I swear to God, you saw the commercials? I ain't lying. Every commercial, was it Pima? Shit like that. The little colleges here. I'm not lying, because look it up. Look, for example, look at my mechanic, 9 months or less.
Look this up, though. Those aren't accredited schools, though.
What you talking about, cuz?
They're not accredited, because nobody really takes that shit
Then why
serious.
in the fuck is anybody going there? Like, that's stupid, cuz that's the dumbest argument I've ever heard about. Like, wearing scrubs and doing some studying inside of a building.
No, afterwards.
No. That would be some fraud. That would be a major fraud thing. Like, anyone complicit with this fraudulent going to jail right now.
Boy that did the commercials for
I can't do this with you, Jason. That's a lie. That's
remember old boy that did the commercials for Everest College? Yes or no?
What the fuck? Okay, look, Everest, Pima, all them motherfucking colleges, and they usually have little black kids going, I'm a nurse. I got a family. Woo, right? It's 9 months or less, because this is a
really told you they lied. Those aren't accredited schools.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Those aren't accredited schools.
Oh my god. Not everybody can go to fucking community college, cuz.
Community college, they laugh at that.
I'm laughing at it right now. Dude, I'm like, I can't, who has the time? Okay.
All you can get at a community college is
what is Emily Griffin? Another motherfucking program like that.
That don't count for shit.
What do you mean?
It's not accredited.
Oh my god. So what the fuck?
To be a veterinarian, not a veteran, a veterinarian, they're saying that you have to have a bachelor's degree and a veterinary medicine degree. So they want you to have a total of 8 years of schooling before you can be a veterinarian in the state of Colorado, if this passes.
Yeah, they're basically making it like, hey man, you can't just you gotta. So basically, this will also be they're fucking themselves too, because you're asking for a lot right here just to fucking be a veterinarian, which is simple. I mean, it's just an animal. Veterinarians are like, they're there. They're there. I mean, they're very fucking expensive.
Yeah, that is a lot of school.
Exactly. Run that go through that in 9 months or less. So I thought that Pima shit was for. What the fuck have they been doing this whole goddamn time? You mean that every fucking veterinarian has had 8 years of motherfucking college to work on a motherfucking dog that they're gonna tell you is $200 to fix some shit or whatever?
You have the same amount of schooling that you need to work on a human being to work on a dog. That's what they're basically saying with this.
That's more college shit. That working a human being versus a dog is a different set of shit, man. Like that's a whole different thing. This is like I would equate it like you're a veterinarian, like a domestic veterinarian, cat, dog, fucking whatever. It's like being able to fix an air conditioner. This is it. It's like trade school work. Okay, trade school work. Anybody knows how to fucking sew up a wound, bandage, feel, hey, this or got some gas, let me press on it. You know what I mean? Anything like that. This is like light work. This is like light shit. They're acting like you need a whole fucking 8 years of schooling. What the fuck? So what have we been having this whole time?
You to have a master's in this shit in order to be a veterinarian. That's what they're basically saying. That's why I said it's a doctor for a human being.
Single parents are not gonna go be able to do this programs anymore like that. They're gonna cut off a lot of programs like that. With this fucking around with this. Anybody who got think about those 9 months or less type of college degrees. Those are people that really need them. Like people who got little families and they got a job. They're on time for school. You know what I'm saying? You're basically this is also like one of those. Yeah, go ahead, you throw that out, but turn around, let me fuck you in the ass while you fuck yourself. This is stupid. That's dumb. Like that made me question every veterinarian now. I don't even question the motherfuckers that work at the Dumb Friendly now. Start looking at everybody different.
Yeah, this is a lot of schooling just to work on a dog or a cat.
Right. I'm a veterinarian. And my next question is, are you accredited? What kind of accreditations do you have? Did you go to accredited college? Man, that's a real topic table turner over drinks and fucking apple fritters or whatever the fuck white people eat. Yeah, right. Man, this is stupid. I would say no. I don't want to say no.
You know what? I can see this happening.
That's why that's my
Who supports this? ASPCA and Dumb Friends League. That's interesting. Dumb Friends.
You was just talking about the Dumb Friends League, and they ain't supported it.
Psychic, because I knew there was something very going on. After they charged $250 for a motherfucking straight alley cat. Come on, cuz make it stop. Please. I want to look at every motherfucking veterinarian that walks. Oh yeah, this kitten is good. Knowing that goddamn kid came from my neighborhood, and they charge you $250 for you to adopt it. Man, cuz oh my god. That's why that's why.
Wow. One of the arguments here, we have a severe workforce crisis. There's long wait lines, whether it's routine or emergency, and veterinary hospitals aren't accepting new patients. Yeah, I think veterinary medicine can be overlooked. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hear about many people going into veterinary medicine.
Be a veterinarian at some point. I mean, let's
opposition. Who opposes this? The American Veterinary Dental College. There you go. Of course. They're like, hell no. One of the arguments here is that the initiative presents dangerous risk by permitting VPAs to practice the full scope of veterinary medicine, including performing surgery with inadequate, mostly online training. Surgery.
I mean, really, this is another dumb argument. This is a dumb argument off top. I mean, let's take the pandemic. Everything went to online school. So they can just shut that argument off right there. That's stupid. I do my best learning on Google, YouTube University, the Discord, everything that has Wi-Fi connection. That's stupid. They're stupid. They're stupid right there. They shut their own argument down right there. I get those. They went up for a layup. I was like, Brick, oh, get down, bitch.
They want you to get down and dirty with it.
With a real book. They don't even know what real books look like anymore.
I know everything's on a tablet now.
Yeah, I don't remember any of these motherfuckers going to go right there and get a book off the shelf and blow the dust off.
They don't know about no Dewey Decimal System.
Oh my God, this shit is stupid. What about the online study? Well, you should have thought about that before you moved everything online. You do everything online. Zoom meetings, rallies, fucking meet greets, dating, buying shit, streaming shit, playing games, talking shit, podcasting. This is online, that's online, judging shit online. That's stupid. That's dumb. That first argument, I knocked out the park already.
So it's a no from Lady Che.
Fuck no.
Surgical procedures, even routine surgeries, are highly complex and require extensive veterinary training and expertise. Interesting. Over 1.3 million spent to support, 965,000 spent to oppose. Colorado, you guys have some interesting questions this time.
Oh, we got some bored downtime and we just create nothing from burgers and word salad and telling everybody we got a housing crisis where really we got a greedy motherfucking cronyism motherfucking crisis. We got motherfuckers that got their hands in all the money, don't want to give up none of the money. That's all that is. That's it. We got no shit going on. We got but racist and white supremacy shit going on. I might not say some shit going on.
I've been saying exactly that for at least 6 years now. So Lady Che in line.
Why would I never get in the office where I would go off like that? Could you imagine this going on the House floor and I was in your position? I was like, oh, no!
Hell no.
You get like one paragraph off. Where I was like, no! At the back.
Yep, that's what
Try
you're
again. No!
You support me for the House. All right, moving along, we got Colorado Proposition 130, which is law enforcement funding initiative.
No.
No.
I don't even know what it says. It said no. No.
No, but hell no.
What does it say?
Let's see what it's about.
I don't know.
No.
Colorado Proposition 130, Law Enforcement Funding Initiative. A yes vote supports creating the Peace Officer Training and Support Fund to provide funding for law enforcement training, retention, and hiring. Training surrounding the use of force and death benefits for surviving spouses and children of officers or first responders killed in the line of duty.
That's already there.
They knew that job was dangerous when they took it.
That's a given. That's a given. The wife, it's just like in the military. The first wife, the first spouse is entitled to all that shit. So that's just like the military. So that's already a given. So off the top, that's already there. And not only that, the only reason I said let's see what it says is because we sit on the fucking
Shovel board around.
it's the motherfucking yeah, but they changed the name of it. Not just that reimagining police detachment, reimagining citizen or not even reimagining. It's a public safety citizenship, whatever it's called. Whatever this says.
5 boards for the city, y'all. So
yeah, but the one the Dr. Davis, Pastor Davis, they just changed the name though.
You talking about Toka?
Oh my god. Yeah.
You talking about Toka or something else?
Yes, but what is the official name of it? It's called something safety.
Oh, the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
There you go. There you have it. But we're not the office. It's a community led, something like that. Something like that.
Toka.
Yeah. Yes, shit. That old Spanish bullshit. Black people like, what does that mean? Ask them. No, yeah, that.
We're in our communities.
Right, but we're supposed to be peacekeepers, cuz.
Yeah.
But then, so I told her to pause, right? Because I was like, what is what it say? Because we're supposed to be peacekeepers in the neighborhood. Well, I don't know about everybody else, but that's my job. That's what I like to be. I would like to be peacekeeper in the neighborhood.
Yeah, she likes to patrol the neighborhood.
Yeah, doctor told me not to do it no more. He's concerned about it. You club late at night. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
All right. So this is a hit already because they're already getting this. What the fuck are they talking about? They need more money for what?
They don't need no more money. They don't need no more money. Remember
we need to be careful with the way that this one is worded.
Every time we ask for more money, we protest that.
Because this almost sounds like. Watch this.
Get birthdays off.
Under the initiative, the Colorado State Legislature would be required to appropriate $350 million to the Peace Officer Training and Support Fund.
2 years just
the funds will be used as grants to law enforcement agencies for the following. Increased salaries is the first thing you see on here.
No.
Providing one-time hiring, retention, merit bonus, etc., to attract exceptional law enforcement. This almost kind of sounds like a cushier version of Cop City.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
That's why I'm like, we need to be careful with this one. Make sure, those of you in Colorado, make sure you look through this one very closely.
No, say no. The answer is no.
This is what R really just said the same thing. This is a Cop City bill problem. That's what I'm feeling, you know? So you got to be careful how they word these sometimes, right? The initiative will create a death benefit for surviving spouse. They're talking about surviving spouse, etc. But this sounds like hiring. See, look at this. Hiring additional police to address specific geographic areas or types of criminal activity such as gang activity, drug cartels, human trafficking, stolen vehicles. Yeah, no, fam. They're trying to increase policing. I would not vote for this. Me personally, I wouldn't vote for it. not down with the po-po. Who supports this? Advanced Colorado Institute and Michael Fields, who's Republican. One of the arguments is families and communities across Colorado say that crime and illegal drug trafficking are among their biggest concerns. So do you see what's happening here, guys? They worded it as a peace officer training, but this is really just another way for them to fund the police more and to increase the police state. We have to be careful with the wording. And then who opposes this is the ACLU. And they go on to say it's designed to waste taxpayer money while masquerading as a ballot measure for public safety. And I know in Colorado, you guys have a lot of these questions to go through for election day. And that's why I said, like, try to take your time to read through these prior to when you go to vote, because they really don't want you to, they're like, oh, they're not going to read all of this, right?
I read.
And there's zero money spent to support this and over 52,000 spent to oppose it. So that tells you something there. Colorado Proposition 131, top 4 ranked choice, 52,000 spent to oppose it.
To oppose it, 50,000.
Look, this ranked choice is like, oh my God. Like,
why is it ACLU that's opposing it though?
Because it's a problem. Trust me. They say they want it, but that's just like the fair elections thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then they didn't do it this year again, right? No. Like, you see what I'm saying? It is like a one time, we tried it once, right? But then they want to do this. No, it's weird. No, it's all weird.
It's weird because you're confusing local with state. They're not synonymous.
Whatever it is. Either way, it's all weird. It's all weird to me. And even if this is the state level, this is bad. Like the ranked choice thing. Look, if they're opposed to you being on the ballot, right? And let's say you try to run again, and this time, you know, it's the same shit. You get on the ballot like that time too, right? The majority. Right? And so then, what's the excuse gonna be? What's the excuse gonna be in 4 years? Where they're like, oh my God, Jesse Parris, Joe Blow, Susie Butternickels, and fucking old Snowflake McGrath are on the ballot. What are we gonna do? Like, after they went already 2 rounds of saying no and talking shit, and then they want to go ahead and support that motherfucking ranked choice voting because they're not happy with this voting season and how it's playing out. So
the Democrats didn't primary process.
They're changing again to suit their narrative.
They didn't really have a primary process though at the local, state, or federal level. Not really.
You can't really say that, Jesse, because you went in a different way. You got a backdoor after everybody else was already, left.
Yeah, because they had already chosen. The Democrats had already did that caucus, and they had already chosen Lindsay for the seat.
So now, look at all these motherfuckers dropped out.
Yeah, because they didn't get chosen. Let's see, we found a way around it, and now we on the ballot, and ain't shit they can do about it.
What's that? Every election season, they try to change the rules. Yeah. They try to change it up for whatever. And either way,
for ballot access last year,
all I'm looking at is how the campaign financing going to look at. Which again, given what old girl said earlier, not her, but the other, motherfucking what is it? The Secretary
of State, Brenner.
Right. So look, all this money that was being raised, now it has to come into question.
Yep.
Everything coming into question.
When you go to vote, because they really don't want you to, they're like, oh, they're not going to read all of this, right? And there is zero money spent to support this and over 52,000 spent to oppose it. So that tells you something there.
Because they know The people will have the choice. The
Colorado Proposition 131, top 4 ranked choice voting initiative. Here we go.
Yeah, on that last one, I'm just surprised that the ACLU is the only one that's against it.
Well, why do you think that is? It's obviously going to affect the ACL bag. Think about it.
Go again with ranked choice voting. A yes vote supports establishing top 4 primary elections and ranked choice voting for U.S. Senate, House of Representatives, Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, Treasurer, Colorado University Board of Regents, State Board of Education, and the state legislator. So here we go with the ranked choice voting. Who supports this? Fort Collins Mayor Jenny Arn.
So it won't affect.
We can see it has bipartisan support between Republicans and, of course, Democrat politicians. Colorado Chamber of Commerce supports this. So does Fair Vote. So does the League of Women Voters of Colorado. Haven't heard from you guys in a while.
The League of Mammies.
The League of Mammies put their hands in everything they got money on it. They just want to be where the money is.
And one of the arguments is by expanding voter choice, we believe.
Wow, this is a bipartisan affair right here. So what? Both the parties support ranked choice voting now.
Because this is them being angry for this election season. Who wrote this bill was probably like a.
Believe that Proposition 131 will encourage balance on both sides of the aisle.
Who wrote the bill? Who wrote it?
Who was the sponsor?
Aisle and reduce the polarization that leads.
DeVito's on there. You know it's a bad sign.
Colorado Chamber of Commerce supports this.
Yep, DeVito's on there. The bad sign. That's bad sign.
Individuals.
So does Fair Vote. So does the League of Women Voters of Colorado.
So this is the one that they said there was a billionaire that was behind this.
Yeah, that motherfucker does medicine or the dialysis machines or something.
Yeah, DeVito does the dialysis.
But he's got a like.
Haven't heard from you guys in a while. And one of the arguments is by expanding voter choice, we believe that Proposition 131 will encourage balance on both sides of the aisle and reduce the polarization that leads to bad policy for business. All right, let's see if this passes in Colorado, guys.
It looks like it looks like the Democratic Party is against it. And the Green Party is against it. Interesting.
Yeah, well, look, it was attached to it. I'd be against it if DeVito was on it.
Let's see. And who opposes this? Lauren Boebert, of course. Oh, my God. Dave Williams and, of course, Democratic Party of Colorado. So this is interesting, guys. You have bipartisanship that supports it, and you have bipartisanship that.
So this is Jeff Farr's crew, basically. Jeff Farr's crew is against this, pretty much.
Just Democrats, because Democrats.
Jeff Farr's crew.
They're not the only motherfucking Democrats here.
He's up there though. He's up there. He's all the way up in the Democratic Party in the state of Colorado. And then we got the Green Party of Colorado.
I'm gonna go find some other
opposes it, which shows you that both parties don't want you to have other options.
Yep.
Right, they gotta be in control.
Basically, they don't want competition.
Right, they gotta be in control.
They gotta be in control, and they don't want competition.
And why the Green Party want to interfere?
This is crazy.
What about the Green Party?
Green Party's on there too.
Yeah. They don't want competition either.
So you got Lauren Boebert and the Democratic Party of Colorado here, and the Green Party of Colorado also opposes this. So this is a whole mixed bag. So let's hear what they got to say. The Green Party brought this up. Just like the origin of the proposal, it's backed by big money. So in the open primary, what you're going to find is those who have access to those resources are those who are interested in protecting their corporate interests. They're going to fund the candidates that best align with them.
Right.
Oh, that's a good point. So that's coming from Patrick Dillon of the Green Party. Lauren Boebert says, I will oppose this effort to rig our electoral system in Colorado with everything I have. Ranked choice voting is a scheme launched by well-moneyed interests who are only concerned with their own power. Okay, so it seems like this is a money issue. So we got to be careful how they're framing ranked choice voting, guys. You see how they're trying to frame it? Yeah. We got to be careful. There was another one that I did recently that it was clear it would not benefit third parties. Now, there's over $8 million that is spent to support this and 61,000 spent to oppose it.
Yeah.
That's interesting, folks.
It's a lot of money. Big area of openness. Like,
yeah, the money. This is what Roger mentions. In regards to you can have a situation where those.
Yeah, you got a whole billionaire that's behind this.
Right, so it's not going to pass.
I would hope not. But it's a billionaire that's behind this shit.
So you would want it to pass if because then it would give people like you an opportunity to stand out aside from the duopoly, right? However, they put up so much money. Oh my God, my hurts. They put up so much money to oppose it. Maybe there's like
shit, $8 million, $9 million.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of motherfucking money to oppose it. Meaning the money buys it, right? But buys the seat is a business.
That's what they bank on.
Yeah, it's a business, and that's why there's so much money in there. Democrats might put up a lot of money for that.
Look, working families.
Theory, Democrat.
Look who donated to them, working families. Progress Now, Colorado, secure elections.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds
those with big money flood the zone who makes the top four, leaving no room for grassroots. Yeah.
Yeah, like the only reason why we would support this is if it actually benefited third party candidates, but it doesn't.
It would. It's just that they put so much, they polluted it. So not. He breathed like she's there. No, you can't because you can vote yeah to it, but this probably won't pass.
Even though it pays all this money, though, they don't raise
more money to oppose it, meaning that the opposition can win it.
No, the opposition ain't really raised no money to go up against it.
Didn't it? Look up.
No, they didn't.
I thought they had more money to oppose it.
No. They got more money to support it.
Okay. Carry on. My fault. Carry on.
Who's that? That's interesting, folks.
I want to see who all funded it on it.
Why is it the either budget? Well, what's interesting? Everybody got an interest.
In regards to you can have a.
She scrolls so quick I couldn't catch it all. Okay, we got secure elections, 20,000. Working families, Progressive Now, Colorado.
Yeah, the money. This is what Roger mentions in regards to you can have a situation where those with big money flood the zone who makes the top four, leaving no room for grassroots. Yeah. And Colorado Proposition JJ retains sports betting tax revenue for water projects measure. A yes vote supports allowing the state to retain tax revenue collected above $29 million annually from the tax on sports betting proceeds authorized by voters in 2019 to fund state water projects through the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund. That's interesting. This has bipartisan support as well from Democrat and Republican politicians. The Colorado Gaming Association supports this, and it says we certainly always intend to pay that 10% tax with sports betting. The fact we exceeded expectations, I don't think changes that. Interesting. And support $490,000 spent to support this, zero spent to oppose it.
No, they already got it. They keep raising.
So yeah, Roger would vote. I would go yes for that too. That would be a good one, the gaming one. And then I think this is the last one. Yeah, because Colorado has a.
Okay, why would you vote no for this? What did he say?
Because we already have that. They tax for everything. They tax for gambling or gambling, right? Yeah, they get taxed. Tax for marijuana. They tax for everything. And then on these motherfuckers, like if you open it, you open the book, you read it, then they'll give a list of what it's supposed to, where these special taxes go to, and then it never goes there.
It says without raising taxes, so they're not going to be raising the tax on it. On the surface, that's what it says.
Roll it back. What does it say?
It says without raising taxes, may the state keep and spend all sports betting taxes.
No. You should go back somewhere else. You should go back into the papers. You should go back somewhere else. No. Answer no. They want to keep because keep in mind that's your money, because they can get to do whatever they want with it later. They care we keep it. No, bitch, give it back. No. This is it. Should it retain? This I can't keep it.
But I'm just confused. Like it might be the language.
Yeah, it's the language.
But
restart again one more time.
It literally says without, not with taxes. Without raising taxes, may the state keep and spend all sports betting tax revenue above voter-approved limits to fund water conservation and protection projects instead of refunding revenue to casinos.
No, man, no.
So
check it out. All these things have a limit or special funding. There's already money there. Money been allocated. There's already budget money there. You know what I mean? So some of these things you fucked up, or you overspent, or they did whatever. No, man, it's like no. Have you ever been in a casino?
Yes. Have you?
So all you're losing. Okay, all right. Well, okay, fine. Have you ever lost money to somebody? Like, let's say we're playing a game, and you lose $50 to me, and I keep it. That's it. You know what I mean? I've already paid on it and everything. Whatever, right? Should I get to keep that money or put it back in the kitty or later figure out?
You're not keeping
and
it.
That's all bad.
You're missing out.
No, I'm not missing it out. I understand. Can we keep it?
That's what no, lady.
Yeah, you want to apply it to something else?
No. You're not understanding this at all.
I heard you. I heard what you said.
So the revenue is now currently is going to the casino.
Profit. Yeah, revenue.
Currently, the revenue is going to the casinos. So, would you want to keep it going to the casinos, or would you want it to go fund water conservation and protection projects?
Where does our Colorado water, our water go there?
We supply water to 7 other states.
7 other states, right?
So,
like as far as conservation, you think about conservation is only happening in the city areas, in the local areas. right? And you look at conservation, like in a war, for example, it's to conserve water here. Okay? It's not like, and that's been like a thing for like 30 years.
The conservation is in these reservoirs and in these lakes and these streams.
Right, which is something they can't really control
And
because
we're
it's a future thing. Think about it. Just think about it. Just really think about it. Water comes naturally. This is natural water. If there's no natural water to be able to fill those up, how can you really conserve it? If it's a drought, there's no money, there's no water coming from the mountains to the areas. What are you really conserving?
you can't conserve. They're saying if we get a lot of snow and we got a lot of snowpack, that money would go. The money would. The revenue from the casinos would go toward conserving the water and protection.
7 other states. Think about it, Jesse. Just think about it in your head quietly. Yourself. Just think about it. Are we conserving water to 7 other states? If that's the case, that means 7 other states. Those 7 other states, if you're going to let me conserve it, those 7 other states don't get shit. Now I got all my water. I'm conserving it. You dig? That really, just think about it quietly to yourself. What are you paying for to conserve? If the mountains don't get no water, the water will come down here to conserve. If everything's in a drought or dried up or the water levels came down, what are you really paying to conserve? Nature? We can't really control that, can we?
Yes, they make snow. They literally have snow making guns that they release when it gets cold enough. There's just not enough snowpack. So yes,
Majority areas.
in the mountains, guys.
There's nobody up there in the mountains making snow. They're making it like in Vail and Aspen.
Yeah, on the ski resort.
A lot.
Not the mountains.
Because on the ski resorts, the ski resorts are in the mountains.
That's separate. That's a touristy section created for them folk. But in the mountains, anybody out there like, snow, bitch. You know what I mean? In the mountains. There's no motherfucking snowman just out there cranking the machine at the top of the mountain where nobody lives to create these luxurious snow caps that later come down and fill up these reservoirs. Come on now, please. Well, let's think about this for a while. In the resort, sure. That makes sense. Motherfucking white kids want to get started early. Yeah, that makes sense. But not in the mountains where the water really comes from. And none of that. But what are you drinking then? If that's the case, we're really conserving ourselves to drinking some motherfucking ice, man-made, created motherfucking liquidated snow. What the fuck is in there? Do you know what's in this ice that they're making? The snow.
All kinds of particulates.
Exactly. So we're conserving ourselves for that. This again. I ask you to think about this quietly. I know it sounds crazy to be saying it.
To make this long story short, because this has just been going on for too long. Do you want the money to keep going to the casinos, or do you want to go to the water conservation? That was the question.
I said it should go back to the casino. Personally, that's what I think. I think that's what I think. I mean, this is always been there. The water levels haven't gotten any better. You know what I mean? There's no real. I mean, just go outside and look for yourself.
So, if the water levels haven't gotten any better, then wouldn't you need to conserve water and protect it as much as possible? So, once you want to have fun and go toward that,
I don't even know how to explain it any better than I ever explained it. Conserving water is like a natural thing for people that like us. We're conserving water our whole lives, not being wasteful. That's kind of like a natural thing we already automatically do.
This isn't an individual thing, though, Lady Che. This is for the whole state of Colorado. This ain't just Lady Che. This ain't just Denver.
I don't see it benefiting anybody else. I don't know. Fucking check whatever you want. I don't really think that.
I'm gonna say yes on that.
Go for it. Say yes.
For this one, I didn't say yes to all of them.
Yeah, I get it. Say yes. Yeah.
All right, so moving along, we got this Proposition Double K, which is excise tax on firearms dealers, manufacturers, and ammunition vendors.
Colorado Proposition KK, excise tax on firearms dealers, manufacturers, and ammunition vendors measure. Oh, a yes vote supports levying a 6.5% excise tax on the manufacture and sale of firearms and ammunition to be imposed on firearms dealers, manufacturers, and ammunition vendors, and appropriating the revenue to the firearms and ammunition excise tax cash fund to be used to fund crime victim services programs and also education programs and mental and behavioral health programs for children and veterans. That's interesting. So it says here, what would the measure do? So it looks like they would distribute money as follows: $30 million to the Colorado Crime Victim Services Fund, $5 million for behavioral and mental health, $3 million to behavioral and mental health for children behavioral crisis, and the $5 million was for veteran mental health, and $1 million for the school disbursement program cash fund. And this is supported by Democrat politicians. And one of the arguments is it's not removing anything. It's not impacting anyone's Second Amendment rights whatsoever. This is really looking at keeping those services available that families, parents, and kids need.
No.
Who supports or who opposes it? Sorry. Of course, the NRA, the National Rifle Association, is against this. And their argument is that firearms and ammunition are already subject to an 11% federal excise tax through the Pittman-Robertson Act, along with a variety of other state and local taxes and fees. Interesting. No money spent to support or oppose. And that is Colorado, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. I concur. I wouldn't do it anyway. Man, fucking bullets are expensive. That's it. Real shit. Bullets are expensive as it is.
So it's a no.
In my opinion, me personally, Brandy Majors is saying no. And because it's a lie. Like, you can't just tax. Look, if you read everything, they tax the fuck out of everything. It's allegedly going to mental health as kids. Like, yeah, right. Come on now. If that's the case, then everybody would be good instead of suffering. So it's a lie. So I would say no. Me personally, I would say no. It really depends on. I think that's an individual choice. Personally, so it really depends on how you feel about, them taxing the fuck out of guns, bullets, ammunition, etc.
I am not in support of it because, like you said, that shit is expensive.
Yeah, well, it's expensive. That's why I don't understand why motherfuckers be out shooting in the air and shit. Like, bah, 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 bah. That's like 89 cents a bullet.
Right. And we don't make no bullets. We should, but we don't.
I see how we couldn't. They're very easy to make.
Yeah. Individually, we know we might know a few people that do, but collectively we don't own no gun manufacturer or nothing.
But you would really behoove our community, though. Seriously, that's real shit.
Yeah.
Pull our research together, like meaning just network better.
Well, now we're getting to the local. What's going on with Denver? Like I said, it's 6 freaking pages long. Two or three of the pages are dedicated to state issues or measures, and then the other 2 pages are city related. So this is from the city's website, YouTube page. Ballot issues, starting with 2Q, all the way down to 2W. Proceeding on to 308, 309, 4A, and 7A. In addition to 2T, 2U, 2B, 2W. So we got a whole nother two pages on city measures.
Our voters will decide on up to 26 issues, including sales.
Jesus, 26 issues just for the city alone, because they done spent all the damn money on goddamn migrants. So now they got a shortage of revenue or funds, and now they want the taxpayers or the voters to vote on these increases in taxes to fund all these programs.
Sales tax increases for Denver health and affordable housing, plus ranked choice voting, right to abortion, fur and slaughterhouse bans, and much more. It's possibly the longest ballot in Denver history, so you might want to get comfortable and plan to vote early. We'll look at the issues and candidates for the November 5th general election on this edition of Denver Decides. We'll start with the ballot issues. For the citywide and statewide issues, those with a letter or double letter in their ballot title were referred by state legislators. Those with only the number in their ballot title are citizen-initiated petitions, which were approved to go before voters after the Secretary of State's office verified signatures. It's important to remember a yes vote changes laws or circumstances, and a no vote means things stay the way they are. All Denver households with registered voters should have gotten a Colorado Blue Book and Denver's ballot issue notice, the Tabor notice, in the mail. Additional city issues and voting information are listed in Denver's ballot information booklet, which is available online or by request and at voter service and polling centers. With information.
So if you don't have access to a computer or access to a polling center or access to these other facilities that name, then you won't be able to actually get the language for the local ballot issues. And that's by design. This Paul Lopez calls himself trying to save money. This is bull crap.
Provided by these sources and the League of Women Voters will show you information and pros and cons to consider. The information presented here is abbreviated to fit the format. If you haven't received your ballot in the mail yet, you can download a sample ballot at denvervotes.org to follow along. You'll find it by clicking November 2024 General Election. If you haven't gotten your Blue Book in the mail, you can see it online at leg.colorado.gov. Click Statewide Ballot Information Booklet at the very top. Going in ballot order, we start with the statewide issues. First among these is Amendment G, Modify Property Tax Exemption for Veterans with Disabilities. The current property tax exemption is available to veterans who have a service-connected disability rated as 100% permanent and total. This measure would amend the Colorado Constitution to expand eligibility for homeowners who are veterans assessed by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs as having individual unemployability status. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment G.
Those in favor of Amendment G say veterans who are unable to hold a steady job need property tax relief as much or more than other veterans who currently qualify for the homestead exemption and are still able to work, including veterans with an unemployability rating in the homestead exemption.
I'll be right
helps
back.
ensure that those in need receive tax relief.
I'll be right back.
Those opposed to Amendment G say the disability unemployability rating is not necessarily permanent. Expanding this exemption
Okay, Lady Shay.
I'll be right back.
will make property taxes more complicated, harder to administer fairly, and reliant on determinations by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs that are subject to change.
Next up is Amendment H, Judicial Discipline Procedures and Confidentiality. This measure amends the Constitution to change how disciplinary hearings for judges are handled. It would create an independent adjudicative board to preside over ethical misconduct hearings involving judges and allow for increased public access to judicial discipline proceedings and records. Here are the pros and cons of Amendment H.
Those in favor of Amendment H say Colorado judges should not have direct influence and oversight over the discipline of their colleagues. Amendment H is an important change that aims to enhance the transparency, integrity, and independence of the judicial discipline process. Historically, judicial discipline has largely been self-regulated, facing challenges in oversight and self-protection. This amendment serves to enhance public confidence and trust in the courts. Finally, this measure is a compromise recommended by nearly all members of the General Assembly and formally by the judicial branch.
Those opposed to Amendment H say the current system works. Judges understand how to review cases, hold hearings, and make impartial and hard decisions. As a result, they have the experience to hear judicial discipline cases. The amendment transfers this authority to attorneys and citizens who cannot fully understand the judicial ethics and the unique challenges of being a judge. The judiciary's existing system of checks and balances, such as nomination and retention elections, ensures only the best become and remain judges.
Next on the ballot is Amendment I, Constitutional Bail Exemption for First-Degree Murder. This measure asks voters if there should be an amendment to the Colorado Constitution creating an exemption to the right to bail for cases of murder in the first degree when proof is evident or presumption is great. Currently, because of a recent Colorado Supreme Court ruling, all people charged with first-degree murder are eligible for a pretrial release, and therefore judges cannot deny them bail. This measure would restore the ability of judges to deny bail to people charged with first-degree murder when certain criteria are met. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment I.
Proponents of Amendment I say the measure restores a long-standing statewide legal precedent that was inadvertently eliminated by the repeal of the death penalty. Without the possibility of a death sentence, persons charged with first-degree murder are now eligible for bail. The legal standard of proof is evident or presumption is great is high enough to provide a safeguard against judges routinely denying bail for all persons charged with first-degree murder. People meeting this high standard are a danger to others if they are released.
Opponents of Amendment I say, in the United States, a person is considered innocent until proven guilty. If an individual is ultimately found not guilty at trial, a pretrial detention means they would have spent time in jail for a crime they did not commit. This raises significant concerns about justice and fairness, as the time lost and impacts on their life cannot be undone. Therefore, a person arrested for a criminal offense should have the opportunity to be free pending trial. Judges have the discretion to set restrictive bail conditions if they believe a person is especially violent or likely to commit another offense if they are released pending trial.
Up next, Amendment J, repealing the definition of marriage in the Constitution. It asks voters if there should be an amendment to the Colorado Constitution removing the ban on same-sex marriage. The measure amends the Colorado Constitution by repealing the definition of marriage as the union between one man and one woman. However, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled to allow same-sex marriages, invalidating this amendment from a Colorado ballot measure in 2006. This measure would formally remove the amendment from our state constitution. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment J.
Those in favor of Amendment J say the right of same-sex couples to marry is currently protected by state law and federal court rulings and by federal law. However, if the U.S. Supreme Court overturns its previous rulings in the future, leaving the current definition of marriage in Colorado's Constitution jeopardizes the ability of same-sex Coloradans to marry.
Those opposed to Amendment J say marriage should be a union between one man and one woman, and this definition of marriage should be preserved in the Colorado Constitution. If court rulings regarding same-sex marriage change in the future, the Colorado Constitution should reflect that marriage is a union between one man and one woman.
The next issue voters will decide is Amendment K, to modify the constitutional election deadline. The measure amends the Colorado Constitution to change election deadlines by making deadlines 1 week earlier for citizens to submit signatures for initiative and referendum petitions, and for judges to file declarations of intent to seek another term, and requiring that the content of ballot measures be published in local newspapers 30 days earlier than under current law. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment K.
Proponents of Amendment K say election deadlines are tight, especially to send ballots to military and overseas voters. Amendment K gives election officials more time to format, translate, and review ballots for accuracy before they are sent to voters. Time for this work is particularly important as ballots grow longer and more complex. It also ensures that newspapers publish the content of ballot measures sooner and before voters receive their ballots.
Opponents of Amendment K say, for some initiatives, Amendment K gives citizens less time to collect signatures and file petitions. Extra time to ensure ballots are accurate should not make it more difficult for citizens seeking to gather signatures for citizen initiative petitions. The content of ballot measures is already publicly available and is often covered by the media. More time for this mandatory publication is unnecessary.
Up next, Amendment 79, Constitutional Right to Abortion. It was placed on the ballot by a citizen initiative. It asked voters if there should be a change to the Colorado Constitution, recognizing the right to abortion and prohibiting the state and local governments from denying, impeding, or discriminating against the exercise of that right. It would also repeal an existing Colorado constitutional provision banning the use of public funds for abortion services. For more specifics on this issue, refer to your Colorado Blue Book. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment 79.
Those in favor of Amendment 79 say placing the right to abortion in the Colorado Constitution protects abortion access in Colorado, ensuring abortion will be available in the state regardless of changing political climates. The measure safeguards an individual's ability to make their own healthcare decisions. Colorado's Constitution should not ban funding for healthcare services. Rather, policymakers should have the option to fund the care they believe state residents need. Abortion is an essential component of women's healthcare.
Those opposed to Amendment 79 say it is extremely broad and could prevent Colorado from passing statutes in the future to regulate or restrict abortion in any way. It limits the ability of lawmakers to pass policies preventing abortions later in pregnancies, establishing parental notification laws, or creating safeguards if they are interpreted to impede a woman's right to abortion. Abortion is already legal in Colorado, and a constitutional amendment is not necessary. Many Coloradans are opposed to abortion for personal, religious, and moral reasons. Taxpayers should not be forced to pay for the services to which they morally object. State law already allows exceptions for public funding of abortions in cases where the mother's life is in danger.
Amendment 80 is next on the ballot, Constitutional Right to School Choice. It was placed on the ballot by a citizen initiative. It asked voters if there should be an amendment to the Colorado Constitution establishing the right to school choice for children in kindergarten through 12th grade. It would create the right for parents to direct the education of their children, and it would declare that school choice includes neighborhood, charter, and private schools, homeschooling, open enrollment options, and future innovations in education. Here are the pros and cons for Amendment 80.
Amendment 80 guarantees that school choice is a right of parents and children. By placing this right in the state constitution, Coloradans affirm their commitment to a parent's right to choose an appropriate school for their children.
leg.colorado.gov and click Statewide Ballot Information Booklet at the very top. In addition, you can get information on these issues from the League of Women Voters of Colorado. Go to lwvcolorado.org. You can also watch forums on 3 statewide issues: right to abortion, school choice, and open primaries and ranked choice voting, as well as some of the local ballot issues on Denver 8 TV and online at denverdecides.org. These forums will feature pro and con speakers. Now on to the city issues. For these issues, you can get more information from Denver's ballot issue notice and ballot information booklet. You can go to denvervotes.org to download a copy. The pros and cons are submitted by those in favor or opposed to any measure on the ballot. The clerk and recorder's office does not verify or edit the information or the claims made in the comments. The information presented here is abbreviated to fit the format. You can also get information on these local issues from the League of Women Voters of Denver at lwvdenver.org. There are 12 ballot issues in Denver. We start with the measures referred by lawmakers. The first of the city issues is ballot issue 2Q, sales tax.
Yeah, we definitely want to support this one, especially seeing that the migrant crisis brought our Denver health to a screeching halt.
Increase for Denver health. It asks if the Denver sales and use tax should be increased by $70 million annually in order to maintain and expand Denver Health and Hospital Authority services. This would start January 1st, 2025, from a 34/100% sales and use tax rate, which is 3.4 cents on a $10 purchase. The services include emergency and trauma care, primary medical care, mental health care, drug and alcohol use recovery, and pediatric care. No more than 1% of the total annual revenues derived from the increase in sales and use tax shall be spent on city administrative costs related to the administration of funds for the above purposes. Here are some pros and cons for ballot issue 2Q. Many more comments can be found in the ballot issue notice.
Those in favor of ballot issue 2Q say Denver Health is our safety net hospital, and this funding is greatly needed. Denver Health has demonstrated that they are invested in providing services to anyone, regardless of their ability to pay. They are also highly rated in their financial health. Denver Health has demonstrated willingness to cut back on unnecessary expenses, ensuring that their budget prioritizes their ability to provide services to our growing city. More funding means that they can continue to provide high-quality services to our communities.
Those opposed to ballot issue 2Q say, the hospital authority is the safety net hospital for the metro region, providing services regardless of ability to pay. Medical facilities in the towns and cities surrounding Denver refer indigent and uninsured patients to Denver Health. These other communities need to share the cost of providing safety net services. City and County of Denver needs to step up to the plate and prioritize support for Denver Health in its budget instead of increasing the taxpayer burden. Nationwide, safety net hospitals get an average of 11% of their funding from local government. Denver contributes only 2.39% of Denver Health's budget.
Next up is ballot issue 2R, sales tax increase for affordable housing. It asks if the Denver sales and use tax should be increased by $100 million.
That's the one that the mayor is promoting heavily. There's several commercials about it here in Denver. 2R. So basically all that money they spent on the migrants that want help paying for affordable housing all of a sudden to cover that cost that they spent on illegal immigrants. So they think they slick with this one, but it's going to be a no for me.
$1 annually to expand and preserve affordable housing for low and middle income families and individuals. The tax would begin on January 1st, 2025 and end on December 31st, 2064, and would be accomplished through a 0.5% sales and use tax increase, which is 5 cents on a $10 purchase. The efforts include providing more affordable rental housing and reducing rent, and providing more affordable homes for purchase and programs to reduce the cost of buying a home. A portion of the annual revenues derived from this increase shall be spent on administrative costs for the above purposes. Here are some pros and cons for ballot issue 2R. Many more comments can be found in the ballot issue notice.
Proponents say Denver's housing crisis is undeniable and growing. With rising costs and a significant shortage of affordable homes, we are at a critical juncture. Measure 2R offers a transformative solution. It will generate $100 million annually by increasing the city's sales tax by 0.5%. Measure 2R will provide meaningful funding to expand and preserve affordable housing. This crucial investment will support low and middle income families who are struggling to keep up with soaring housing costs. It will address the affordable housing shortfall. A recent study highlights a looming deficit of 44,000 affordable homes and rentals in Denver over the next decade for individuals earning less than 100% of the area median income. Measure 2R will tackle this gap head-on with targeted strategies to create and sustain affordable housing options.
Opponents say this initiative lacks a detailed plan. If it passes, a plan will be developed after the fact, leaving voters not knowing exactly what they are voting for. Transparency and public input.
It's a big red flag right there. Very big red flag. But Lady Terry, are you back? Yeah, that's a big red flag right there. A less detailed plan. Plan will be developed after the fact, leaving voters not knowing exactly what they're voting for. Yeah, I don't trust the. I just don't trust it. That's why I immediately said it was going to be a no for me. But the mayor and all these other people in the city, they are really putting all the stops with this. So we're on the measure issue 2R, the one that the mayor Johnston's been promoting real heavy here in Denver, and one of the cons of it is it lacks a detailed plan, and plan will be developed after the fact, leaving voters not knowing exactly what they are voting for.
What? I heard you. I thought you were reading something.
Oh, I'm done. That's it.
Are crucial in determining how funds are allocated. The proposed advisory board includes individuals and organizations that receive funding from the Housing Stability Office, HOST, creating potential conflicts of interest. Since 2006, Denver voters have passed 7 sales tax increases for various worthy causes, driving up city sales tax from 3.5% to 4.81%, not including state tax, RTD, and SCFD. The proposed 0.05% affordable housing tax would raise Denver's total sales tax from 8.81% to 9.31%.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. We're already getting taxed enough. Hell to the no. 7 sales tax increases since 2006. That's ridiculous. So basically, with the center, there's already money going toward this. So this is just finesse. Because there's no guarantee that this money that they're proposing with the sales tax increase, which would be 8 if this passes, since 2006, is actually going to go toward what they said it's going to go toward. And they don't even have a plan developed for it currently. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a no for me.
Up next.
Okay, Lady Ted, did you have anything to say about that 2R? Okay.
Next, referred question 2S, Human Rights and Community Partners.
Okay.
Partnerships as a cabinet agency. It asks if the charter of the City and County of Denver should be amended to add the Agency of Human Rights and Community Partnerships as a cabinet department and define the powers and duties of the department. Here are the pros and cons for referred question 2S.
Those in favor of referred question 2S say Denver's Agency for Human Rights and Community Partnerships was created in the 1940s to bridge the gap between community and Denver government that resulted from years of harmful racist practices like redlining. Voting yes ensures that this important community-facing agency remains a part of Denver's government into the future. It can help with the unhoused and immigrants getting better access to services.
See how they did that? See how they lumped them in? They lumped in the migrants. I was waiting on it. I'm like, where is the mention of the migrants? And here it is. It's damn 2S. So it's definitely going to be enough.
Those opposed to referred question 2S say, this is an unnecessary expense with no benefit to citizens of Denver. There is no need for this in a modern democracy. This sounds like another way to fill pockets, not help people. What has happened in this city with the homeless and immigrants is shameful. It's labeled human rights, but that's not really how the funds are being utilized.
The next issue on the ballot is referred question 2T. It asks if the charter of the City and County of Denver be amended to remove the requirement that police officers and fire.
Oh, hell no. This is definitely a no. This is the one where they want to try to make the illegals police officers and firefighters, Lady J.
Yeah, no.
Firefighters be United States citizens. Here are the pros and cons for referred question 2T.
Those in favor of referred question 2T say, this measure ensures that any resident who is legally authorized to work and meets all existing qualifications can apply for the Denver Police and Fire Departments. Many non-citizens already serve Denver in other city jobs, including roles in the Denver Sheriff's Department. They can also serve in the U.S. military.
Those opposed to referred question 2T say this is unclear. What benefits would they be offered? Will citizenship be a part of the path? Are we using our resources to train folks that have no intention of staying? They say, how can a non-citizen enforce laws of this country when they are citizens of another?
Up next is referred question 2U, collective bargaining for city employees. It asks if the charter of the City and County of Denver be amended to establish collective bargaining as a method for setting compensation and other terms and conditions.
Yeah, especially for the departments right here, such as Denver Water, the Denver Library, the City Council.
The employees that work in the city, under the City Council member. Yep.
The Civil Service Commission, the Board of Adjusters, and employees of the auditor and the clerk and recorder.
I want to even factor in motherfucking the people that work at the airport. I would factor them in too. I would factor them in there too because they do.
Yeah, this is specifically for city workers.
I know. I feel like they work for the city though.
They don't, per se. I don't know. It's weird. Like, the airport is the largest employer in the state, but they don't work for the city.
But they don't claim shit. They don't do too much shit. So I myself say, they need a collective bargaining. Everybody should be able to go on strike with their fucking dad. Not because I'm waiting to say so. No. Man, there's a lot of things that can be changed. Y'all just don't have no understanding.
Of employment for non-supervisory city employees who are included in a bargaining unit, except for employees of the Denver County Court and employees of Denver Water. Employees would be granted the right to strike in the event of an impasse in bargaining negotiations, only if mediation does not resolve.
I know the extension is water. That doesn't say what it's saying.
Huh?
No, I'm talking out loud.
Okay.
The impasse, and the strike will not substantially threaten public health, welfare, or safety. Here are the pros and cons for referred question to you.
Proponents of referred question to you say collective bargaining is in the public interest. Public workers like trash collectors, street cleaners, librarians, social workers, landscapers, environmental investigators, emergency dispatchers, and more dedicate their lives to the safety and well-being of our city. When they can speak together to address workplace issues, they're better able to advocate for the public they serve and to advance the health, safety, equity, and prosperity of our city. Collective bargaining benefits all parties. Workers are able to advocate as one body instead of in isolation. Management is able to gain a clearer understanding of what its workforce needs to flourish, and the public benefits from greater stability and longevity of the workforce that serves the city and the ability to compete with private employers to attract talented workers.
Those opposed to referred question to you say Denver employees don't need unions. 2U will only add to the big government that we've been trying to prevent. City employees currently have a voice regarding their choice of employment. They can choose to work somewhere else. They work for the taxpayers, and letting our city workers join unions will do nothing to improve our already great city. City employees are very well compensated, including a generous pay and benefits package. We do not need the threat of a possible shutdown of city departments added to the stress Denver taxpayers already have in dealing with city departments.
Why they need it.
Next, we have referred question to
right there. That's exactly why you got to approve it. Because they just say they don't need the threat. Fuck yeah, you do. You don't pay them enough. You don't. Yep. I would say yeah to that. That's exactly why. Just for that little sassy ass little attitude guy right there. You see how that was written? That was written all angry and sassy like a bitch wrote it. That's be love. Y'all be coming after us with your bullshit. I've only received. You better accept that $9.75. Ah, fuck you, cuz. Fuck you talking about? Yeah, that's exactly why they need it. That's exactly what they need. That's exactly why they need it. You know, it's a yes. If I could sign it like 8 times, I would. Yep, for sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. I second that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a yes for me.
Yeah, everybody should have a right to go on strike when they're fucking unhappy, and they want better conditions. They shouldn't have to fucking just suck up and accept it while you get rich. That's that bullshit. No, fuck no. And you got an attitude, and they got an attitude like they don't need that, like almost like an ultimatum and a threat all in one. Fuck that. That's exactly why you need it. Matter of fact, get it twice.
2B, firefighters binding arbitration. It asks if the charter of the City and County of Denver be amended to allow for binding arbitration in lieu of an advisory fact-finding process when impasse occurs between the city and the firefighters during collective bargaining. Here are the pros and cons for referred question 2B.
Those in favor of referred question 2B say, introducing binding arbitration for Denver firefighters and the City of Denver is a crucial step towards a fair, equitable, and streamlined resolution of collective bargaining issues. This process would mirror what's already in place for Denver police and sheriff's deputies.
Those opposed to referred question 2B say city employees should be barred from collective bargaining.
Now on to referred question.
And the fire department should be treated differently than the fucking police. Yeah, they do different shit. Different shit. There's some bad moments with the fire department. You know? But not as many as the motherfucking police. Maybe it needs their collective bargaining fucking privileges taken away, and their little caveats and loopholes of money grabs is motherfucking police. I was glad for those 2 years when you were cock blocking every motherfucking time they asked for money or need something for like 2 years. They're like, we need new cars. 8 of them got burned down. No.
Yeah, well,
we need new uniforms. No. We need a birthday, they paid birthday off. No. We need an extra $20 rate. No. 2 years solid, dedicated to telling them no.
They want to apply that same stuff to the fire department.
Fuck no. No, the fire department, Yeah, there's been some incidents of ill repute with the fire department. They're not as, I mean, like some real. I mean, they're very far versus the police, like a daily basis. You know, this is like no, they should get treated. Dude, you never see motherfuckers really upset when the fire department shows up versus the police. You know, the fire department's more like, oh man, they're here to save us. Police are like, oh my god, they might be here to kill us. See what I'm saying?
They have the same rights for collective bargaining as the police.
No, that's saying they don't, and they want different shit. I'm pretty sure the fire department wants different shit. They want their own shit. They want to be separate, right?
Yeah, this is okay. You're confusing it. So, the police and the sheriff's department, they already have collective.
Just run it back one more time. One more time. Like 10 seconds in, 10 seconds out. They're right there.
Charter of the City and County of Denver be amended to allow for binding arbitration in lieu of an advisory fact-finding process when impasse occurs between the city and the firefighters during collective bargaining. Here are the pros and cons for referred question 2B.
Those in favor of referred question 2B say, introducing binding arbitration for Denver firefighters and the City of Denver is a crucial step towards a fair, equitable, and streamlined resolution of collective bargaining issues. This process would mirror what's already in place for Denver police and sheriff's deputies.
Those opposed to referred question 2B say city employees should be barred from collective bargaining.
Now on to referred question 2W.
I don't think they're barred. I think they should get it, but
okay.
I mean, it's already there. Like, there's already stuff in place for them. So are they asking for more, or what are they asking for? They already have something in place for them. It's even like internal order firefighters. What's the official name for the firefighters? Like internal order, or
You're thinking of the police, or they have one for the fire department.
What's the official name for that?
But you're still confusing it. Like,
no, I'm asking you, are they asking for more shit because they already got something in place? They're not barred from fucking going on strike. They're not. They can't. And the arbitration thing is like, man, like, what are you trying to what?
the arbitration is if they go on strike.
Yeah, I get it. Like, I don't like it's the wording. I'm just, they already got something. The firefighters already got something in place. They can go on strike. They have collective bargaining. They have something there to protect themselves. They're like a union.
Yeah, but they don't have the same rights as the police and the
rights do they want that? Is that what this is about? They want the same shit? Because it didn't sound like they want the same things.
Yeah, that's what this is about. Is them getting the same thing as them in regards to arbitration and collective bargaining.
I don't know, man. It's always that arbitration with like, or hold the table while we sit here discussing it for like another 2 weeks. You know, stay here and just hold our space. You know, so nothing gets out of hand. You know, I thought that I would say yeah, because they don't need to not have it. And the way it's worded right there, I would have to say the way they got it worded, I would say yes, because you want them to be able to go on strike and fucking fight for whatever the fuck they want to. You know what I mean? Like everybody should have that. Everybody should have that opening to argue if they're worth more, they need more. You know what I mean? If you leave it up to anybody else, you get the less, and you still have to work harder than the most. So
But they've been telling black people that for 500 years. But yeah, anybody else? Yeah. Okay. So moving along, we got 2W.
Elected official salaries. It asks if the charter of the City and County of Denver be amended to remove the requirement that City Council vote on elected official salaries every 4 years prior to the general election. And
I would say should vote yes on this because they should not have, they literally vote to give themselves a raise every 4 years, y'all.
Right.
They vote, not you. They vote to give themselves a raise.
I mean, but this kind of leaves it open for them doing whatever the fuck they want to anyway. I mean, motherfuckers should just have a set salary. Like, you know, you look at it like, oh, this position pays $75,000 a year. And the way this fluctuates, that also leads to more open questions of like improprieties when it comes to money, in salary, this and that, and then they get this, but their workers underneath them get less, and they don't get a chance to. They don't get a chance to do collective bargaining. That's what old purple hair was talking about. She's like, wait. Remember, she stopped the whole thing. I mean, what about our people? I mean, they got proprietary knowledge of the working. We can't have them go on strike. They know all our secrets.
Yeah.
I'm like, bitch, they did it. They do now. They didn't know that was leverage. So stupid things. And these motherfuckers didn't want to live livable working wage. God damn it. This bitch all worried about her secrets getting out. Okay. So I think that it's just another. It's open-ended. I think that they should be a salary. You know what I mean? They should have a set. It's not like they're on hourly wage or they're independent contractors. They just moving. They just doing whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? That's why this is there. So yeah, I guess yeah, the requirement. Yep.
to remove discretion in setting the salaries, and instead require that the salaries be stated in ordinance. Any future adjustments would continue to be the lesser of either the Consumer Price Index increase for the Denver metro area, or the cumulative percentage change for career service Denver employees. Here are the pros and cons for referred question 2W.
Those in favor of referred question 2W say, currently, elected official salaries are set by the Denver Charter based on a formula and then approved by a vote of City Council every 4 years. This is a conflict of interest and undermines residents' faith in their government.
Yep. That's what I say too. Like y'all literally voting on each other's raises.
Right. But they won't pay
Voting yes affect.
Let alone have an issue giving out money to their motherfucking worker. That's wage theft and all other shit.
Yeah, if you're still on payroll, yes.
Actively approves future elected official salaries and resolves this conflict.
Those opposed to referred question 2W say salaries should always be reevaluated and voted on.
Next, we have two ordinances brought by citizens. First, initiated ordinance 308.
Oh, we got to the fur ban, 308.
Fur ban.
Yeah.
It asks if the voters of the City and County of Denver should adopt an ordinance concerning a prohibition of fur products and, beginning July 1st, 2025, prohibit the manufacture, distribution, display, sale, or trade of certain animal fur products in the city, providing limited exemptions to the prohibition. Additional information and more pros and cons for the fur ban can be found in Denver's ballot information booklet. Here are the pros and cons for Initiated Ordinance 308.
Those in favor of Initiated Ordinance 308 say the measure is an important step towards
Oh, talking shit, Jesse. How many more of these are there?
3 more.
ending the cruel, unnecessary, and outdated practice of killing animals solely to wear their fur. On fur factory farms, wild animals like foxes, mink, and rabbits spend their entire lives in tiny wire cages barely larger than their bodies. Fur trapping is no better. Wolves, foxes, coyotes, and raccoons struggle in painful traps for days before being bludgeoned, starving, or freezing to death. In terms of animal welfare, Denver is lagging behind. 25 countries around the world have already passed fur bans. Fur's environmental impact is equally alarming. Intensive fur farms generate significant water and air pollution and have an incredibly high environmental footprint due to the significant demands for land, water, feed, and energy needed to sustain thousands of captive animals. Fortunately, we can now produce better, warmer clothing with materials that are more sustainable and cruelty-free.
Those opposed to Initiated Ordinance 308 say the Denver fur ban would prohibit the manufacture, distribution, display, and sale or trade of any animal fur products within the city and county of Denver. While the proponents paint it as an animal rights measure, its implications extend far beyond and into the very heart of our community, our traditions, and our economy. The Denver fur ban is not just about fur coats or luxurious fashion items. This measure will harm a wide array of local businesses and industries that have deep roots in our community. The ban would impact the Denver March Powwow and Indian Market and Southwest Arts Fest, where Native Americans come to celebrate their culture and traditions. The proposal poses a direct threat to the cultural practices and economic opportunities of Indigenous and Native American communities. It would also cast a long shadow on the future of the National Western Stock Show, prohibiting many vendors from attending the show and selling their goods. Their products are not mere commodities, they are cultural artifacts, symbols of our Western heritage.
Next, Initiated.
That's very interesting. When you factor that in, it's like, I guess I'll have to be a no on this.
I mean, isn't it already wrong to wear that shit? I mean, it's like different. Like they're trying to pacify their argument right there. Like, I mean, tribal stuff is like its own thing. Its own thing. You know what I mean? So. And motherfucking Western Stock Show, what you talking about? Like, what are they really showing? At the stock show, like, really, what they selling over there? Like,
have you been to the stock show?
It's been a long time, man. Like, I'm starting to think, like, what they got? Like, rocking around bison, motherfucking.
They got all kinds of shit, yeah.
Like, this is stupid. This is all dumb. Like. To me, I'm thinking, like, why isn't that it's already, I mean, like, I come from a generation watching them throw red paint at bitches. So, everything's synthetic, really. You know what I mean? Like, what are they talking about? Like, this chinchilla on my coat? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I thought it was like a, kind of like a
you can't say, oh, look, it says prohibiting the manufacture, distribution.
I understand what it says, but I'm like, I thought that's an already like a given. I didn't need to have that put there. Like, who's walking around in a fucking fur coat like that, like a real one? Like,
these rich ass crackers that be trying to sell this shit at the National Western Stock Show. That's what it's about.
Like, that percentage is really low. That's like that's really low.
It's higher than we think. Otherwise, why would they even be proposing this?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, God damn, like, how did this even get there?
Okay, so it's gonna be a no for me.
Yeah, it's like an automatic no. Like, it's not automatic no. I used to think wearing fur, like real fur. I didn't want to be coming out the store, motherfucking throw red paint in me. That motherfucking shit gave me nightmares. That white bitches was getting cats thrown at them.
Yeah.
Animal rights. It's murder. I was like, man, that shit gave me nightmares just for commercials.
Yeah, I think it was Peter that was doing that shit. Yeah.
Trying to be cute. Look at my coat. Red paint. I like, goddamn. First of all, just the red alone just made my eyes hurt. That's like immediate nightmares. Immediate nightmares.
So they basically don't want you selling these products in the city. That's what they're saying.
No killing of urban raccoons and selling their fur or rabbits and urban ones either. Don't do that.
I can't sell my coon killer hat. I can't sell that.
I can't sell my lucky rabbit split.
My Rodney Boone hat. I can't sell.
All right. I can't sell my motherfucking my beaver coat. My beaver coat that I've been rocking in the winter time and shit.
You sell your beaver coat? Nope. That would go under this.
I can't sell my urban alley cats moccasins either. God forbid.
No, because you manufactured it.
Right. Yeah, motherfucker over there just fucking sewing together alley cat moccasins. It's right. That's stupid. It goes without saying. Man.
We got one more.
Thank God.
Well, actually two more.
Oh my God.
It's 309, which is the slaughterhouse ban.
Man, I'm not even gonna lie. If I didn't have to vote for Turnout West, I wouldn't fill this shit out at all. Like, I'm literally looking at it and it's blank. I didn't do shit.
Updated Ordinance 309, Slaughterhouse Ban. It asks if Denver voters should adopt an ordinance prohibiting slaughterhouses and beginning January 1st, 2026, prohibiting the construction, maintenance, or use of slaughterhouses within the city. It would require the city to prioritize residents whose employment is affected by the ordinance in workforce training or employment assistance programs. Additional information and more pros and cons for the slaughterhouse ban can be found in Denver's ballot information booklet. Here are the pros and cons for Initiated Ordinance 309.
Those in favor of Initiated Ordinance 309 say it's well past time to phase out society's worst forms of animal cruelty. Industrial slaughterhouses are cruel to animals, dangerous for workers, and catastrophic to our environment. This measure will phase out the worst industrial slaughterhouses within city limits, starting a movement towards a more just and sustainable food system. Many Denverites.
So are they talking? They're talking about Kingsburg. They're talking about Severs. Are they talking about Karma City? They got to be talking about Karma City. Like the industrial areas of
here in town, like industrial lab. Oh my God! Look, they're like.
Critics are surprised to learn that the largest industrial lamb slaughterhouse in the United States is here in town, killing 500,000 six-month-old lambs every year. The latest research on animal behavior has shown that lambs are highly intelligent and emotionally sophisticated individuals, just like our dogs and cats at home.
Those opposed to Initiated Ordinance 309 say this proposition unfairly targets a single employee-owned business and would cost 160 workers their jobs. Banning one Denver business won't improve animal welfare or the environment, but it will have devastating consequences for the economy and people who work at Denver's only slaughterhouse. This is just the wrong approach.
It'll fuck up a lot
This
of guys
proposition.
kids.
yeah.
There's a lot of Middle Eastern, Muslim, there's a lot of motherfuckers that supplement pork for lamb.
Yep, there it is. Language is misleading. Only one in Denver. 70-year-old business owned by its workers. 80% people of color. No guarantee of future.
language is misleading. It
That's
refers to
a
slaughterhouses,
lot of
but there's only
right.
one in Denver, a 70-year-old business owned by its workers. 80% of the workers are people of color, and working at the slaughterhouse provides good wages and benefits that support their families. The language makes it sound like after the workers lose their jobs, they will somehow be compensated. But the measure provides no payments at all, and there's no guarantee of future employment.
Right. And what you gonna do with all these lambs you don't kill? They're not gonna be like free motherfucking lamb. Like, think about it like this: like, lambs are good for a whole bunch of people. And at that particular one, when you go to procure your lamb package, it's handled there for you right there at the spot. You know, they do a lot of shit with it. They use a lot of all of that, most of that product. Most of that product. They take your animal, they move it up, they break it down, they package you up, send you on your way. You know what I mean? So think about it like that. I mean, it's just like that, right? What you gonna do with all those lambs that's out there? It's not like they're gonna be, hey, you get a baby lamb, you get a baby lamb, you get a baby lamb. No, that's not gonna happen. A lot of them motherfuckers are gonna be euthanized and they'll be replaced with them. So that shit's blurring up top. Secondly, you're gonna mess up a lot of ethnic dietary issues. Motherfuckers, they do a lot. They eat lamb. They cook with lamb. I kind of started to look at the lamb situation.
Yeah.
And not to mention you got people that you know, in our culture we utilize lamb as a tribute to the Orishas. You know, certain warriors, certain things like that, certain offerings. And a little piece of lamb goes a long way, you know, with their culture. You know, a little ancestry offering. You know, it all gets used up at the end of the day. They're acting like this particular business is just out there murking motherfucking baby lambs, just throwing them out there in the universe. Like, hey, there's all kind of lamb shit everywhere. People are really affected. No, these motherfucking fancy, ritzy motherfuckers will order a piece of lamb before they order a piece of pork. Where do you think it came from?
This slaughterhouse that they're trying to.
Yeah, they won't look at it like a slaughterhouse. They look at it like this. They should be more worried about whether these big, these companies like that are providing a need, filling needs. If they don't have little children working there, immigrants, things like that, you know, because those are like Tyson Farms, things like that.
Yeah.
Those right there gotta get shut down because we got little motherfuckers in there working, washing machine, doing manual labor that big people can't do. Versus a 70-year-old build. That's a 70-year-old business. You're gonna basically creating like a financial situation with 180 people there, and you're fucking off like a whole bunch of different ethnicities, and people who eat that.
Yeah.
Like certain parts of Africa, Africans, certain parts of fucking the Middle East, Egyptians, a lot of racial ethnic dietary issues, dietary
and religion.
Yeah. And you can figure it out. Yeah, that part. That's good too. That's good. So it's not good. You won't regret it.
Lamb is good.
Good, it's good. It's good, man. Little rice too. The yellow rice at some point.
Yeah, I've had lamb. Lamb is real good.
Lamb is good. It's clean. It's cleaner. You know, I fuck with it. It's expensive.
Next, we have ballot issue.
So now we're on to Denver Public School ballot measures.
4A, Denver Public Schools bond issue. It asks if, without imposing any new tax, should Denver Public Schools debt be increased by $975 million, with the repayment costs of $1,900 million to finance capital improvements of the district. Improvements would include those for safety and security, secure entrances and weapons detection, and more, plus building renovations, cooling systems, expanding.
So they want to pay for metal detectors, they want to pay for the AC, and they want to do renovations.
Dude, what do they do with the budget now? Oh, this is the ballot every year. Keep in mind, they funnel tax money in different ways to this particular bullshit as it is.
They're having to take care of the illegal children.
So regardless, it's all that it's like a slap in the face. They're already taxing marijuana and other shit for this particular thing, and then they like in this particular issue with the ballot, you're already looking at how they brought up the school day at least 3 times.
Yeah.
So think about it like that. There's 3 different avenues of money getting to the station, and it's on every motherfucking ballot. Every fucking ballot is something like that. And no, they should let it ignore the budget as it is. Kids should already have fucking AC in here. You know what I mean? They should have lights. It shouldn't be a fucking issue. They should just not funneling money.
That $1 billion plus a year budget.
Right. Right. With all that being said, how come nobody's smarter?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, why are they still paying for all these extracurricular activities after school? I mean, the money's there. It's just got to stop hitting everybody else's motherfucking pockets and actually go for it. So I'm like, nah.
So it sounds good on the surface.
The capacity and more. There are some pros and cons for ballot issue 4A. Many more comments can be found in the ballot issue notice.
Those in favor of ballot issue 4A say it will make a $975 million investment in our schools, all without raising your taxes. This bond issue will fund vital projects for Denver's kids, such as maintaining and renovating existing school buildings by replacing leaking roofs, making critical structural repairs, and addressing outdated electrical and fire systems, providing cooling systems for high-temperature classrooms and schools that lack air conditioning, building and improving spaces for workforce and career readiness courses and vocational, technical, and trade programs, expanding and improving mental, behavioral, and physical health clinics for students at DPS schools. Learning environments are critical to student achievement, and this measure will improve our classroom for teachers and students. It will reduce class sizes and school overcrowding in far northeast Denver, where the student population is growing rapidly.
Those opposed to ballot issue 4A say, while we all want to support our public schools, this gigantic $975 million bond issue is too big and prevents suffering taxpayers from getting a tax rate decrease they need. While not increasing tax rates, this initiative extends taxes approved in 6 different elections that otherwise would have expired. The property taxpayers could have used a decrease in taxes after the tremendous hike due to property value increases. The $975 million bond issue will actually cost $1.9 billion after interest is paid. Many of the items included in this bond should have been paid out of the regular budget. The Denver schools got the benefit of a windfall property tax increase due to increases in property values, yet instead of using that windfall for maintenance and upgrades, the schools are asking for more money. Denver residents have suffered too high an increase in cost of living already.
Next, some Denver voters will be voting on ballot issue 6A, Denver Downtown Development Authority debt increase. It asks if, without increasing taxes, shall the City and County of Denver, Colorado debt be increased $570 million with a total repayment cost of not more than $847 million, maximum total principal and interest, for use by and on behalf of Denver Downtown Development Authority. Here are the pros and cons for ballot issue 6A.
Those in favor of ballot issue 6A say the Downtown Denver Development Authority, the DDDA, has helped fund the transformative redevelopment.
That's that motherfucking Denver partnership. You're just getting the white folk back their money back. Fuck no.
I don't even see it on mine though. So I can't even vote on this. Interesting. Yeah, there's no 6A on mine. There's a 4A and there's a 7A. There's no 6A.
Of Union Station and Market Station. A yes vote will preserve the DDDA and allow it to make similar investments in nearby downtown neighborhoods. These investments will help revitalize and transform downtown by converting vacant office spaces, adding parks and public spaces for people to gather, and other amenities that will benefit all the people who live, work, and visit downtown.
No comments were filed by the constitutional deadline.
And finally, we have ballot issue 7A, RTD funding. If it passes, RTD would be allowed to keep and spend money from its current sales tax rate and other revenue into the future, instead of having to cut its sales tax rate, turn down federal grants, or issue rebates starting in 2025. RTD's elected board referred 7A to the ballot. This measure will neither let RTD raise its sales tax rate nor impose a new tax. Here are some pros and cons for ballot issue 7A. Many more comments can be found in the ballot issue notice.
Those in favor of ballot issue 7A say, passage of ballot measure 7A will allow RTD to keep and expand mass transit options across the metro area, all without raising taxes. It will help to maintain current levels of bus and rail services, repair and improve rail lines, buses, bus stops, stations, and other infrastructure. Since 1995, voters have waived RTD's Tabor cap multiple times, allowing RTD to keep the money it raises. The waiver expires partially again this year. Voting yes allows RTD to keep the money it already raises. RTD will still need to follow Tabor requirements, such as seeking voter approval for new or increased taxes or bonding authority. People with disabilities, commuters, students, seniors, and many others that may have no other means of getting to where they need to go depend on RTD's buses and trains. Reliable public transit is crucial for getting people to work, school, and essential services.
Those opposed to ballot issue 7A say even the strongest supporter of mass transit must rethink this tax. It's not a good idea, nor is it the right time. Ridership is way down. It dropped to only 65.2 million boardings in 2023 when it had been 103.2 million boardings in 2019. That's a huge drop. RTD wants this for ongoing operations, but that level of spending no longer matches the ridership. Management has not kept riders safe. Many people avoid using buses and light rail due to dirty needles, assaults, open drug use, filth, and crime.
That's capped now.
Those are the issues you'll be voting on this fall. Again,
Shit, I don't know where to go with this one. I was going this way.
Let them keep it. Let them keep it because they're their own entity. They're asking for their own. They're asking to do whatever they want with their own revenue. So yeah, let them do whatever they want with their own revenue. They're not taxing They're not raising taxes or doing anything for taxpayers. So yeah, they can do that. Yeah, we go ahead and keep that. As well as anybody else talking shit at the end of that, it's not like that on the trains no more and the motherfucking buses. I know. I've been all over the city the last 3 days on the bus and the train. So I'm telling you, it's not like that. Like, I mean, literally been from one end of the city to the other in the last 3 days, several times, on the bus and the trains. It's not like that currently. And the fact is, I hadn't even seen that much fucking trained fucking law officer in a minute. I took the train to several different places the last few days. I haven't seen anybody spoke about the bus pass or fucking even Uber with RTD. So like, yeah, it's kind of like a lie now because there's been a lot of enforcement going on prior, so nobody's really acting out or doing anything else. there's open drug use and shit. It's kind of like, yeah, that was happening. It's not as much now. So people should be look, and everything's starting to become very whitewashed in the downtown. So, white people like they just do whatever they want. They're safe enough to walk around and do the most. They like nothing can happen. So, yeah, they good. They straight. I don't think it really affects Texas. I think they should be able to do whatever they want. It's working well. I don't think that the city, like as far as like RTV is concerned, I got a problem with the Colfax line. You know what I mean? I have a problem with the transit line. But as far as RTD is concerned, I don't know, man. The last time we were running for office, I kind of, I think we and the RTD group came to a certain understanding. Everything was right after that,
yeah, last year.
Yeah, I say yeah. I say yes to this one. It's like the only one I say yes to. It's gonna be done, right?
Yep, I believe so.
My ballot's different, so yeah, some of the same measures, but not so much.
Yeah,
I really look up. It is simple Pokemon.
You have similar amendments for ballot measures for Aurora as well. So the next part is the candidates, and I'm on here along with Dr. Cornell West.
Again, please refer to your state and city ballot guides for more information. And you can also get information on these issues from the League of Women Voters of Denver and of Colorado. Go to lwvdenver.org and lwvcolorado.org. You can watch forums with pro and con speakers on several of these issues on Denver 8 TV and online at denverdecides.org. Also on this November's ballot are candidates for federal and state offices. In ballot order, here are the candidates.
The candidates for President of the United States are
The majority of voters in Denver are in Congressional District 1. For United States Representative District 1, here are the candidates.
Oh, snap, there's our boy Critter. Unity Party, we are on the ballot in several state offices, including this one right here. Lady Che. Okay. So we got Critter right here.
Recently, a small portion of Denver in the southeast part of town is now in Congressional District 6. For United States Representative District 6, voters will choose between these candidates.
For Regent of the University of Colorado at large, the candidates are
Oh shit, there's Tahanji. There's Tahanji. TJ Cole, Lady Che.
Yeah, funny.
For State Senator District 26, in the southeast and southwest parts of town, voters will choose between these candidates.
Oh, there's Meredith. Oh, that's she's running for. Okay. So there's Meredith. Meredith showed up to the conversation that Hasira and the rest of them Democratic shields put on with Dr. Cornell West.
Yeah.
So she's on there.
the candidates for State Senator District 31 in the east central part of town are
Lord, I wish Chris Hansen to lose. That bastard made a whole commercial out of the policy. And then made a racist ass commercial around the same time and refused to denounce the racist ass commercial he did. It'd be nice to see him move. All this was last year, Lady J.
The candidates for State Senator District 33 in the northeast part of town are
This is Coleman's district.
Voters will also pick their state representative in the fall election. In District 1 in the southwest part of town, the choices are
in District 2 in south central Denver. The candidates are
voters in District 3 in far southeast Denver will pick between
voters in District 4 in far west and north Denver will pick between
voters in District 5 in west and north Denver will have these choices.
the candidates in District 6 in central and east Denver are
Voters in District 7 in far northeast Denver will choose between
Oh, Ramon is on the ballot in that district. I didn't even know he was on the ballot. I know who this is. Ramon Anthony Devon. I know who that is. So he's running as a libertarian again. Okay.
voters in the north central and northeast part of town will
This is my district right here, yo. District 8.
make the choice for State Representative District 8 between
Bow. There I am. Okay. So that's District 8.
voters in District 9 in southeast Denver will choose between
for District Attorney in the 2nd Judicial District, which is most of Denver. There is one candidate running unopposed.
voters in Regional Transportation District A may choose between 3 candidates.
Voters in Regional Transportation District D may choose between 2 candidates.
And voters in Regional Transportation District E may choose between these candidates.
Finally, voters will also be asked whether or not to retain judges from several judicial districts and jurisdictions, which will return them to the bench. The following is a list of the judges on the ballot. You can get a full review of all commission recommendations and each individual's complete judicial review at the website judicialperformance.colorado.gov.
Check that out.
All these judges have been rated and meet performance standards. Denver has been a pioneer in conducting safe, secure mail-in elections and has successfully conducted mail-in elections for years. Denver's ballot information booklet has all the information you need to make sure your vote counts. You can also visit denvervotes.org. If you haven't registered or if you need to verify or change your information, go to govotecolorado.gov.
That's the one everybody's password was compromised. Covered that earlier.
Yeah.
You can return your ballot at a 24-hour drop box, drive-through, or by mail. Or you can vote in person at a voter service and polling center. The locations and hours are listed in your Denver's ballot information booklet. You can also track your ballot with ballot tracks. Sign up at denvervotes.org. If you need a new ballot, visit denvervotes.org. You can also call 311 or 720-913-VOTE. That's 720-913-8688.
Yeah, it means they'll come directly to you if you need a replacement ballot in the state of Colorado. So make it real easy to vote out here. I will give them.
Street. Remember, in order for your vote to count, be sure your ballot arrives by 7 p.m. on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Thanks for watching, and be sure to exercise your right as an American and vote.
All right, y'all. So that covers the ballot from top to bottom for the state of Colorado and the city of Denver. So, final thoughts, Lady Tay, before we close it on out.
Man, I don't know. I think I'm just upset. I don't know, upset. I just think that whole fucking Secretary of State shit really made me mad, bro. They're just gonna pivot right out of that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're gonna pivot right out of that, like it never happened.
That's right.
You know?
That's right, twin. That's right. All right, we appreciate y'all staying up super late with us. We did a 6-hour show. Oh my god.
I think your attention to this. Yeah, like I guess I would try to do mine for like 3 days now. Just got the market all booked up, so
You can do yours today, Lady Tay.
I'm good. No, because they can't.
And Thursday.
They can't. Like I don't know about you, but do you not realize how many days you got left?
I'm at 285, went to sleep and woke up and we still live.
It's intentional. He's doing this shit on purpose, man. Remember, Frontline Black News used to just be one goddamn day, 2 hours. That was it. Now it's like a fucking marathon. Like I can't even get in. Like, nope, I can't just. That would be defeating everything else that got going on. Anyway, Felly, I hope you learned a lot I hope you learned something from the Denver shit. I think if I didn't have my own aspirations, this would be the last year I'd vote. But I have some aspirations of my own. Guess it won't be this year. So I kind of like lost faith altogether. If there was any faith I had in the elections, they killed it. It's been dead like all years. Today was like the final and last straw because they've been preaching about secure, blah 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 blah. They'll say whatever they have to say.
Yep.
That shit's out.
All right, y'all. So thank y'all for tuning in to the season 4, episode 31 continuation, voter edition of the Frontline Black News.
Black state favorite. Stay dangerous. For the most part.
Make sure y'all check us out this Friday for Grand Risings with Shabaki and the Chase. And hopefully this Wednesday or Thursday for the RBA.
I don't see how that's gonna happen. Just here, like are you not paying attention? You got like how many days left?
A week.
Do you think I have to do this? The RBA with all my duties?
5 days, maybe.
Yes, Jesse. Really, with all my duties and shit I gotta do. Do you really think that I got time?
Probably not.
Exactly.
So
I did have a show plan, so you know, I did have a show plan. Anyway, stay Say Blacc, say favorite, and let's see what happens. Did she really did Kamala? There's my question. I thought I saw something real quick, just real quick. Did she stop campaigning, or she still campaigning?
She's still campaigning. I don't know where you heard she stopped campaigning.
No, I was looking at the feeds. They're like she gave her closing statements, closing arguments or something like that. I was skimming it actually. Go sleep, man. Already, that's all I do. As much work as I do, man. You know? Don't worry. It's just one more week, and we're gonna have our time in the sun. Yeah, write it out. One more week. Yeah, all right then. Cool. So we're done. We're done with this now. Okay,
Yep.
so we'll do whatever.
Yep. Until Friday. Yep.
Oh yeah. You're like 2 days for free because you ain't shit.
I literally said we got Wednesday and Thursday.
It would be rip if you can't get some work.
Yeah.
That'd be alright.
Got to work.
Yeah, cool. I'm just gonna throw my ballot at the library. I'm not even gonna put it in the box. I ain't think it happened. Real shit. I'm just gonna throw it at the library. Like, here, take my shit. I don't even like at this rate. If I didn't have to mark Cornell with the thing down, I don't think I fill it out.
Yeah, for Adams County.
Period. I just don't see the point anymore. I just so disgusted. And I can't right because I live in a different county. I can't even vote for Jesse. So it's like all the work I did, I can't even vote for it. That's what shit. That's stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, cool. So you're looking out for RPA. I thought we were gonna be done earlier so that I could have got some rest so that I could do the RPA. Let's see how that worked out. Let's stop you right now. Is somebody wanted me to get on a vote from the schedule? I don't like Jesus. Yeah, I think I probably will do it later if I can get myself together. Kind of have to leave and do some. I got something serious I got to take care of.
Well, make sure you bundle up. It's gonna be cold. It's supposed to rain and snow.
My umbrella's at your house.
That shit is broken. It's not gonna work.
It's open.
No, it's broken.
It's cool. It's just trust me.
I already told this is broken.
Don't throw it away. Just leave it there. Don't throw it away.
It's a lost cause because it's
Don't throw it away, Jesse.
Too late.
Jesse.
Too late.
No, because that's mine. You don't get to.
Because it's just broken.
You don't get to do with that, Jesse. If it belongs to me, leave it there. Go get it.
It's too late, cuz.
Go get it, cuz. Find it. Go get it.
No, I'm not gonna go get it.
Go get it.
No.
I want my shit back, Jesse. All right, Jesse.
It's just broken.
No, Jesse. No, man. All right. You just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. God don't like ugly, cuz that you can say it was broken, but it wasn't. It's still open.
I tested
it. Open.
Ready.
Man, you broke mine. You broke my big black umbrella, and then now this, and you get to throw away my shit, cuz you throw away my shit.
And you broke this one, cuz but
it's mine though, Jesse.
It's trash though.
It's mine, and you don't know what it is. You don't know I can fix it.
I do.
I have the piece here.
Randy.
You don't know if I can fix it.
It's too late, cuz.
No, it isn't, Jesse. Where did you put it?
It's in the dumpster outside.
No, you didn't throw it in the trash because you threw a Burberry motherfucking umbrella in the trash.
It's broken.
It isn't broken.
Use the shit. It
wasn't broken, Jesse.
Yes, it is.
No, the fucking tip is just for surface. No, it's still open, cuz. And there's a piece of plastic that covers it. Randy. It's open. No, Jesse. No.
You broke her umbrella, y'all. And she's mad because I took it away. That don't
No,
make
because you always do it. You could break my umbrella, but
You
you get
broke it.
No, I didn't break my black umbrella, cuz.
But you broke this one though, cuz.
I didn't break it.
Yes, you did.
I didn't. The street broke it.
Randy, you
No,
broke
Jesse.
it.
No, I didn't. The street broke it.
That's always
Yes, Jesse, you hung it right where you hung it, and it got caught on the fucking metal of that fucking curve. And the tip broke. The tip when you walk it like a pimp, that piece broke. That was all that was broken on it, cuz. No, Jesse, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, cuz. You don't get my shit away.
You never want to hear it.
No, because you throw my shit away. You take advantage of my resources. You don't ever fucking
How
do
is it a resource if it's broken?
Because you're supposed to ask me. It's mine. You can bring up my other shit.
Now I gotta get permission to throw away trash.
It's mine.
That don't make no sense, cuz.
It's mine though. It's not trash to me, cuz. It's mine.
It's broken.
But it's mine.
Shit.
Okay, so it's okay to break my big ass umbrella and leave it here, right? That's okay for me though, right?
Randy.
You broke my shit in half.
Randy.
Right? No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. However it broke. I don't want to hear it because this is mine.
Dude, I know, twin. I don't know why she does this shit.
Because I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not. I should have an umbrella, no?
Randy, this shit is broken.
Should I not have an umbrella though? You can break mine. You can steal my other one. You got an umbrella though, right? That one that you kind of stole it from me though, right?
You literally just broke yours though.
It was an accident, Jesse, and it still worked.
It's always an
And
accident.
it still fucking worked.
No, it didn't.
It worked, damn it. You don't know. You don't know. You were sleeping when I fixed it.
You didn't fix
Yes,
it.
I opened it. It works.
No, Randy, it doesn't.
I opened it and it works.
Randy,
I think you can't.
it and it doesn't work.
You know what, Jesse?
I already tried it out before I put it
Who
away.
cares what you say? I'm telling you it worked.
But you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what you act like. I don't know how to open a motherfucking umbrella, cuz.
I'm always in trouble.
He isn't.
I
He
can't.
isn't. How can he be in trouble when he lacked the fucking empathy to see what I'm talking about? But he want to tell me it's gonna rain, right?
It's broken, cuz. It's not like it was gonna shield
It
you.
doesn't fucking matter if it's broken or not, Jesse. I could fix it.
You didn't. It had
I didn't because I didn't have fucking time, Jesse. You kept us up with your fucking show till 5 a.m. and then I had to leave at 6:30.
People don't want to hear this shit.
Give a fuck what they want to hear.
Competition.
I don't care, cuz.
Well, I do. I'm sick of this shit. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 31.
They gonna mute me too hard.
Yes, because you just don't know when to quit. And I'm trying to end this shit. Season 4, episode 31, continuation of voter edition of the Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. I again apologize for the dysfunction. I really do. This is unnecessary, unwanted. It shouldn't happen, period. But it does. Yeah, have some empathy for a broken umbrella because it had holes in it. It kind of defeats the purpose of having an umbrella if you got holes all up in it. It's trash. And that's where it belongs, in the trash. So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. I'll see y'all Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. Peace.